You are listening to Deep Sea Embers by Yuan Tong. Novels from Novel Fire. Chapter 251, The Deep Sea. Listening to Tyrion's account, Duncan became lost in thought for a brief moment. After about 30 seconds, he lifted his head and spoke pensively. So, she initiated the Abyss plan out of curiosity, but its true nature isn't about exploring some lower planes, but rather a literal dive into deep water. As he said this, he paused, sensing something peculiar about the situation. But if that's all there is to it, how is this project connected to the Vanished? Subspace, where the Vanished disappeared, and the deep sea the Frost Queen aimed to explore are two distinct concepts. The rebels shouldn't be so muddled that they can't even differentiate between the two. Tyrion didn't reply directly, but instead posed a question. Don't you find it odd? If it's merely about diving into the water to investigate the underwater conditions of the city-state, what's so taboo about it? Harbor builders and offshore fishermen in the city-state frequently dive for work purposes, and it's common for them to descend safely to tens of meters. Why has the Frost Queen's Abyss plan become taboo? Duncan's expression grew serious. How deep did you go? Extremely deep, incredibly deep. I'm unsure of the exact depth the Queen reached because I'm not a scholar myself. I only participated as a naval commander, offering some peripheral support, and I wasn't directly engaged in the actions during the latter half of the project. However, as far as I'm aware, before the project began to go awry, their manned submersible had descended to at least 1,000 meters underwater, and they consistently broke that record. 1,000 meters underwater. Duncan rapidly processed the information in his mind. On Earth, this seemingly insignificant number is, in fact, the limit for many advanced military submarines, with most capable of diving only to depths of 400 to 500 meters. Records of extreme deep dives reaching several thousand or even close to 10,000 meters are typically achieved by specially designed deep diving equipment in a short duration, requiring high-quality equipment and often unmanned. At the time, the Frost Queen's manned submersible had already reached the 1,000 meters threshold. Given the industrial level of this world half a century ago, this was already a remarkable feat, even with the aid of some supernatural powers. And behind this remarkable number, it appeared to have brought something even more astounding. Tyrion previously mentioned that the project gradually went wrong in its later stages, and Duncan didn't miss this detail. He gazed at Tyrion, his eyes intensifying. I want to know the specifics of the entire exploration project. Whatever part you were involved in, tell me about it. Perhaps because he had already answered numerous questions and grown accustomed to this kind of conversation, Tyrion didn't hesitate for long this time. He delved into his memories and began to recount slowly. Apart from the Frost Queen's Abyss plan, the recorded human conventional diving depth, or safe water depth, is 150 meters, restricted to nearshore areas. Our project initially started at this depth, and everything proceeded smoothly until we reached 300 meters. At that depth, it was already incredibly dark. Sunlight from the surface couldn't penetrate such a thick layer of water, and the high-powered lights on the submersible could only illuminate a small area. To investigate the structure beneath the city-state's islands and avoid dangerous creatures in the open sea as much as possible, like deep-sea offspring heirs, we had the submersible dive along the coast and moved close to the island's nearshore areas. I still remember the description provided by the explorer when he resurfaced. He said that beneath the island was something like a rough and unsightly pillar, covered with thick calcareous deposits, and some peculiar creatures lived in the pits of the deposits. Other than the pillar, there was nothing else, just darkness. A pillar beneath the island. Duncan couldn't help but interrupt Tyrion. Not a gradually expanding support structure, but a pillar. Yes, at least that's the case for Frost, Tyrion nodded. Is there an issue with that? Duncan shook his head. No issue, continue. Tyrion gathered his thoughts and resumed sharing his past experiences. That was the scene at a depth of about 300 meters, which was the limit of the first submersible. After realizing that this depth wasn't sufficient for deep-sea exploration, the Queen instructed the scholars to construct a second submersible. This one was highly successful, reaching a depth of 800 meters in a single dive, and through half a meter of high-strength glass, the explorer still observed. A pillar, a straight pillar. Of course, in comparison to the city-state's radius, this pillar, of at least 800 meters in length, was still relatively short in proportion. Instead of a support column, it was more like a normal, disc-shaped base supporting the island. Subsequently, we built a third submersible. Due to technical constraints, the advancements of this submersible were much more modest than the second one. It had to carefully dive and challenge the record set by the second submersible. It was during this gradual descent, meter by meter, that we discovered something. The pillar beneath the city-state was actually only 850 meters tall. Beyond that, there was nothing. The entire structure was floating in the seawater. Tyrion paused and looked into Duncan's eyes. Now do you understand why I said earlier that it's more like a disc-shaped base than a pillar? Duncan furrowed his brow. He remained silent but quickly visualized the entire structure in his mind based on Tyrion's description. In the deep-sea era, people lived in cramped conditions in the city-states. Initially, Duncan believed these maritime islands were crowded and narrow, but in reality, as functional, self-sufficient living spaces, these city-states were certain to have a sizable foundation. Although there were some smaller islands, the foundation radius of most large cities that had a name spanned tens or even dozens of kilometers. As the largest city-state in the cold sea, Frost would not be smaller than this number. Corresponding to this massive maritime structure was its underwater base. That was only 850 meters deep. When the explorers first glimpsed the underwater part of the city-state at a depth of 300 meters extending straight into the deep sea, they instinctively imagined it as a pillar reaching the ocean floor. However, in terms of proportion, the shape of this pillar more closely resembled a thin floating disk in proportion to the radius of the island that's resting on it. As Tyrion described it, the entire structure was floating in the seawater. Nevertheless, when Duncan envisioned this model, a significant question arose in his mind. Was every city-state like this? If every city-state was like this, all being foundationless, floating objects, then how could they be so stable? If the city-state's own stability was due to their large size, then how could the stable relative positions between the city-states be explained? Despite the endless rolling waves, these floating islands never changed position. Why? Duncan expressed his doubts, but Tyrion merely shook his head. We also had doubts about this, but in the end we couldn't figure it out. And compared to what happened later, the question of how the city-states float on the sea became insignificant. What happened later? Duncan couldn't help but feel curious. What exactly did you see in the deep sea? Later, the third submersible continued to challenge the extreme depth. We spent nearly 2 years pushing the record from 850 meters to 950 meters. As you can imagine, during this diving process, the submersible gradually moved away from the city-state's base. Do you remember what I mentioned earlier? To avoid problems in the open sea area, we had the submersible dive in the nearshore safety zone close to the coast. Throughout this process, the submersible was actually always near the city-state and the underwater structure of the island. But as the dive continued, the explorer moved away from the base, and things began to go awry. Audio and visual hallucinations, mysterious lights appearing in the seawater, feeling someone tapping on the hull, and even sensing someone turning the hatch handle outside. The deeper they went, the more severe these situations became. Even specially trained, strong-willed explorers started to feel immense pressure during each dive, and the protective effects of the holy oil, sacred books, and scripture cloth they carried grew less and less noticeable. Of course, up to this point, this was still within our expectations. Exploring the unknown inherently involves confronting challenges of willpower. Scholars investigating the spirit world and the deep sea often face such difficulties, so we continued, only enforcing the strictest standards for strengthening the explorer's mental defenses. The problem occurred when attempting to reach the 1,000-meter depth from 990 meters. The third submersible suddenly sent an emergency surfacing signal, then, as if it had gone mad, emptied its ballast tanks and raced to the surface. The explorer inside seemed not to care that this rapid ascent would cost him his life. After reaching the surface, he had gone mad. The hatch opened, and he screamed and shouted in the sunlight, as if frantically attempting to describe something horrifying to us. After a lot of incoherent, chaotic speech, he uttered the only comprehensible sentence: "We all died there." Chapter 252, The Underwater Silence. Duncan paused for a moment in deep thought. He suddenly realized that the dangers and mysteries concealed within the boundless sea were no less formidable in this world's reality. After pondering briefly, he inquired, "What happened to that explorer later?" "He passed away quickly. The rapid ascent and decompression took his life. He screamed and shouted for some time before succumbing to a blood clot. At least that's the cause in the real world." "Was he the only crew member in the submersible?" Duncan questioned further. It had room for just one person. While this undoubtedly amplified the explorer's mental pressure, it was also an unavoidable decision. The technology was limited then, and such exploration was ill-suited for multiple people to undertake together. In the ocean, one could never be certain what might take your companion's place at any given moment, or whether the sounds you heard were genuine. So diving alone was preferable, at least to avoid doubting the presence of others in the submersible. Deep sea darkness, solitude, and confronting the enigmatic unknown waters far from civilization, all these factors might have contributed to the explorer's descent into madness. Duncan shook his head slowly. But this is not the crux of the matter. What's essential is, this still doesn't explain why the Abyss plan later became a highly forbidden topic. He locked eyes with Tyrion and continued. So far, all you've recounted is an accident during an exploration. Similar endeavors occur every year. The Academy of Truth even actively supports and encourages scholars and adventurers to participate in these pursuits. This has nothing to do with taboo, nor should it be connected to the vanished. Yes, if the plan had halted at 1,000 meters, the subsequent events would not have transpired. Tyrion shook his head, his emotions stirred by the memories. After the incident with the third submersible, Her Majesty Rhaenora temporarily suspended the exploration, but a few days later, something occurred that made the situation progressively eerie. Duncan furrowed his brow. Something. The third submersible resurfaced at the edge of the temporarily sealed-off test area. Duncan was momentarily taken aback before responding. A third submersible. Yes, a second one, Tyrion confirmed, nodding. It emerged right in front of the naval soldiers and began sending continuous light signals for assistance in opening the hatch. The well-trained soldiers, albeit momentarily bewildered, quickly adhered to standard procedures to haul the submersible onto the work platform and aimed 27 rifles, 2 rapid-fire cannons, and a flamethrower at its hatch. Then a courageous priest stepped forward, sprinkled holy water, and unlocked the hatch. Tyrion paused momentarily before continuing. The hatch opened, and a person, strikingly similar to the explorer, emerged. Duncan's expression grew serious, strikingly similar. The facial features were similar, but there were differences in height and weight. He was dressed in a frostbite navy uniform, but there were many inconsistencies in the clothing details. More importantly, the person who emerged from the submersible only lived for a brief time on land before passing away. He didn't even have a chance to utter a word. Once the soldiers undressed him, they discovered that his flesh appeared to be fused with the clothes, and there were large and small, inexplicable wounds all over his body. Afterward, doctors and church scholars collaborated to examine the body, and Her Majesty is said to have personally inspected the autopsy scene as well. However, the results of the examination were never disclosed, or rather, before they could announce anything, a third submersible appeared. At this point, even Alice, who had been attentively listening without speaking, couldn't help but interject. There was a third one. Tyrion instinctively glanced at Alice, his expression somewhat peculiar. He seemed unaccustomed to seeing someone who looked identical to the Frost Queen standing there, exclaiming in astonishment. But he quickly adjusted his expression and nodded gently. The third one, and not just 3. In the following days, a third submersible would surface every 24 or 48 hours. Alice listened in awe to this strange and remarkable story. She pondered for a moment and suddenly blurted out, "So you just need to wait there and you can have an endless supply of submersibles. By the way, is that thing called a submersible very valuable? Is it more valuable than cultists?" Tyrion, who had been lost in his memories just a moment ago, suddenly found his train of thought interrupted by the doll lady. He opened his mouth for a while but couldn't quite recover his emotions. "We hadn't considered that at the time." "Don't mind her, her thought process is unconventional." Duncan glanced at Alice and said gravely to Tyrion, "Please continue what happened later." Tyrion collected his thoughts and proceeded. After the third submersible surfaced, it also sent out light signals requesting the hatch be opened. This time the soldiers were more experienced. They towed the submersible to a more secure containment area, and only after the priests had established numerous supernatural safeguards did they open the hatch. This time, what emerged was a grotesque, swollen, and deformed humanoid creature, utterly unrecognizable as the explorer. That monster also couldn't survive in the air for more than 3 minutes. From the fourth submersible, a continuously writhing mass of flesh slithered out, devoid of any human characteristics. When the fifth submersible's hatch was opened, nothing emerged. The soldiers at the scene investigated and discovered only a suspicious dark red sludge in the cabin, which exhibited faint signs of life. The sixth submersible contained only a small quantity of black fibrous dry matter, resembling an undeveloped neural structure or desiccated blood vessel specimens. As Tyrion continued recounting the story, Duncan's expression grew increasingly serious. Even Alice, sitting beside him, seemed to perceive the shift in the atmosphere and began to sit up straight. Amid the progressively somber ambience, Tyrion slowly stated, "The seventh submersible, the last one I'm aware of, was empty." "Empty?" Duncan raised an eyebrow, then shook his head. "That's even more disconcerting." "Yes, empty, and thus even more unsettling. The situation spiraled out of control, and we needed to find a way to stop it," Tyrion said gravely. "Fortunately, the fourth submersible was eventually completed. It was the successor to the third submersible. After the 1,000-meter incident, the project was put on hold, as was its construction. However, as one third submersible after another emerged, the Queen ordered the fourth submersible to be assembled as quickly as possible, and decided to use it to investigate what had happened at the 1,000 meters depths." Tyrion paused, seemingly struggling with gaps in his memory. He gathered his thoughts before slowly continuing. "I can't recall the specifics of the fourth submersible. It was hastily finished, and the Frostbite Navy was only responsible for part of it. I only know that it was larger than the third, could accommodate 3 people, and had a sample chamber. Scholars had initially planned to use it to gather specimens from the deep sea if any were found. The day after the third submersible surfaced, the Frostbite Kingdom's fourth submersible was launched into the sea. On board were a scholar, an officer, and a powerful priest. At this point, we could no longer care about the risk of having multiple people exploring together. Preventing the appearance of the third submersible was the top priority. The fourth submersible quickly descended and soon reached a depth of 1,000 meters. The priest on board maintained contact with the surface using psychic power. Perhaps due to the enhanced capabilities of the new submersible, their journey was smooth, and they confirmed the city-state's base scenery as previously observed by the explorer. However, the connection became intermittent soon after, and when the depth reached 1,000 meters, the small church on the surface platform could barely hear any sound coming from the deep sea. Nevertheless, 15 minutes after losing contact, the priest on duty in the small church suddenly heard sounds from the deep sea again. They first heard the onboard priest scream in terror, warning the others, "Don't look, don't think." Then came the officer's voice, bellowing, followed by a deafening explosion. Tyrion looked up, gazing into Duncan's eyes. "The fourth submersible detonated the explosives," the pirate slowly said. "They had filled the sample chamber with high-energy explosives to be the last contingency plan. And then it was all over. The fourth submersible never resurfaced, and no more third submersibles appeared before anyone afterward." Chapter 253, The Frostbite Rebellion. Tyrion's account finally concluded, but Duncan felt the strange tale ended far too suddenly. "Is that really it? Just like that?" He couldn't help but glance at the pirate in the mirror, his voice laden with doubt. "A submarine loaded with explosives went 1,000 meters deep and resolved the uncontrolled supernatural phenomenon that was worsening. Let's not even discuss the power of those explosives at that depth. Simply from a supernatural standpoint, could such an explosion even destroy a supernatural phenomenon? We can only speculate." Tyrion seemed unfazed by his father's skepticism. "In truth, nobody knows what occurred 1,000 meters below the surface, nor what the fourth submarine witnessed down there. Our only link to the depths was the partial perception the priest shared through psychic resonance, a scream, a roar, and a rumble. These brief fragments revealed little truth. However, after the fourth submarine's explosion, no more third submarine replicas emerged from the deep sea. Thus, we can only assume the issue was resolved." "The issue was resolved?" Duncan furrowed his brow and shook his head. "Fine, let's say it was resolved. What happened to the Abyss Plan afterward?" "The Abyss Plan didn't end, and that's the oddest part," Tyrion stated bluntly. "After such a costly event that finally resolved the third submarine's mysterious crisis, one would think we should have reevaluated the Abyss Plan and halted this perilous endeavor. Yet, Queen Rhaenora disagreed, not only announcing the project's continuation and the construction of a 5th submarine, but also elevating the Abyss Plan's priority to the highest level, employing an exceptional amount of manpower and resources." Duncan's expression grew serious, as he realized that the truly uncontrolled element of this tale might have only just begun. The charges against the Frost Queen and the rebellion half a century ago all originated from this. He looked intently into Tyrion's eyes. "It appears you didn't support your queen at that time." "We had heated debates, which is why I mentioned I was no longer directly involved in the Abyss Plan after the 1,000-meter depth. I believed things were headed in a dangerous direction." Tyrion spoke slowly, his voice subdued. "But looking back, I should have done everything in my power to stop the Frost Queen, not avoid her. I had too much faith in her and didn't realize she was fallible, too." Do you believe the Frost Queen truly made a mistake? The Abyss Plan led to a series of crises under the Frost Queen's reign and provided her adversaries with opportunities to take advantage. This increasingly extreme exploration eventually cost Queen Rhaenora her life. At least from this angle, it was definitely a mistake. What transpired after Rhaenora insisted on continuing the Abyss Plan? After that point, I was no longer directly involved with the project and didn't know much about it. However, from what I occasionally heard, the project faced numerous difficulties, and increasingly strange and terrifying incidents began to occur, Tyrion said calmly. The fifth submarine, built with the most advanced engineering technology and durable materials of the time, experienced various accidents during its dives, as if something tried to stop humanity from exploring deeper into the ocean. Those involved in the project started losing their minds, experiencing mysterious injuries, or vanishing, only to reappear disoriented in the city center. The explorers who participated in the dives became suspicious and irritable, transforming from disciplined and respectable scholars and soldiers into eerie fanatics. It was even rumored that the fifth submarine itself underwent inexplicable changes during its dives, with its internal workings increasingly resembling a living creature. Despite all these changes and the increasingly alarming atmosphere surrounding the project, the Abyss Plan persisted. Those involved, including those plagued by madness, accidents, and injuries, neither had the courage to withdraw nor question or defy orders from above. It was as if Tyrion hesitated, struggling to find the right words to describe the situation. Observing this, Duncan gently added, as if the underwater ocean was calling them. Yes, as if the ocean was calling them, Tyrion agreed, nodding and giving Duncan a peculiar glance. A very accurate description. Don't overthink it, please continue. Tyrion looked away, gathering his thoughts. It felt as though the entire project was driven and guided by an unseen force, or perhaps the project itself had developed its own will, relentlessly pushing further into the deep sea. Those involved in the project became like individual cells within this vast will. In this atmosphere, the fifth submarine unknowingly reached depths beyond 1,000 meters. I'm not sure how deep it ultimately went, but I heard. It was an astounding number, truly remarkable. From an engineering, materials, and technological standpoint of the time, it was an unattainable achievement. The deep sea embraced the Abyss Plan and welcomed the fifth submarine. The increasingly peculiar machine and its equally bizarre crew seemed to effortlessly navigate thousands of meters deep in the dark ocean as if returning home. Meanwhile, around the Abyss Plan's vicinity, strange occurrences began to multiply. Merchant ships frequently reported seeing reflections identical to their own vessels near the sea surface. Dense fog often enveloped the eastern frostbite, with shadows resembling ships or enormous creatures drifting within. In the kingdom, a substantial number of strangers appeared, congregating near Abyss Plan-related facilities, claiming to be project participants, even outnumbering the actual project members. Under these circumstances, rumors, or rather, they could no longer be considered mere rumors, began to spread everywhere. At first, people claimed that the Frost Queen was conducting suspicious research, but soon the narrative shifted to her studying subspace. Eventually, it was said that the Frost Queen was colluding with subspace and had already reached an agreement with its mastermind, Captain Duncan. Tyrion took a breath, gesturing with his hands. And then, as you know, the Frostbite rebellion that shocked the North took place. For a moment, the small warehouse filled with antiques fell into silence, only to be broken again by Duncan's calm voice that emerged from the mirror. It's understandable that people connected this with subspace, but linking it to the vanished is a bit too far-fetched. Actually, it's quite a reasonable connection, and it even involves me, Tyrion said with a wry smile, shaking his head. Who would have thought that I am your son, while also loyally serving the Frost Queen and participating in this terrifying project during its early stages? You know, conspiracy theorists always have the wildest imaginations. Duncan neither agreed nor disagreed, and after a brief moment of thought, he said, in that case, the outbreak of that rebellion wasn't entirely unfounded. The Abyss Plan that Rhaenora insisted on carrying out was too dangerous, and based on your description, her mental state at the time was indeed questionable. This is precisely what I wanted to mention, Tyrion interjected. I know that all signs pointed to the Frost Queen losing her sanity at the time. She seemed like a madwoman being enticed by something, stubbornly following her own path, but I know that she was always clear-headed, highly rational, and fully aware of her actions. Really? I argued with her, but I was still a trusted general. I could approach her, in fact, other high-ranking city-state officials could too. They all knew that the queen had never gone mad nor intended to destroy the kingdom or endanger the world. Yes, they knew, but they were afraid, hesitant, and some had been bribed and misled. They weren't as resolute as I was. But I know that perhaps the other participants of the Abyss plan were indeed gradually being influenced by something. But she evidently withstood this influence and exploited it to her advantage. You mean that the Frost Queen actually had a coherent and safe plan, and she was confident about accomplishing it, but she didn't tell anyone, she didn't even explain it to you? Duncan looked thoughtful as he gazed at Tyrion. And you still trust her unconditionally, because you believe that, even if there is something threatening the city-states deep in the sea, everything is under Rhaenora's control. From your perspective, this trust is probably too blind. Whether it's blind or not is up to you. Duncan shook his head. I just want to say that the Frost Queen evidently couldn't keep everything under control. She ultimately died at the hands of the rebels, and the Abyss plan was entirely buried. Things didn't unfold as she had planned. I really can't argue with that, Tyrion sighed helplessly. Chapter 254. Maybe it's not over. Up until now, Duncan had comprehended the intricacies of the long-lost Abyss plan, which had been concealed for 50 years. He understood its taboo nature, and the reason even the instigators of the Frost Rebellion feared it, and rightfully so. Despite unfolding in the real world, the situation escalated beyond its boundaries. An unknown terror lurked deep in the ocean, and ultimately no one discovered its nature. People continued to lose their sanity, and the entire plan hastened as though plummeting into the abyss. The never-ending descent, the increasingly unsettling atmosphere, and the Frost Queen's almost autistic behavior in the later stages. Objectively, even Duncan would instinctively assume that Rhaenora, the original Frost Queen, had been manipulated and controlled by something, suspecting a conspiracy with subspace. Under these conditions, it was worth noting that there were already adversaries of the Queen within Frost, and several city-states in the Frigid Sea held animosity towards her rule. Even if the northern situation was initially stable, it would eventually escalate over time. Nonetheless, Tyrion consistently maintained that Rhaenora was never influenced by anything, and he firmly believed that the Frost Queen had been lucid until the end, always safeguarding the city-state. Duncan couldn't determine if Tyrion's assessment was accurate, but he inclined to trust it because he, too, had seen the Frost Queen in historical fragments. She had once calmly and logically asked him not to tarnish history. At least from that single encounter, the Frost Queen of that era didn't appear to be a horrifying madwoman under subspace's control. But because of this, Duncan's curiosity grew. He couldn't comprehend what motive would drive a lucid leader to make such extreme and autistic decisions, continuing to push forward the project at any cost despite knowing the issues with the Abyss plan, and what reasoning led her to keep every secret to herself, not even confiding in her most trusted naval commander. After extensive reflection, Duncan realized all questions ultimately converged on one issue. What mystery did the Frost Queen uncover in the ocean's depths? After the Frost Rebellion, did you ever return to that city-state? Duncan raised his head and questioned Tyrion. No, Her Majesty Rhaenora commanded me to depart from Frost with my own direct troops. By then, the rebels had already conspired with other northern city-states, assembling an entire fleet in the open sea. Tyrion's tone grew especially somber, as he was clearly reluctant to discuss this past. But if I had defied her and remained, the Frostbite Kingdom would have retained a loyal force to the Queen, and those rebels could never have easily breached the port defenses. Thus, subsequent generations have speculated that you took part in the rebellion. Some even claim that you deliberately allowed the rebels into the Frostbite Kingdom, Duncan said, shaking his head. Have you ever considered why the Frost Queen issued that order initially, and whether she provided any further explanation to you? I've been perplexed by this for many years, Tyrion confessed openly. The Queen gave me no other directives, only to depart with my troops. I thought she might have intended to preserve a force for potential future retaliation, but it didn't add up. She prohibited us from returning to the city-state, and with the rebels in control, how could we exact revenge without going back? You could raid the rebels' fleets in the open sea and intercept all merchant vessels entering and leaving Frost. You did this for several years. Yes, that was the only course of action I could conceive at the time, and it was also the sole means for the Mist Fleet to endure. We didn't even have a home port back then. Tyrion shook his head. But we have gradually ceased these raiding activities. Why? Because the last rebel leader passed away from old age, Tyrion said with a wry smile, spreading his hands. We persistently sought to apprehend those rebel leaders in every possible manner, hanging them from the mast when captured, then hurling their corpses onto the merchant ships bound for Frost. So they became crafty, hiding in the city-state, never venturing outside the city for decades. I could only watch them die peacefully, one by one, until all those involved in the rebellion had departed this world. Duncan remained silent for a while, deep in thought. Eventually he abruptly asked, "Your soldiers, they're all living dead, correct?" Tyrion casually replied, "Yes, it's common knowledge. They all directly or indirectly participated in the Abyss plan. I was involved in that plan, and as my direct troops, they naturally took part as well," Tyrion said nonchalantly, then furrowed his brow. "Did you come to a conclusion? You were part of the Abyss plan but didn't succumb to madness like the others in the later stages. After 1,000 meters, the Frost Queen disagreed with you and removed you from the plan. Then, on the eve of the rebel assault, your queen specifically instructed you to lead your direct troops away from Frost." Duncan spoke deliberately as he thought, finally fixing his gaze on Tyrion, his voice low. "You're correct. The Frost Queen might indeed have wished to retain a force, but it seems she didn't preserve this force for her own vengeance." Tyrion gradually displayed a somewhat surprised expression, but before he could inquire further, the figure in the mirror gently shook his head. "Don't ask me. I can't comprehend something you don't understand yourself. I'm merely an observer voicing my thoughts." A brief quietude settled in the room. After an indeterminate duration, Duncan's voice emerged again. "Tyrion, we've conversed long enough this time." Preoccupied with his thoughts, the pirate instinctively raised his head, gazing at his father in the mirror with a hint of astonishment. It was as though he suddenly grasped something, a complicated expression of confusion materializing in his eyes. It seemed as though he had just recognized how much he had shared with the other party, realizing that he had unknowingly adapted to the conversational atmosphere entirely. Even a century ago, he seldom had such lengthy discussions with his father. As for his initial wariness upon awakening here, it had long since dissipated. He instinctively wanted to say something, but a sharp pain on his forehead made him touch his head involuntarily. "Ah, that hurts." "The child was not gentle. I hope you don't hold it against her." Duncan's voice came from the mirror. "Do you need ointment?" "No, no need." Tyrion waved his hand with a somewhat odd expression, recalling the last scene he remembered before arriving here, the peculiar little girl and the creature that flew in like a dog. Then suddenly realized, "Wait, I remember now, that wasn't a dog, that was a dark hound." He looked at the mirror, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Is she also one of your subordinates now, an Ender cultist?" He seemed hesitant when uttering the words Ender cultist, clearly uncertain of Shirley's true identity. After all, he had encountered beings like Enders before, but he had never seen one wielding a demonic pact weapon. "She is indeed carrying out some tasks for me," Duncan said with an enigmatic smile. "But if you have the chance to see her again, I suggest you avoid mentioning the term Enders in her presence. She doesn't appreciate it." Tyrion made a puzzled sound, then instinctively glanced around, his gaze eventually settling on Alice, who appeared to have begun daydreaming. Alice quickly noticed and curiously looked at Tyrion. "Why are you looking at me?" "Nothing." Tyrion averted his gaze, his complex eyes concealing some indiscernible emotion. Finally, he looked at the mirror still ablaze with flames, asking somewhat hesitantly, "So, can I leave now? Would you like to stay for dinner?" Tyrion quickly waved his hand. "Ah, no, that's not necessary." "Very well, I'll arrange for my messenger to escort you." Duncan in the mirror nodded, but suddenly he furrowed his brow as if recalling something. "Wait, I just thought of something." Tyrion instinctively became a bit uneasy. "Something?" "Strictly speaking, it's two questions regarding one matter." Duncan's expression turned serious again as he fixed his gaze on Tyrion. "Do you recall what you mentioned earlier about several clones of the number 3 submersible surfacing one after another?" "Of course," Tyrion nodded, "including the first original and the subsequent 6 clones, a total of 7 number 3 submersibles surfaced." "I have 2 inquiries." Duncan organized his thoughts and slowly began. "First, was the initial submersible that surfaced at that time genuinely the original? Second, was the 7th submersible that surfaced truly empty inside?" Chapter 255, Farewell for Now. Today, half a century after the conclusion of the Abyss plan, Tyrion once again felt a lingering chill from the long-past scheme. The number 3 submersibles resurfaced in his memory as if appearing right before his eyes. Alongside them were the cautious soldiers, solemn priests, and the cold, silent Frost Queen. It was as if he were witnessing the hatches of those submersibles opening once more, revealing the insane explorers, humanoid figures, grotesque deformed creatures, writhing masses of flesh, the eerie, silent mud, the dried and suspicious black fibers, and the empty cabin of the 7th, number 3 submersible. Back then, the platform was heavily guarded by numerous priests and protectors, Tyrion said with a frown, recalling the past. But I must admit, your question is somewhat unsettling. Duncan remained silent for a few seconds before suddenly asking, what happened to those number 3 submersibles in the end? Except for the first authentic one that surfaced, the other 6 duplicates were thrown into a furnace, melted into ingots by sacred flames, and then cast into the sea. Despite being valuable metal resources, no one dared to keep them, Tyrion explained hesitantly. But if, as you suggested, even the first one wasn't authentic, then the situation would be. Where is the first one? I don't know its current location, Tyrion shook his head. The rebels should have destroyed everything related to the Abyss plan, but no one knows how they disposed of those materials. Maybe they simply disassembled and recycled them. But before the rebellion, the number 3 submersible was stored in a warehouse at the port after being decommissioned. After a brief silence, Duncan sighed. I understand. Tyrion, thank you for sharing so much with me. Regardless, this information has greatly satisfied my curiosity. However, Tyrion appeared burdened by his thoughts. Reflecting on the Abyss plan, after all these years, he found too many chilling details. Although the plan itself was strange, this retrospective view brought an even more unnerving feeling than when he had experienced it firsthand. Especially considering the recent question his father posed about the Frost Queen's final command, Tyrion felt that this old case, which had supposedly concluded 50 years ago, might not be truly over. But for now, their conversation had reached its end. His father did not intend to keep him there any longer. A sudden sound of flapping wings came from the side, and Tyrion saw a bird-shaped phantom engulfed in eerie green flames darting through the air. Immediately after, where the phantom had passed, a surge of green flames erupted, spiraling into a vortex gate in an instant. His father's voice emerged from the nearby mirror. Go inside. You'll be transported near the cathedral. I believe you won't tell anyone about what transpired here. Of course, I've never been one to tattle, Tyrion responded. He glanced at the blazing portal, hesitating for a moment before making up his mind and moving forward. Just before stepping through the gate, he paused and couldn't help but look back at the Gothic doll standing quietly next to the mirror. Anomaly 99, he murmured to himself. She looks exactly like her. It said that Anomaly 99 first emerged in the icy sea near where the Frost Queen was executed and fell into the water. Duncan's voice came from the mirror. I share your suspicion, but even Alice herself can't explain her origins. As you just mentioned, there's too much in the deep sea that we can't comprehend. Tyrion appeared thoughtful. After a moment of silence, he suddenly spoke up. It seems this doll really enjoys being around you. Duncan responded indifferently. Initially, she stayed out of persistence, but later I found she could be useful. Alice's answer was much simpler. She laughed happily and said, nodding, I like being with the captain, he's incredible. Tyrion looked at his father's emotionless face in the mirror, and then at Alice, who resembled the Frost Queen but was entirely different in every other way. After a while, he suddenly laughed. It was a genuine sense of relief and happiness. He then turned around and confidently stepped through the flaming gateway, leaving the warehouse silent again. Alice looked in the direction where the flame had vanished, then turned to gaze at the mirror beside her. It took her a moment to suddenly blurt out, Captain, why did he laugh at us just now? Duncan replied casually, how should I know? Alice, puzzled, asked, what you discussed earlier about the Frost Queen and the Abyss plan, does it have anything to do with me? This time, Duncan didn't quickly concoct an answer to deceive the doll. He thought about it seriously before saying solemnly, it might be connected. Can I understand it? It's likely very difficult. Well, then I won't think about it for now. Alice scratched her head and smiled at Duncan in the mirror. Regardless, if there's anything I need to do or help with, just let me know. I will. Great. What? A burst of fire flashed through the dark alley, and moments later, a groggy Tyrion appeared, spotting the grand doors of planned cathedral nearby. It really did bring me close, the pirate muttered, raising his hand to rub his drowsy head, but accidentally touched the swollen area and immediately winced in pain. That little girl's strength was a bit too frightening. She was a demonic creature heavier than 2 or 3 adults combined. Remembering the cause of the injury on his head, Tyrion couldn't help but grumble internally. Yet, simultaneously, he couldn't help but feel curious. Indeed, his own father was assembling a new crew. From what he had observed so far, he controlled Anomaly 99 and had a mysterious, powerful girl who could summon demonic creatures at his service. However, this was obviously not the full extent of his crew. Even if this had happened yesterday, it would have made him extremely cautious, and he might not have been able to resist alerting the city-state and the church. But at this moment, he had no intention of tattling to the church. Now his mind was preoccupied with thoughts related to the Abyss plan. Tyrion then approached the Storm Cathedral, and within a few steps he noticed several figures rushing towards him at the entrance. They were the sailors he had sent back earlier. The captain had vanished for an entire day after leaving just a message, which had clearly made his crew anxious. In no time the sailors reached Tyrion. One began speaking without pause, "You're finally back. The sun is about to set. Where have you been?" Another sailor noticed Tyrion's disheveled state and exclaimed in surprise, "Captain, the wound on your face, and how did your head swell up so much?" Tyrion knew he couldn't conceal his disarray. He had hoped his faster-than-normal healing ability would help him recover before returning to the cathedral. However, it turned out that despite the girl's questionable use of demonic creatures, the injuries they inflicted were still problematic. Half a day had passed, and his head remained swollen. "I tripped along the way." After hesitating for a moment, Tyrion could only offer a feeble excuse. He was too embarrassed to admit to his subordinates that this was the result of fatherly discipline. Furthermore, it wasn't even his father who had directly inflicted the damage, but a young girl who was only about as tall as his chest. "You tripped," the first sailor to speak looked at his boss in confusion. "This seems like quite an exaggerated accident. It's as if you violently smashed your head against the walls of land and the ground." Tyrion stared at the sailor with an intense gaze, emphasizing each word. "I tripped." The sailor shuddered and instantly understood. "Oh, right. You clearly just tripped accidentally. When we get back, I'll help you apply some medicine." "Enough, I don't want to discuss this issue for now," Tyrion sighed and walked towards the cathedral's main entrance. "Let's go back. I need a good rest today, and then we'll set off to return to the north." "Return to the north? Weren't we staying here a few more days? You had planned to." The words Abyss plan resurfaced in Tyrion's mind, and he waved his hand. "Enough, it's time to go back. There are still matters to attend to in the cold sea." The sailors exchanged glances and finally nodded, complying with the captain's decision. Tyrion suddenly stopped in his tracks. He hesitated for a moment in front of the main entrance of Storm Cathedral and touched the swollen areas on his face and head. "Let's use the side door." Chapter 256, Rapid Ringing. Tyrion instructed his subordinates to leave upon returning to his room, but the silence did little to soothe his unsettled mood. The lengthy discussion with his father continued to linger in his mind, and memories of the Abyss plan swirled around his heart uncontrollably. Periodically, images from half a century ago flashed before him: rudimentary diving gear, perpetually rain-soaked cliffs, silent platform guards, the low prayers of priests on rainy nights, the eerily illuminated coastal laboratory, and the Frost Queen's gaze, forever fixed on the sea, concealing all secrets. Tyrion shook his head. For some reason, he suddenly thought of the puppet who called herself Alice, Anomaly 99, who had entirely broken free from her seal and moved unimpeded in the human world. A controlled anomaly, a puppet who could think and communicate like a human, even possessing her own emotions. She bore a strong resemblance to the Frost Queen, but she was not the Queen herself. Though her existence and presence evoked thoughts of some kind of return of the Queen, Tyrion could sense that Rhaenora's will was absent within the puppet. If anything, Tyrion considered Alice to be more like a perfect exterior replica, yet utterly distorted inside, just like the submersible number 3s that emerged one after another back then. A shiver ran down Tyrion's spine as his mind made these connections. Out of restlessness, he poured himself a glass of potent liquor. He needed the warmth of the alcohol to chase away his chilling thoughts. Then, after a while, he felt somewhat better and glanced at the elegant case beside the bed. Hesitantly, he brought the box to the table, opened it, and activated the intricate lenses and the crystal at the center of the lens assembly. The crystal sphere illuminated with countless flickering points of light appearing inside, accompanied by irritating noises. Gradually, he saw Lucretia's figure emerge amidst the flickering lights and her indistinct voice. After another couple of minutes, the sound and image finally sharpened, and his sister's voice reached him. "Can you hear me?" Now it's clear, Tyrion nodded. The interference on your end is even greater than before. What's around you? Is that sunlight? It looks a bit odd. He observed that behind Lucretia, the backdrop seemed to be bathed in a faint golden glow, akin to a radiant sunset streaming through a window. However, the light's warmth and brightness surpassed that of a sunset, and its distribution and diffusion felt somewhat different from sunlight, drawing extra attention. Tyrion knew that his sister frequently operated at the border, where unusual phenomena often occurred, many of which were hazardous. However, Lucretia always managed to transform danger into safety. Still, he couldn't help but worry slightly. I discovered something peculiar at the border, but I've thoroughly examined it, and there's no danger," Lucretia responded nonchalantly. "The object might have fallen from the sky, casting a vast range of brilliance. I'm using the bright star to tow it back for analysis." Tyrion involuntarily frowned. "You always find peculiar things at the border. Have you forgotten the incident when you were pulled into the spirit world's depths by that human-shaped smoke?" "I'll be cautious, I always have been. But as you know, unavoidable accidents will occasionally occur during adventures," Lucretia waved dismissively, then appeared to suddenly notice something. Staring at Tyrion's face, "Brother, what happened to your face and head?" "I fell." "It looks more like you violently collided with a wall," Lucretia's brow furrowed. "You wouldn't have these injuries without a 200-meter run-up and a deliberate headbutt. You were attacked." Tyrion's expression tensed briefly, and then he helplessly shook his head after a moment. "Sometimes I wish you weren't so perceptive." "Who attacked you?" Lucretia ignored Tyrion's attempt to deflect. Her expression was stern. "You're in the planned city-state, where you have no enemies, and the authorities there wouldn't stand by if a guest was assaulted. You just denied being attacked and claimed you fell." As Lucretia spoke, she suddenly halted as if something dawned on her. Her expression shifted dramatically, and she glanced around the crystal ball, her eyes flickering. Tyrion understood her concern upon seeing her reaction and shook his head before she could speak. "Don't worry, he's not here." "Really, did he hit you?" Lucretia's eyes widened in shock. "Wait, wasn't he supposed to be absent from the city-state, and why would he?" "He's not, it's one of his current underlings," Tyrion said, rubbing his forehead with mild annoyance. "Relax, we didn't have any conflicts. These injuries are just minor accidents. He wanted to discuss some matters with me, and I was overly cautious." "A subordinate?" Lucretia was startled and instinctively wanted to ask how powerful this underling was and what weapon could reduce the Iron Admiral to such a state. But then she caught Tyrion's latter statement, and her eyes shifted. "He's talking to you again so soon, what happened?" "He's become intrigued by some old matters involving Frost," Tyrion replied casually. "But you don't need to concern yourself with that. I contacted you to ask about something else, Anomaly 99, you're aware of it, right?" "Of course, I also know the Vanished hijacked it. This incident has spread throughout the Explorers Association. Soon after, the Storm Church issued a notice, and Anomaly 99's name changed from Doll Coffin to Doll. Many people harbor uneasy suspicions about this." Tyrion lifted his eyelids and gazed intently into Lucretia's eyes. "Do you know why its name changed from Doll Coffin to—" Lucretia knit her beautiful brows as if she were sensing something. "I met her," Tyrion exhaled without prolonging the suspense. "That doll, she calls herself Alice, and she has awakened from the coffin. She now serves at our father's side, and just like the rumors, the doll bears an uncanny resemblance to the Frost Queen, but her personality is quite astonishing." "This revelation is quite surprising," Lucretia said softly. In the inexplicable golden light, her eyes seemed to shimmer faintly. "So you're saying Father liberated Anomaly 99 from the coffin, allowing the hazardous anomaly to wander freely outside, and she willingly follows Father. She can even converse with you." "It's hard to believe, but it's true," Tyrion confirmed. "She can speak, think, and feel emotions like a human. In fact, I sense she has a good rapport with Father, but I can't be certain if it's a connection humans can comprehend, considering one is a ghost returned from subspace, and the other is an anomalous object ranked within the top 100. Lucretia remained silent. After a brief pause, she looked up. "What do you want to ask?" "About the circumstances when Anomaly 99 was first discovered. You were present at the scene." Tyrion gazed at his sister. "I want to hear the most genuine details from you. As you know, my fleet and I never approach Frost. We weren't there back then." Lucretia hesitated for a few seconds. "That year, I was indeed in the area of the incident, but it wasn't the bright star that first retrieved Anomaly 99. It was a coastal fishing vessel named Charlwyn. Strictly speaking, by the time I received Charlwyn's distress signal and located the out-of-control adrift fishing boat, It was already the second scene, so I can't confirm what the initial scene was like when Anomaly 99 was first recovered. I can only tell you what I observed on Charlwyn. Lucretia paused momentarily, recalling the events she had witnessed. When I discovered the boat, nearly all the crew had perished. Of the 12 members, including the captain, 11 had been decapitated. Only a semi-deranged sailor remained, describing the cursed wooden box they had salvaged. He claimed they couldn't discard the box because it was alive, moving around the boat, nor could they destroy it since it was incredibly resilient and sturdy. The sailors with self-defense weapons were no match for it. As for this part, you can essentially find it in the Explorers Association's public records, but there is one detail, not documented in the files, which might pique your interest. Within half an hour of initially salvaging Anomaly 99, the sailors aboard Charlwyn heard a series of faint clicking sounds emanating from the box. It was as if something was assembling itself inside. "Faint clicking sounds," Tyrion murmured, furrowing his brow. He appeared to want to inquire further, but just as he was about to speak, an abrupt and slightly urgent bell rang from outside the window, interrupting him. Surprised, he looked up, listening to the distinct and pressing bell chime in the gradually darkening sky. Then, after carefully discerning it for a moment, he uncertainly murmured to himself, "Not the evening bell, it sounds like rapid rings." "Rapid bells?" Lucretia's voice came from the crystal ball. "I heard 7 short rings. If I recall correctly, that's the bell signal representing the tomb of the Nameless King, isn't it?" Chapter 257, Courteous. The urgent bell rang rapidly, sounding 7 short rings in succession, followed by a brief pause and another 7 rings before repeating this pattern thrice. Tyrion listened closely to the sounds coming through the window. He could hear conversations echoing in the corridor and hurried footsteps from the open space. These were the commotions caused by the senior priests running around to establish protection at crucial spots for the night watch. At the same time, the highest-ranking individual in the cathedral should have already retreated to a hidden sanctuary, getting ready to participate in the saints' gathering. Although Tyrion wasn't a church member, he had lived for half a century and was well acquainted with its rules. He could deduce vital information from the frequency and repetition of the bell sounds. It signaled a listening assembly, an invitation sent directly from the tomb of the Nameless King, and it seemed quite urgent. Could there be an issue with an anomaly or a vision? Is it a new discovery, or has an old one changed significantly? Lucretia pondered aloud. It feels like it hasn't been long since the last. Tyrion listened to the commotion outside for a while longer before refocusing his attention and shaking his head. "This is the Storm Church's own affair. We don't need to interfere." Lucretia nodded gently, then looked at her brother. "Do you have any more questions about Anomaly 99? Tyrion considered for a moment and shook his head. "No, that's all. Besides, with the urgent bell ringing this evening, the cathedral will soon enter a state of night watch, so it's best not to continue discussing matters related to anomalies." "All right, then I'll carry on with my own tasks," Lucretia promptly said. The crystal ball on the table began to flicker slightly, and her figure started to fade. But just before the connection was severed entirely, she recalled something and suddenly said, "Oh, there's one more thing about our father." Tyrion hesitated slightly. "Go ahead." "Did he appear normal when he came to see you this time?" "He was very lucid, clear-headed, and even somewhat." Tyrion hesitated, but ultimately continued. "I can't be certain, but he seemed almost affectionate." "Oh, that's good." What? Vanna rushed into the cathedral and spotted Bishop Valentine already waiting for her in front of the goddess's statue. She hurriedly approached and asked, "Why is there another call so soon? This has never happened before." "I don't know, but this time the bell ringing is directly controlled by the Storm Cathedral, so it must have a reason," Valentine nodded at Vanna. And as they walked toward the passage leading to the flooded cave, he spoke quickly. "Like last time, it might be due to direct changes in the list of anomalies and visions, with the Tomb Keeper sending out a summons." Vanna followed the elderly bishop's footsteps. As she passed the statue of the goddess, she hesitated for a moment but soon bowed respectfully as she had always done before continuing toward the passage's entrance. Before long, they were at the flooded cave used for constructing the psychic channel. The scene in the secret chamber remained unchanged, with the ancient stone walls perpetually damp and the fire basin in the center burning with an ethereal flame. It's tranquil in here, masterfully created by the sounds of trickling water and echoing waves. Then the door to the secret chamber slammed shut. Vanna took a deep breath, paused before the fire basin, and lowered her head to gaze at the flames that burned without fuel. She attempted to calm her thoughts, gradually synchronizing her spirituality with the guidance of the goddess as the leaping flame filled her vision. This process should have been routine, but Vanna found it quite difficult this time, as she tried to not imagine the flames turning a ghostly green or the possibility of Captain Duncan's eyes hiding behind the shadows. Wanting help, she glanced at Bishop Valentine, who had already closed his eyes and breathing steadily, a sign that he had already entered the assembly. Vanna reluctantly looked away, took a deep breath, and tried to concentrate her spirit once more, synchronizing her spirituality with the guidance of the goddess. Fortunately, she succeeded this time. Ethereal seawater swirled around her, gently enveloping her senses as they detached from the mortal body. Vanna momentarily felt disoriented before finding herself in the mysterious ancient assembly hall. The familiar boundless square, the ancient broken pillars surrounding it, and the vague human-shaped shadows gathered between the pillars filled her sight. One of the shadows quickly approached her. It was Bishop Valentine. "Vanna, did you have trouble? It took you longer this time." "My mind wasn't focused enough," Vanna replied casually. She then noticed a striking figure standing at the edge of the square, a clear and beautiful woman dressed in a magnificent robe, quite different from the other blurred shadows of the saints. Vanna, of course, recognized the figure. "Pope Helena is here in person," she asked in surprise. "I really picked a bad time to be late." "It's all right, you'll get used to being late," Valentine said nonchalantly. "She was already here when I arrived. She might even have been the first one here. I suppose she might have some special arrangements." Vanna listened half-heartedly, feeling as if the clear and elegant figure was casting an almost imperceptible gaze their way. This kind of attention made her feel uncomfortable and even nervous. Just then, Pope Helena turned her head. She looked at Vanna earnestly, and a hint of a smile appeared before she nodded gently. Vanna was momentarily stunned. She was about to return the gesture when a sudden, deep rumble interrupted her. Looking in the direction of the sound, she saw the stone floor in the center of the square rapidly rise. The shattered ground rippled like water, and within moments, an ancient palace made of pale giant stones appeared before the saints. The tomb of the nameless king had emerged. The saints, who had been whispering amongst themselves, quickly fell silent, and an atmosphere of solemnity enveloped the square. Vanna also hurriedly collected her thoughts, ignoring the Pope's gaze, and focused intently on the pyramid-shaped main building of the ancient palace and its entrance. The entrance opened, and the towering tomb guardian stepped out. Wrapped in burial cloth, with half of its body burned and the other half entwined in chains, the horrifying creature made of flesh, steel, and deadly curses strode straight towards the saints gathered in the square, just as it had the previous time. The chosen one had been decided. The next moment, without any hesitation, it bypassed every shadow in the square and stopped directly in front of Vanna. The tomb guardian lowered its head, its single eye calmly staring at the saint before it. "You may enter the tomb." It raised its hand, offering a quill and parchment, awaiting Vanna's response. Vanna was stunned, as were almost all of the saints. The tomb guardian had chosen the same saint to enter the tomb twice in a row. This had never happened in the past 1,000 years. Of course, there were no explicit rules preventing the tomb guardian from choosing the same saint consecutively. However, over the years, the guardian had always chosen different saints to enter the tomb during nearby assemblies, which had become an unwritten rule. Even if a saint who had previously entered the tomb attended the assembly again, it was merely to follow orders and ensure the completeness of the listening ritual. No one expected Vanna to be chosen again. Vanna hesitated for several seconds, and the tomb guardian patiently waited with an outstretched hand. At that moment, she felt someone's gaze again. The lady instinctively followed the sensation, only to meet Pope Helena's deep eyes. Vanna's heart tightened, and she guiltily looked away, only then noticing that the tomb guardian was still waiting. The ancient, seemingly terrifying guardian calmly lowered its head and extended the parchment and quill a little further. "Me again?" Vanna asked subconsciously, but immediately regretted it. Why would the tomb guardian answer such an irrelevant question? However, she then heard a hoarse, low voice coming from in front of her. "Yes, you again." Vanna was taken aback, and she looked up at the tomb guardian's slightly fearsome face before taking the parchment and quill. The tomb guardian seemed to nod slightly and said as it straightened up, "Please write what you heard on it." Vanna nodded instinctively, but suddenly felt that something was amiss. It seemed that the tomb guardian had become considerably more courteous. Chapter 258, 258, No Number. Not only did Vanna vaguely sense something was off, but the nearby saints also detected a disturbance. Their ethereal soul projections unconsciously glanced at the ancient being enshrouded in cloaks, its appearance ghastly and horrifying. In their memories and the church's records, all descriptions of this tomb guardian were accompanied by terms like cold, dutiful, indifferent. Never had any record mentioned that he would utter please to the chosen listener. Nonetheless, Vanna had no time to dwell on this. She saw the tomb guardian waiting patiently for her, so she quickly collected her thoughts and nodded. All right. The tomb guardian turned and guided Vanna toward the grand, ancient tomb palace, leaving the saints in the square to watch the pair vanish into the distance. Once the massive tomb doors shut behind them, seemingly sealing off the sounds of the outside world, Vanna's heart steadied within the chilly, silent corridor. This was her second time entering this tomb. In contrast to her initial apprehensive and tense emotions, she had now somewhat acclimated to it. She knew the path: to continue straight, traverse the corridor filled with messages from her predecessors, enter the innermost chamber, and behold the body of the nameless king. Then she would forget everything she had seen and heard before being transported outside the tomb, while the parchment in her hand would hold the notes she had personally documented. The secrets forbidden to leave the tomb would be stripped away, while those that could be shared with the world would remain. The corruption she experienced while acquiring knowledge would be safely left behind in the tomb chamber, accompanied by her forgetfulness. Vanna composed herself and took a step forward, only to halt in surprise upon hearing heavy footsteps following from behind. Under normal circumstances, the tomb guardian would depart once the listener entered the tomb, but this wasn't the case. "Is there anything else?" Vanna couldn't help but inquire, her tone cautious and defensive. The tomb guardian looked downward, his single exposed eye exuding a murky gaze, and a raspy voice emerged from his chest. "No, just escorting. Do you require an escort?" Her unease intensified. Although Vanna had only entered the tomb once and was not well versed in all details related to Vision 4, she instinctively sensed that the tomb guardian's behavior seemed somewhat off, a stark contrast to the records. Nevertheless, Vanna remained composed. She was acutely aware that she was in an ancient vision of high rank, and every detail here was vital to her survival. Consequently, she exercised extreme caution and did not impulsively accept the tomb guardian's additional service. "I think I know the way." The tomb guardian silently gazed at the visitor before him, his single eye revealing no emotion. After a few seconds, he merely nodded and slowly retreated. "All right, please proceed, and I will escort you out when you are finished." The tomb guardian's figure vanished into the corridor, leaving the lady dumbfounded for a moment before Vanna realized the guardian had used the word "you" at the end. Why was this cold and aloof ancient guardian so courteous today? She shook her head, striving to dispel all distracting thoughts from her mind, worried that this ancient vision might induce some mental disturbance. Focusing on her task, she proceeded through the lengthy corridor and entered the tomb chamber deep within the palace. Inside the chamber, the enigmatic headless corpse continued to occupy the towering throne, with ghostly fire basins burning on either side. Facing the nameless king's body was a chair that had evidently been moved there recently. Vanna's eyelids flickered. In that instant, the typically serious and disciplined inquisitor entertained a rather absurd notion. Would a fruit plate be added the next time she visited? She approached the chair and cautiously sat down, then raised her eyes to the headless corpse on the throne. The following second, she opened her eyes to find herself standing in the vast, open stone square. The turbulent sky filled her sight, mysterious lights emanating from the shattered pillars in the distance, and a rumbling noise originated from behind her. Vision 4 rapidly descended back into the ground. Still somewhat dazed, Vanna noticed the saints in the square had swiftly gathered. An ethereal saint, carrying the familiar aura of Valentine, approached Vanna with urgency. "Quickly, see what's recorded on the parchment." Vanna snapped back to reality, hastily picking up the parchment in her hand. As anticipated, this parchment was still incomplete, but compared to the previous one, which had only a small fragment remaining, the situation had improved considerably. Only half of the parchment was missing, while the remaining portion contained legible writing. Vanna's eyes scanned her own handwriting. Shadows in the deep darkness had begun to rise. The day of setting sail. Vision planned. The saints exchanged glances, and Valentine's saintly apparition gazed at Vanna in astonishment, instinctively wanting to ask something but uncertain how to phrase it. There was a significant issue with the parchment's content. However, the listener couldn't recall her experience in the central tomb chamber, and the text that could be brought out on the paper was the only information available. Vision 4 wouldn't provide any further answers. The sole guarantee was the accuracy and truthfulness of the parchment's content. Shadows in the deep darkness, the day of setting sail. A saint couldn't help but murmur, looking perplexed at his counterparts. The information conveyed from the tomb in the past was relatively precise and unambiguous. Rarely were there such vague metaphors. Perhaps this is precise and unambiguous information, just that the key part was torn away, another saint mused. Rather than that, the content of the last sentence is. Vision planned, someone whispered softly. Vanna's gaze was also fixed on the last sentence of the parchment. Among the 3 sentences, only this one had completely captured her attention. She naturally thought of the great fire, the ghost ship, and the ghostly flames that eventually engulfed the entire city-state. But then, she noticed something else. No number, she said in surprise, then looked up at Valentine and repeated, no number. At this moment, she didn't even know which point to be more surprised at first, whether to be surprised that Planned had been identified as a vision, or to be surprised that this vision had no number. The saints were somewhat restless. Although they were high-ranking clergy from various church regions with strong wills and powerful forces, they couldn't help but fall into confusion and bewilderment. The low, uneasy discussions echoed around them, and some more familiar saints approached Vanna and Valentine, inquiring about the recent situation in Planned. This made Vanna feel somewhat helpless. Compared to the experienced Bishop Valentine, she was still too young. Fortunately, the commotion lasted only a short while, and the saints gathered in the square suddenly quieted down. Vanna looked up and saw the shadowy figures retreating to the sides, while an elegant lady dressed in a luxurious robe walked toward her and Bishop Valentine. They immediately bowed at the newcomer, "Your Holiness." "No need for formalities." The ruler of the Storm Church, the Storm Goddess's representative in the mortal world, Pope Helena, looked at Vanna, then at the parchment. "May I take a look?" Of course, Vanna quickly handed over the parchment. "Here you are." Helena took the parchment, her eyes scanning the text, then looked up at Vanna with a faint smile. "The handwriting is quite nice, much better than the writing in your report." Vanna was taken aback, not expecting the Pope to suddenly bring this up, and then she felt a little embarrassed. "That report, I wrote it in a hurry. The city-state was in a bit of chaos at the time." "I understand. When I first wrote such a long report, I almost wanted to eat the pen," Helena said with a smile. "So the typewriter is a good invention, why not use it?" Vanna replied with a strange tone. "I always accidentally break it, and I'm not used to it." Helena's smile became even more evident, and then she handed the parchment back to Vanna, casually saying, "I've already read all the reports you submitted about the historical pollution incident in Planned, including the part about the vanished. Frankly, after experiencing such a drastic change, it's not surprising that the city-state of Planned has become a place similar to a vision. Although the birth process of this vision is extraordinary, being extraordinary is the nature of anomalies and visions." She paused for a moment, and her expression gradually grew serious. "However, having no number is a bit too extraordinary." Chapter 259, After the Coin Flips. Ever since Vision 4 introduced the first list to the present world, all anomalies and visions had been assigned numbers. Despite changes in position, evolving characteristics, or the disappearance or transformation of some anomalies and visions, there was always an empty space on the list to account for them. For millennia, this rule remained unaltered. Thus, people believed that Vision 4 served as a focus, transcending the order of time and space. All anomalies and visions, whether from the past or future, had left their marks within this focal point, even if they had not yet come into existence. Their positions were preordained. However, this long-standing rule was broken today with the appearance of an unnumbered vision that emerged before everyone. Adding to the unease, this vision was known as Planned, the Pearl of the Boundless Sea, the most thriving stop on the ocean trade network, and the largest gathering place of Storm Church believers. Yet for some reason, Vanna sensed that the Pope, who maintained a serene and introverted demeanor, didn't appear overly concerned. When Planned became a vision, she exhibited only mild surprise. She seemed less concerned with Planned becoming a vision than with Planned being unnumbered. Anxiously, Vanna glanced at the Pope, who seemed lost in thought. Following a few minutes of heavy silence, she suddenly inquired, "What has become of Planned since the disaster?" "Order is being re-established in the city-state, and all who perished from historical pollution as well as damaged locations have been restored, save for those who truly died 11 years ago, Bishop Valentine promptly replied. We have inspected every nook and cranny of the city-state, including every sewer, factory, machine, and even each pipe, and found no signs of supernatural distortion. The city-state is in an incredibly normal state. Well, except for the French fry issue, correct? Helena interjected indifferently. I saw it in the report. Vanna's expression turned somewhat awkward. I know it's a bit odd to include that in the report. It's not odd. Following a supernatural event, all leads must be taken seriously, Helena calmly asserted, her gaze landing on Vanna. So what about you, Saint Vanna? Have you sensed anything amiss? Vanna grew subconsciously uneasy, anticipating that the Pope would eventually ask her this question since she had documented everything in the report, apart from the shaken faith segment. I actually don't feel anything unusual. No spiritual pollution, no mental distortion. Bishop Valentine specifically conducted several tests on me, and the conclusion was that it's merely a connection. Helena slightly clenched her fists, resting her chin on her fist, appearing to ponder for a moment before addressing the saints gathered nearby. Everyone, disperse for now. I have matters to discuss with the two saints from Planned. Upon hearing this, the shadows assembled in the square paid their respects to the Pope and disappeared one by one. In under half a minute, only Helena, Vanna, and Valentine remained in the expansive assembly area. You appear slightly anxious, young saint. Relax, Helena said, smiling at Vanna after the area had quieted. You are on the right path, and the goddess's approval and favor remain as steadfast as ever. Don't be uneasy merely because you've encountered some dangerous powers. As defenders of order, isn't it our responsibility to handle all sorts of dangerous powers? Taking a gentle breath, Vanna tried to keep her voice steady. Indeed, as you said. Helena nodded and shifted her gaze to Bishop Valentine. I saw in your report that you believe the renowned Captain Duncan has regained his sanity and humanity, and there's potential for communication. Technically speaking, it's not just the potential for communication. We are already establishing communication, though the beginning was unplanned. Valentine nodded slightly and stated solemnly. For some reason, the ghost captain is particularly interested in the situation in Planned and has chosen Vanna as the contact. So far, he has shown no hostility towards the civilized world. Did the fire from the vanished engulf the entire city-state? Helena inquired immediately. Valentine nodded in affirmation. Yes, the fire expelled the historical pollution created by the heretics and reset the city-state to its pre-pollution state. Alternatively, one could argue that the fire tainted the entire city-state and rendered it untainted, Helena calmly remarked, locking eyes with Valentine. In this situation, the distinction between polluted and unpolluted has become rather ambiguous. Valentine subconsciously exchanged glances with Vanna beside him. They then heard Helena continue. This might be why Planned became a vision. The parchment doesn't detail the specific attributes of this new vision, but we can venture a description. Vision Planned, the city reduced to ashes by subspace flames, was reshaped into a normal appearance by Duncan Abnommer's power. Its distortion lies in distorting its own distortion. The entire city functions as though it had never been polluted, and the sole remaining evidence of the pollution is its existence. Helena paused, silently studying the two saints before her. A coin with its head side up, flipping through the air, and still landing with its head side up. Vanna seemed about to say something, but the Pope gently waved her hand, stopping her. However, there's nothing wrong with that, Saint Vanna, compared to the twisted states of most places in our world. What does it matter if a coin still shows its head side up after flipping? Helena said lightly. At least in reality, Planned continues to exist. Whether the coin flipped once or countless times, it's not something we mortals should be concerned about. For some reason, Vanna sensed a hidden meaning in Pope Helena's words, but couldn't yet comprehend it. She simply furrowed her brow. So, how should we announce this news? And how do we explain to people that they live in an immense vision, while still enabling them to maintain a normal life after learning this fact? A startling revelation resulting from an abrupt change should either remain undisclosed or be announced when the aftershocks have yet to subside. People are most receptive during the initial aftershock, Helena asserted solemnly. At present, the citizens of Planned have not fully escaped the disaster's aftermath and have not entirely immersed themselves in the return to normal life, so proceed with the announcement as usual. However, exercise caution in guiding people, helping them understand the distinctiveness of this vision. Not all visions are dangerous, and always remember that our world is still sustained today by the illumination of Vision 1. Yes, Bishop Valentine bowed his head. I will consult with the City Hall on this matter, determining the most prudent way to announce this news. Helena nodded, her gaze inadvertently drifting over Vanna before adding, "There are a few more things." Vanna and Valentine immediately responded, "Please instruct us." Helena hesitated momentarily. "It's not that urgent. We'll discuss it in greater detail when we meet." It took Vanna a couple of seconds to suddenly understand Helena's implication. "Meet? Are you going to?" "The Grand Storm Cathedral has been touring for many years. It's about time to make a stop," Helena said, smiling at Vanna. "Prepare yourselves. The Grand Storm Cathedral will arrive in Planned within a week. By then, I can witness for myself the posture this coin has taken after flipping." The two saints departed, leaving only Helena's figure standing in the vast assembly hall. But merely half a minute later, quivering shadows emerged from the nearby darkness, and the tall, thin, elderly leader of the Death Church, Banster, along with the kind-faced, slightly overweight leader of the Truth Academy, Loon, materialized from the shadows and stood before Helena. Banster glanced in the direction Vanna had left before shifting his focus back to the Storm Pope. "Is it her? She seems ordinary." "But the ruler of the storm chose her," Helena replied calmly. "It is the will of the goddess." The plump, kind-faced Loon contemplated for a moment before speaking with inquisitively. "But why did the ruler of the storm choose her?" "No one can decipher the intentions of the storm." Helena gently shook her head before changing the topic. "Let's not dwell on this. Let's discuss the information revealed by vision for this time, an unnumbered vision, which is far more perplexing than the vision itself." Chapter 260, Church Ark. After an indeterminate period of silence that hung over the air, Pope Banster of the Death Church finally broke the air. "Anomalies and visions that diverge from the norm will always arise as irregular occurrences. Eternal Zero is certainly useful, but it shouldn't be employed recklessly," said the short, plump, and affable Loon. Then, shaking his head, "We can't apply the Eternal Zero law to everything we don't comprehend. Doing so would make us complacent when a genuine crisis arises, causing us to miss crucial opportunities." "Are you implying that the information provided by Vision 4 is unreliable?" Banster asked, tilting his head slightly. "Is it not that Vision Planned lacks a numerical code, but rather that it's concealed?" "It might be an entirely new naming scheme," Loon mused. "Vision 4 and Vision Planned might both be accurate, but we have yet to grasp this new vision naming method. Planned has undergone some highly unusual events recently, a city-state tainted by history, but rescued by subspace power, something unprecedented." "I don't appreciate new mechanisms," Banster shook his head, his voice low. "New mechanisms imply new uncontrollable factors. We've sacrificed so much to understand the world, and yet it continues to change." "No one enjoys it, but the world is consistently cruel," Loon shrugged, turning to Helena. "I hope you can learn something in Planned and witness firsthand what has transpired in that city-state." Helena remained quiet for a moment, nodding slightly, seemingly deep in thought. Eventually, she broke the silence. "There's another issue, you must have noticed it as well, the problem with Vision 1. Loon's expression grew serious, a rare occurrence for the elderly man who served the god of wisdom. "Yes, the solar observation tower has verified that the rune ring on the sun's periphery has indeed sustained damage. Although the missing section represents only a small fraction of the entire rune structure, that portion is undeniably gone. I'm still monitoring Vision 1 closely, but there's no further damage to the rune ring or any indication of self-repair. No unusual activities have been detected among the sun worshippers," Banster added promptly. "Initially, I suspected their involvement, but based on the information we've gathered, the sun heretics themselves don't seem to have noticed Vision 1's changes." "That doesn't mean it's unrelated to the creeping sun wheel," Helena stated gravely. "The creeping sun wheel is among the oldest entities in this world, and the sun heretics are merely mold spots that have grown under its influence. Their connection to their deity isn't as intimate as they believe. We'll continue monitoring those cultists and the sun's heir offsprings behind them," Banster declared slowly. "As well as the doomsday enders in any event, what occurred in Planned must not be repeated." Helena nodded slightly, watching as the shadows of the two popes faded and dissipated into the darkness, vanishing into the void. She turned her gaze towards the spot where the tomb of the nameless king had sunk, and soon her figure gradually disappeared from the assembly hall as well. The next moment, Helena opened her eyes to the physical realm, stepping out of the secret chamber when two attendants approached. Helena waved her hand, signaling for them to leave, and proceeded alone down the lengthy corridor towards the upper deck of the cathedral ship. A grand cathedral sailed upon the vast, boundless dark sea, with the cathedral's 3 spires and towering pinnacles and bell towers reaching for the heavens. Their tops were enveloped in mist, while the lower half of the cathedral's ship consisted of heavy armor, enormous pipes, and the rugged mechanical structure connecting to the deck area. A colossal ark, the lower half a steel fortress and the upper half a sacred cathedral. This was the true headquarters of the Storm Church, the grand Storm Cathedral navigating the boundless sea. Helena emerged from the corridor that's adorned with sacred runes and arrived at the terrace on the upper deck, quietly surveying the magnificent feat of engineering below her. This cathedral was relatively new. In fact, its hull had been finished a mere 35 years ago, and its upper structure had been completed only 20 years prior. Scholars from the Academy of Truth had aided in designing the cathedral ship's immense power system and intricate control mechanisms, and thus far, everything had operated seamlessly. Before the cathedral ship's completion, the Grand Storm Cathedral was smaller in scale and spent less time sailing the boundless sea. For the Maiden of Storm and Tranquility, she didn't object to her followers seeking assistance from other religions to construct their temple, and neither did the other gods. In truth, the gods were indifferent to anything that transpired in the mortal world. Helena took a gentle breath, observing the thin mist surrounding the cathedral ship. This layer of mist and the chaotic darkness of the nearby seawater signified that the entire ark was currently navigating between the realms of reality and the spirit world. In this position, most ordinary ships sailing on the boundless sea could not detect the Grand Storm Cathedral's presence. After quietly savoring the cold breeze for a while, Helena reached out, grasped a hand-carved wooden piece shaped like a wave, and took it from her side. Once she's done invoking the name of the storm goddess, Gamona, she casts the wave amulet made of sea breathwood far into the sea. The faith of the saint you're concerned about has started to waver. Helena looked in the direction of the plummeting amulet, speaking softly as if to herself. But her humanity seems to remain unblemished. She is still human. The waves gently rippled as if invisible whispers were softly echoing through the waters. Helena listened attentively for a long time and nodded gently. That's good. Yes, I understand. After having floated on the water's surface for a while, the sea breathwood amulet eventually tumbled and silently sank into the boundless sea. Inside the antique shop of Planned, the morning sun was brilliant today as the light poured through the freshly cleaned windows and onto the scattered shelves housing the faux relics. As cheerful as ever, Nina hummed an upbeat tune as she dusted the merchandise, occasionally peeking out to watch the figures near the counter as she did so. Alice and Shirley had been sitting there, their brows furrowed and holding a stack of alphabet cards, while Dog hid in the shadows near the counter, trying to write words with a pencil grasped in his paw. Truthfully, Nina found it amazing that Dog could even hold a pencil with his skeletal paw. From her view, it would be challenging to keep a grip. On the brink of falling asleep for the 3rd time, Shirley yawned widely, placed the alphabet cards on the counter and looked at Alice, who was entirely focused. Aren't you sleepy? No, not really. Alice raised her head and replied honestly. I don't know what it feels like to be sleepy. I only sleep when it's time to sleep. I wonder what it's like to be a living doll with a soul, Shirley mumbled, then cautiously looked around and stealthily glanced upstairs before whispering. Hey, why hasn't Mr. Duncan come down today? And when I saw him this morning, he seemed preoccupied. Alice put the alphabet cards she had just memorized to the side, picked up a clean one, and began to recite again while saying absent-mindedly, He's pondering the mysteries of the deep sea. Pondering the mysteries of the deep sea? Shirley was puzzled. What does that mean? I don't know, that's what he said. Alice shook her head slightly. Why don't you go ask him? He should be happy to teach you something. Shirley opened her mouth, about to say something when suddenly she heard the sound of Dog panicking from the shadows near the counter. If you want to court death, don't drag me with you. I didn't say I was going to ask. Shirley glared in the direction of the voice. I still have to. She had just gotten halfway through her sentence when she suddenly heard the crisp sound of a bell from the direction of the door. Dog instantly vanished, while Alice gracefully set her alphabet cards aside and looked up towards the door. Welcome, may I, Mr. Morris. The person who had arrived early in the morning was Morris. The elderly scholar wore a dark winter coat, a thick round-topped felt hat, and carried a hefty old tome under his arm. After entering, he greeted Alice and Shirley by the counter and then glanced at Nina, who was tidying up the shelves nearby. Is Mr. Duncan here? He's upstairs. Nina nodded, looking curiously at the old man. Do you need him for something? I think I found the origin of that symbol. Morris excitedly waved the ancient book he had brought with him. It's unbelievable that it appeared in a document about the ancient kingdom of Crete, and so inconspicuous. Chapter 261, Mysterious Symbol. As Nina was about to rush to the second floor to summon her uncle, Duncan appeared on the stairs, having heard the noise and come on his own accord. "Mr. Duncan," Morris approached the stairs, gazing up at the captain who was looking down. "I found a symbol similar to the one you showed me in a document about the ancient kingdom of Crete." Duncan noticed the faint redness in Morris' eyes and the slight swelling of his eyelids. It seemed the old scholar had exerted great effort to find this information. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes, and he appeared unusually energized, the kind of spirit that arises from being immersed in research and making progress. Duncan glanced at Nina and Alice downstairs and gave a slight nod. "You all keep an eye on the store." He then looked at Morris. "Let's go upstairs and talk." The old man, holding the large book, stepped onto the stairs. The ancient wooden steps creaked as he followed Duncan to the master bedroom on the second floor, his first time in this location. By the standards of a subspace shadow dwelling, the bedroom was somewhat plain, but given Mr. Duncan's unusual hobby of playing a mortal, the simplicity of the room seemed quite fitting. Morris carefully controlled his actions, indulging his curiosity without being overly intrusive before being told to sit, after Duncan pulled 2 chairs from the side, gesturing for him to place the large book on the desk by the window. "Tell me about your discovery," Duncan said after sitting down. "What does that symbol represent?" "As for its meaning, I have no clue yet. I just found its most likely origin." Morris composed himself, opening the valuable-looking document and turned to the page with a bookmark. "Take a look at this spot. It appears here." Duncan frowned slightly as he saw a drawing on that page, a rather exquisite hand-drawn illustration, depicting part of a large building that resembled the main entrance of a palace. The symbol, framed by a hexagon with a broken cross structure, appeared in the relief above the main entrance, taking up the center of the entire image. As for the content of the scribbles, it seemed to be just some patterns with no discernible meaning. As Morris had mentioned earlier, the symbol was in a very inconspicuous place. It was merely a small decorative element of an illustration, occupying less than 1/10 of the entire image, without any special emphasis. It was astonishing that Morris could find this book among a stack of documents, and this tiny detail within the book. "I have a vague impression that I saw it a long, long time ago. Thanks to the blessing of the God of Wisdom, this impression still works today, allowing me to find this little thing," Morris explained. "This illustration is a copy, and its original first appeared in a document about the study of ancient Crete architectural relics. That document is not currently in plan, but I believe some of my academic friends should be able to help. Of course, even without the original, the content recorded in this book is useful. It mentions that the hand-drawn illustration portrays a lost ruin that once stood in a bordering sea area. The ruin was situated on an unnamed, deserted island, which mysteriously vanished into thick fog around the year 223 of the new city-state era. Before its complete disappearance, several expeditions successfully landed on the island and verified the structure and age of the ruin, confirming that it was from the ancient Crete era. Based on the surface patterns and reliefs of the building, the entire structure likely had both academic and religious significance. As he spoke, Morris pointed to the text on the adjacent page of the illustration. Between the slightly yellowed pages, one could see the annotations written by the old scholar in his earlier years. The bold, deep lines of the symbols and the abundant rhombus elements in the patterns are characteristic of ancient Crete architecture. They revered a strong and powerful architectural style, with the main body of their palace buildings mostly in various rectangular or pyramid shapes. This building aligns perfectly with these characteristics. As Duncan listened to Mr. Morris's interpretation, his gaze slowly scanned the drawings and sentences. His attention returned to the hexagonal pattern in the center of the main entrance relief, his brow furrowing slightly. "Regarding this symbol, is there no specific interpretation?" "Unfortunately, this document is only a general introduction and does not involve a detailed interpretation of the various details of the ruins," Morris shook his head. "But this is an inevitable situation. The ancient Crete kingdom is 10,000 years old, and the remaining ruins are few and most severely damaged. With the loss or contamination of various materials, the knowledge available for later generations to analyze is fragmented, making it difficult for us to find an article specifically studying a pattern on a particular gate of the ancient kingdom. Academic or religious facilities, entrance symbols. Duncan thoughtfully stroked his chin. Why would a group of ascetics 10,000 years later carry a charm from the time of the ancient Crete kingdom? He turned to Morris. Do you think it's possible that there is a Crete remnant that has survived for 10,000 years? Some people say that a rigorous scholar should not blindly dismiss any possibility, even if the probability is extremely low, but from my personal perspective, I genuinely think it's improbable, Morris cautiously said as he pondered. A group resembling ascetics, possibly very few in number, extremely secretive in their activities, enduring the great chaos after the collapse of the ancient kingdom, the age of strife, the old city-state wars, and preserving their lineage for a full 10,000 years without either breaking the line of descent or being discovered. If this possibility were to be true, I would rather believe they are a secret religious group, established in modern times who happened to discover some ancient documents or similar ruins, and adopted a symbol from the Crete period as their own emblem. This possibility seems even more likely. Duncan listened to the old man's thoughts, humming noncommittally, and his gaze swept over the text once more. In the materials, some paragraphs were clearly quoted from the records in the original manuscript, describing the fragmented words left by the explorers more than 1,000 years ago. It stands in the center of the island, the main building and surrounding auxiliary buildings almost occupying the entire island, as if the island was specifically created for this building. The main material of the building appears to be stone, but stronger than stone, with a pale color. Soldiers tried to chisel open one of the wall bricks with an ice pick, and succeeded only after much effort. The collision between the ice pick and the wall brick produced exaggerated sparks, and the broken part of the wall brick had a silvery gray texture. There are several small islands nearby, all desolate with sparse vegetation and few insects. No remaining buildings, perhaps there were some, but they were too small in scale and had already been devoured by time. On the third evening, a small boat patrolled around the island and found that a collapsed point that had previously been above water was now submerged, but there was no sign of a rising tide. Fog began to form in the nearby waters. The priest had a bad feeling, and after praying to the god of death, Bartok, and seeking guidance, he advised us to leave the island immediately. Duncan looked directly at the end of this quote, where the author of the document recorded. On the 7th day after the exploration team withdrew, the fog dissipated, and another team arrived in the vicinity of the area, but the nameless island could no longer be found. So it was swallowed by the thick fog? Duncan sighed softly, unable to suppress his regret. It sounds like the result of a border collapse. It does seem that way, but at that time there was no mature sacred emblem navigation technology or sufficiently accurate observation methods, so several abnormal phenomena, including border collapses and fog devouring, were easily confused. Fog-devouring phenomenon, Duncan recalled briefly and found the corresponding knowledge in his mind. He had been learning about this common knowledge through books lately. If it really was a fog-devouring phenomenon, then this island might reappear briefly in a similar dense fog in the future, but it seems that there are no records of such an occurrence. Indeed, but it is also possible that the relevant materials were lost. Duncan hummed in agreement, his fingers involuntarily brushing over the illustration, touching the tiny broken cross mark on it. This drawing, there shouldn't be any possibility of the copyist taking liberties, right? He suddenly asked uneasily. I don't think so, Morris immediately replied. This is a very rigorous documentary material. The original manuscript's illustrator and the compiler are known for their rigor as academic authorities. When they copy these materials, they would rather leave the unclear parts untouched for future generations than make any supplementary adjustments without evidence. In other words, even if they made adjustments, they would certainly explain the corresponding situation in the notes. It's authentic and verifiable, Duncan murmured thoughtfully. Chapter 262, Captain Duncan's Gift. In the extensive collection of literature provided by Morris, only a small portion was related to the enigmatic symbol, and that symbol was merely an unassuming element of this tiny section, as the author hardly dedicated any effort to explaining the symbol or its associated relief patterns. Duncan and Morris were limited to examining the details displayed in the manuscript illustrations, cautiously concluding that the shattered cross encircled by a hexagonal border was probably a religious symbol or scholarly emblem from the ancient kingdom era. From a logical standpoint, Morris doubted that the ascetics who visited the vanished a century ago could be descendants of the ancient kingdom. The odds of a group of hermits surviving and preserving their lineage for 10 millennia during the tumultuous and perilous deep-sea era were virtually non-existent. From a rigorous academic perspective, he couldn't make such a claim without additional evidence. Nonetheless, Duncan instinctively felt that a powerful link must have existed between those ascetics and the ancient Crete kingdom. They possessed the mysterious emblem and attached great importance to it, suggesting that they were aware of its meaning. Of course, in the absence of proof, all conjectures were mere speculation. At this point, unless the ascetics re-emerged before Duncan, their origins would remain undetermined. How many well-preserved Crete artifacts have been discovered and still exist in the world? Duncan inquired suddenly after shitting the large tome book. Very few artifacts have been unearthed, so few that you could count them on one hand. As for well-preserved, it depends on your definition of well-preserved, Morris replied. For those researching the ancient kingdom, discovering a large pit confirmed to be connected to Crete, finding intact wall bricks longer than 10 meters, or even just a couple of toppled stone doors on the ground would be considered well-preserved. At this point, the elderly scholar couldn't help but lament. Normally, relics within a city-state's jurisdiction aren't likely to be conserved. We attempt to document them through text and images, capturing every detail, and then gather the artifacts for examination in research institutions. Ultimately, the relics themselves are flattened, buried, and integrated into the city. Duncan contemplated for a moment, murmuring to himself, "Land is as valuable as gold." Morris agreed. We study history, preserve history, and endeavor to remember the past as it fades, but we can't let the past encroach on our living space. The new city-states have been in existence for nearly 2 millennia. During the height of the exploration era, new islands were often discovered, bringing forth uncharted wildernesses and ancient ruins to light. However, over the past century or two, such discoveries have become almost non-existent. The initial new islands eventually evolved into city-states, and there's only so much land to be found in the vast ocean. The remaining relics are either on barren islands with inhospitable conditions, or concealed by extraordinary forces, or situated on the fringes of dangerous anomalies. As a result, even the Church of the Four Gods can only briefly investigate them before marking them as sealed on their maps. Duncan remained quiet for an extended period, his thoughts still on the symbol and its underlying literature. You mentioned earlier that your academic friends might be able to uncover more information related to this symbol. I have a friend in Lanza who is an expert on the ancient kingdom's history, and he was my classmate when I studied at the Academy of Truth, Morris confirmed, gesturing to the large book on the table. He gifted me this book many years ago, and I recall he mentioned relevant literature back then. I've sent a letter, but I'm unsure when I'll get a reply. Duncan sighed. We'll wait patiently and let things unfold naturally. Subsequently, he and Morris discussed various aspects of the ancient Crete kingdom, the scattered discoveries, the enigmatic and peculiar legends, and the partially true, partially fabricated ancient scrolls that blurred the lines between reality and myth. After an engaging conversation, it was time for Morris to bid farewell and depart. I promised my wife I'd be home for lunch, the elderly scholar said with a smile. If I return too late, I'll face scolding from both my wife and daughter. Duncan laughed. It seems you find joy in it. Morris chuckled, nodded, donned his hat, and carried the large book under his arm, leaving with Duncan. Nina was counting a few banknotes behind the counter, with Alice observing curiously, and Shirley was nowhere to be seen, likely out playing. As Duncan descended the stairs, Nina patiently educated the bewildered Alice about currency. You see, this one with the golden corner is a Sara, and here's the denomination. These coins are pesos, and the number on the front is the denomination. Don't bite it, it's dirty. Business seems to be thriving today. Duncan eyed the money in Nina's hand, raising an eyebrow. Usually it's not this busy. Yeah, I'm not sure why, but business has been booming today. Nina cheerfully waved the banknotes at Duncan. It appears to be related to Alice. Duncan was taken aback. With Alice. A kind elderly woman who left earlier mentioned it, Nina explained with a grin. She said that having an employee like Alice in the store makes the items on the shelves seem more authentic, our retroflex. Duncan. He gazed silently at Alice, who returned a puzzled look. However, Miss Dahl was oblivious to the situation. She was still trying to memorize the banknote's appearance and learning to count money. I didn't anticipate Alice serving this purpose here, Duncan pondered for a while before abruptly turning to Morris. Would you like to take something with you when you leave? Morris was slightly surprised. I hadn't planned on it when I left home. No charge, think of it as a token of appreciation for your efforts in searching for the literature. Duncan smiled and approached the counter, selecting a crystal pendant from the shelf, identical to the one he had previously given Morris as a gift, since he had an entire box of them. I recall you mentioning that your daughter's pendant was damaged. This one is for you. Morris observed the pendant in Duncan's hand, watching the magnificent crystal, a symbol of modern industry, gently sway in midair, its surface casting a kaleidoscope of colors. His thoughts turned to the extraordinary experiences Heidi had recounted upon her return, the sobering events during the city-state's disintegration, witnessing the divergence of two historical paths and the erasure of one, and the protection provided by the amulet. Only now did he understand that Captain Duncan had offered his goodwill so early on, without his awareness. I hope this amulet continues to bring good fortune to Miss Heidi, Duncan said with a smile. Take it, you've earned it. Morris solemnly accepted the crystal pendant and expressed his appreciation. But Duncan seemed to have another idea and pondered. If you bring this pendant back, you'll undoubtedly be nagged by your daughter, and this time your wife will join in. Wait a moment. Let me find you an authentic item to take home and appease your wife and child. Hearing this, Morris immediately protested. No need, you don't have to go to such lengths for me. Nonetheless, Duncan had already turned and started rifling through the assortment of items next to the counter, murmuring without looking up. No more objections, we understand each other. Ah, found it. As he spoke, he retrieved the authentic item he had discovered and placed it on the counter with a resounding thud. The sudden noise startled Alice, who instinctively raised her hands to cover her head. What is this? The old man was somewhat perplexed at the object placed on the counter. An antique, Duncan stated earnestly, looking at the elderly gentleman. There aren't many genuine items in my shop, but this one is unquestionably authentic. It appears to be a cannonball. Exactly from the vanished in superb condition. If you locate a compatible caliber muzzle-loading cannon, you could even fire it. Duncan enthusiastically patted the large iron ball on the counter. More importantly, the projectile retains the complete steel stamp of the cannonball foundry and the personal mark of the caster. In truth, it's rarer than the dagger I gifted you last time. Consider it a present. Morris glanced between the cannonball and Duncan, his expression growing increasingly baffled. For a moment, he was unsure whether bringing home a cannonball or a glass pendant would be more likely to agitate his wife and daughter. However, confronted with Mr. Duncan's radiant smile, he eventually conceded and graciously accepted this gift. I am deeply grateful for your generosity. Chapter 263, Door Knocking. Morris departed, his expression peculiar as he held an antique artillery shell in hand, while Duncan stood behind the counter and observed his departure with a delighted grin. You really gave Mr. Morris that artillery shell, Alice muttered to herself. Actually, he handed the artillery shell to Mr. Morris, Nina mumbled similarly. I'm not fond of artillery shells, Alice whispered, not in the slightest. Why? Nina inquired with curiosity. Because the captain once gifted me 8 artillery shells, Alice replied gravely. Enough with the complaints, Duncan interjected from the side. He glanced helplessly at the disgruntled Alice and the obviously fascinated Nina beside her. Where's Shirley? She mentioned feeling dizzy and nauseous from memorizing the alphabet, so she stepped outside for fresh air. Nina stuck out her tongue. But I bet she's already made her way to the next block. Figures, Duncan sighed. Considering Shirley's cultural background and personal refinement, it's quite impressive that she manages not to curse in my presence every day. Sighing, he turned his head to peer out the window. Through the transparent display, the familiar and serene streetscape of Pland came into sight. The streets teemed with people, and the townsfolk were preoccupied with their daily tasks. Nothing out of the ordinary had transpired in the lower city today. The brief glitch of Vision 1, the nearly imperceptible flaw on the solar rune ring, the long-abandoned deep-dive mission in the distant north, and the enigmatic symbol left by the ancient Crete kingdom, all appeared far removed from this sunlit neighborhood. He squinted for a moment, and after some time he murmured to himself, As I thought, Tyrion left early. At the city-state's southeastern port, the colossal steel warship Seamist was preparing to embark. The ship, which had sustained substantial damage from the vanished, had undergone several days of self-healing and was now more than half restored. The numerous gashes and fissures on its armor belt and deck had fully mended, leaving no trace of harm. The undying sailors bustled between the pier and the warship, loading provisions and parting gifts generously offered by Pland. We didn't anticipate your departure so soon, Vanna said, arriving to bid the captain farewell after hearing the news. The Archbishop had arranged for the Sea Mist to remain as a guest for at least a fortnight. Truthfully, I assumed I'd be here for quite some time too, but unforeseen circumstances arose. Tyrion rubbed his forehead lightly. There's an issue in the north that requires my attention. Though this seemed like a mere pretext, Vanna had no interest in probing into matters others preferred to keep private. She merely gazed at Tyrion with a hint of concern, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Please forgive my intrusion, Captain. Is your face swollen? Just a minor mishap, a small accident. Tyrion hastily waved his hand, grateful that he had already undergone another day of recovery. If the Inquisitor had seen him yesterday, he wouldn't have known how to justify his head, which had swelled to a significantly larger size. Subsequently, he promptly shifted the conversation to avert further awkwardness. I've genuinely enjoyed my time in Planned and am grateful for your gifts. I'm pleased you appreciated them, Vanna said, smiling as she glanced up at the towering hull of the Sea Mist and the main gun turrets visible from the side. Even though I've heard about it, witnessing it firsthand is truly remarkable. This ship actually healed itself, and those main guns that were utterly destroyed have, Ray. Tyrion looked back at his warship, his face beaming with pride at the newly restored guns. The Sea Mist is aware of its intended appearance and constantly strives to maintain itself in peak condition. However, those few main guns aren't quite functional at the moment. They're still small and require several more days to grow before they can fire standard caliber shells like the other main guns. Vanna was taken aback, sensing something odd about the way Tyrion observed his ship's main guns and the tone of his voice, but she couldn't pinpoint it. Luckily, she wasn't one to fixate on such minutiae. At 3:20 in the afternoon, accompanied by a melodious horn, the towering steel warship gradually accelerated and departed the city-state. Vanna stood on the dock, watching the warship recede into a barely discernible silhouette on the horizon, before sighing and boarding the black steam car that had been waiting nearby. The driver glanced at the visibly fatigued Inquisitor through the rearview mirror. You seem worn out. Handling paperwork is far more mentally taxing than battling heretics with a sword, Vanna replied, stretching her neck and casually reclining in the back seat. Additionally, I've been struggling with insomnia lately. The steam core rumbled, and gears and linkages sprang into motion. Listening to her superior's complaints, the driver couldn't help but smile. At least the city-state has been peaceful recently. No heretics, no monsters, no unfortunate souls trapped in the night. The night guards haven't encountered any twisted sightings in the darkness for several consecutive days. There's always sunshine after a storm, right? Vanna considered her subordinate's comments, then slowly responded after some time. True, the nights have been more tranquil lately than ever before. Even in the darkness that frequently envelops the lower city and sewers, there's no longer any commotion. Isn't that a positive development? Certainly it's a positive development, Vanna murmured softly, adjusting her position in the seat and closing her eyes. I'll take a brief nap. Wake me when we arrive at the cathedral. Understood. As her subordinate replied, Vanna already felt herself drifting into a light slumber, with the mechanical sounds of the car and the noise outside the window progressively fading away. She was, indeed, quite exhausted, having been unable to rest well for many days. The city-state's order had been fully restored, and all the follow-up work was systematically nearing completion. The paperwork had been handled, and there were no issues with the reports for the cathedral or the various negotiations with City Hall. Behind this smooth progress lay days of fatigue. After bidding farewell to the unique visitor, the Sea Mist, she could finally catch her breath. At least before the Grand Storm Cathedral arrived in Planned and prior to meeting Pope Helena, she should have a few days to recuperate. A gentle night breeze suddenly caressed her cheek, bringing with it a cool, invigorating scent and the sound of waves colliding with a ship's hull. Vanna's eyes snapped open, and she found herself in an unfamiliar room. Her surroundings included elegant, classical furniture, intricate tapestries from the previous century adorning the walls, dark-hued shelves and wine cabinets tucked in the corners, a thick woven carpet occupying the room's center, and a carved coffee table and chairs atop the carpet. At that moment, she was seated in one of those chairs. Vanna abruptly stood, assuming a defensive posture like a cautious animal, ready for anything around her. The next instant, she spotted a window nearby. The window was wide open, and though it had been daylight when she dozed off, the scene beyond the opening was now enveloped in darkness. A chilly night wind blew into the room through the window, casting a cold, luminous glow over the windowsill. Within the glow, she could faintly discern the rolling sea in the distance and the glimmers of light upon the water that resembled liquid silver. Vanna's gaze was involuntarily drawn to this scene, and then, as if she had made a sudden realization, she rushed to the window and peered up at the sky outside. An incomprehensible entity appeared there. It was a glowing, circular object reminiscent of the sun's core, yet it was neither blinding nor searing. Instead, it resembled a radiant disk with a cool sensation, silently hovering in the sky while exuding a tranquil and serene aura. Vanna gazed blankly at the peculiar light, and for a moment she felt as though her thoughts had been lulled into a serene state by the radiance. After an indeterminate amount of time, she pondered sluggishly. What is that? Could it be the cooled sun? Where did the fissure in the night sky vanish to? Where is this place? Then she glanced back at the unfamiliar room. The exterior was a rolling sea, the room was strange. The sky beyond the window was eerie, and the bizarre celestial body. Given her recent experiences, the answer didn't seem difficult to deduce. But this occasion appeared different from the others. This time, she didn't encounter that horrifying ghost captain. Vanna thought as much, but as if to contradict her thoughts the next moment, she suddenly sensed a presence drawing near. Knock, 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 someone rapped on the door. Chapter 264, Captain's Warning. To be fair, Vanna had rarely been afraid of anything throughout her life, but Captain Duncan of Namur always seemed to bring her a variety of unexpected situations. In the dream-locked room, there was a boundless dark sea outside the window, an eerie light hovering high in the sky, and beneath the quiet night, someone knocked on the door. Almost instinctively, Vanna wanted to summon her broadsword in her dream and charge toward the door. Luckily, she managed to control this impulse just in time. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking continued at a leisurely pace, with great patience and politeness. Taking several deep breaths, Vanna wasn't sure what expression to wear, so she could only try to make her voice sound normal while keeping a straight face. Come in. With a click, the handle turned, and the dark wooden door was pushed open from the outside. A tall and imposing figure appeared before Vanna and stepped into the room. Behind this figure lay pure darkness as if it were the edge of the dream. Beyond the edge, there was no existence, only the void. Good afternoon, Vanna. This time I knocked. Duncan entered the room, giving Vanna a friendly smile. Vanna silently watched the ghostly captain walk to the nearby liquor cabinet, taking out a bottle and 2 wine glasses before taking a seat on the chair with the backrest. Why don't you come sit? Duncan raised his eyebrows and glanced at the young inquisitor still standing near the window, gesturing to the empty seat across from him. You don't look too happy. After hesitating for a moment, Vanna finally sat down across from Duncan with a peculiar expression, cautiously observing his every move as he poured the drinks. After a while, she sighed, Don't you think this is even scarier? Is it? Duncan looked at Vanna with some surprise, then glanced around the dream he had painstakingly created, the cozy, everyday Dacre and the friendly glass of wine in his hand, and furrowed his brow uncertainly. Then next time I'll try a brighter color scheme. I don't think it's the color. Vanna's eyebrows twitched, but she sighed with mixed emotions immediately after. Well, at least I do feel your good intentions. They're somewhat scary, but I can more or less confirm their authenticity. Duncan pushed a glass of wine toward her. Seems like a good thing. Thank you. Vanna took the glass, hesitated as she looked at the clear liquid with a hint of golden red, and after a long pause she set it aside. Then she looked up at the captain across from her. Is this another dream, a room on the vanished? It's partly based on that, but not entirely. I've arranged it according to my personal preferences, Duncan said unhurriedly. Actually, I'm not very good at weaving dreams. I prefer entering existing dreams directly, but since you were sleeping restlessly with shattered and chaotic dreams, I prepared a place for you to rest properly. Vanna didn't pay attention to Duncan's last sentence. She simply turned her head to look outside the window and asked her biggest question. What is that glowing thing in the sky outside? Is it also your personal preference? Duncan fell silent for a moment, his gaze shifting to the window. Illuminated by the moonlight, he pondered for a while before sighing and shaking his head. I suppose so. I don't really like the pale, cold glow of the world's creation. It's not gentle enough and it feels full of malice. As for the one you see now, you can call it the moon. Moon, Vanna repeated the unfamiliar word, which seemed to be a direct transliteration from an unknown language. It's a peculiar name. Are you interested in it? Duncan asked with a smile. I can tell you the story behind the name. Before he could finish, Vanna suddenly interrupted. No, thank you. All right, it's always like this, Duncan shrugged, not seeming to care. It's actually just the most ordinary thing with no connection to subspace at all. I'm sorry, I believe you're friendly, but just consider me cautious, Vanna said awkwardly. After numerous encounters and a series of events, her caution and wariness towards the ghostly captain had somewhat evolved. But in any case, even from a logical and rational perspective, she didn't dare to casually learn knowledge from this subspace returnee. Let's talk about something else. Why did you come to see me? Two things, Duncan looked into Vanna's eyes. First, thank you for taking care of Tyrion these past couple of days. He seems to have enjoyed his time and planned. Captain Tyrion? Vanna felt a jolt in her heart, suddenly realizing something. Have you been watching all this time? Yes, I've been keeping an eye on this matter, Duncan said with emotion. He's been wandering in the north for years, picking up some bad habits from the pirates, and only has a group of undead sailors for company, making his social habits extremely unhealthy. Add to that the old matter of Frost, it's hard not to worry about his mental state. To avoid becoming a reclusive, eccentric, and cynical weirdo, he needs some healthy and orderly interpersonal relationships. Duncan was essentially improvising to further solidify his image as someone who had regained his humanity and clear-headedness, to facilitate his dealings with Vanna and the orderly civilization she represented. However, Vanna didn't dismiss it as nonsense. She listened intently to the ghostly captain, who sounded like a concerned father, and after a while she managed to say, "You really care about him." Duncan said solemnly, "Caring for family members is the first step in maintaining harmony within the family." "But you almost blew the sea mist into a pile of scrap metal," Vanna cautiously reminded him. Duncan remained serious. Appropriate education and guidance is the second step. Vanna. The conversation was strange, discordant, and full of peculiarities. Vanna increasingly felt that her interaction with Captain Duncan was imbued with an indescribable sense of oddness. Yet, inexplicably, it was within this bizarre and incongruous exchange that she actually began to see the ghostly captain as more human. She couldn't help but shake her head, setting that sudden thought aside for now. "What's the second thing you mentioned?" "The second thing," Duncan's expression immediately became more serious, "is about the sun. Have you noticed the changes in it?" The sound of waves outside the window gradually softened, as if they were distant whispers, and the breeze that drifted into the room became barely perceptible. Upon hearing the mention of the sun, Vanna's eyes shifted slightly. "Are you referring to the sunrise that was delayed by 15 minutes, or?" "There is a gap in its external rune ring," Duncan said. "Judging by your expression, you should have noticed it as well." Vanna fell silent for a couple of seconds before nodding gently. "It's hard not to notice. Although the gap is difficult to detect with the naked eye, vigilant eyes have been watching the operation of Vision 1 for centuries. The Church noticed this unsettling situation right away." "Guardians never let their guard down, huh? My impression of you has improved slightly," Duncan said, then suddenly asked, "So what's your take on this?" "That would depend on the feedback from the Grand Storm Cathedral," Vanna said in a matter-of-fact tone. "All we can do in Planned is report what we've observed. We are not a research facility, and we can't think of any way to intervene in the operation of Vision 1. After pondering for a moment, she shook her head uncertainly. Perhaps even the Grand Storm Cathedral won't provide clear feedback. Vision 1, its operation affects the entire world, and its abnormalities have alarmed more than just one church. As she spoke, Vanna seemed to suddenly realize something and looked up at Duncan. "You've come to talk to me about this. Do you know something? Do you know what's wrong with Vision 1? Duncan didn't answer immediately. He couldn't help but recall the brief, strange dream he'd had. In the dream, massive light bodies fell like a meteor shower, and the entire world gradually turned dark. In the end, all that remained in the sky was a horrifying, dark emptiness, like a void or a dying eye. At the time, he hadn't gleaned anything from this dream, but now he seemed to get a glimpse into the omen hidden within it. "I can't be sure, Vanna." He finally broke the silence, calmly staring into her eyes, "but I think this is just the beginning." A chill spread slowly down her spine as Vanna discerned some extremely unsettling information from those words. Just the beginning. "Right now, I don't have enough evidence, but my guess is that Vision 1 actually has a lifespan," Duncan said seriously. "What the ancient kingdom of Crete left for future generations is not eternal protection but temporary peace. The sun above our heads is likely about to fail. As for when the evidence will arrive..." Duncan paused, then continued. "Perhaps huge fragments will fall from the sky, and that will be the ticking of the countdown. More likely, the first fragment has already fallen, just out of sight of the civilized world. As the chill and unease spread in her heart, Vanna's eyes drooped, hiding all the changes in her gaze, while her hand slowly picked up the wine glass beside her, unconsciously bringing it to her lips, seemingly trying to calm herself with alcohol. She took a sip, frowned slightly, and looked up at Duncan. "It has no taste." "Of course there's no taste," Duncan laughed and raised his glass slightly to Vanna, "because you're about to wake up." Vanna abruptly opened her eyes, finding herself still sitting in the moving steam car with the high tower and main building of the cathedral appearing in her view. Breathing a bit heavily, she heard a subordinate's voice from the front. "Ah, you're awake. Perfect timing, we're nearly at the cathedral." Chapter 265, The Sea Witch and the Border Relic. Lucretia stood at the prow of her ship for some time, overseeing the operations of her vessel in its blossomed state as they navigated through the luminous waters. This location provided her with an unrivaled view of the entire ship, making it her preferred spot. At the moment, two sturdy chains extended from the Bright Star's midsection, winding around a massive stone sphere at the rear. At first glance, the sphere seemed to hover just a few meters above the ocean, appearing weightless from a distance. However, the intermittent creaking of the chains and the slow progress of the Bright Star, despite operating at full capacity, suggested that towing this object was far from effortless. Lucretia observed the sphere for an indeterminate amount of time before eventually averting her eyes, rubbing them due to irritation. The endless soft glow emanating from the stone sphere was not blinding, but prolonged exposure to this continuous radiance caused minor eye discomfort. Still, this was insignificant compared to the disorientation created by the enigmatic indentations and protrusions on the sphere's surface. Moreover, she could not detect any other harmful effects from the sphere. Gazing at the patterns did not damage the mind, nor did it produce any unsettling noises when approached. Discovering such an unusual artifact on the border was quite uncommon. Having explored the borders for many years, Lucretia had encountered numerous dangerous objects that could easily drive ordinary people mad. However, this stone sphere, which projected immense geometric illusions, was the most harmless anomaly among the various border relics. "Mistress, the engine room reports that we cannot increase the machine's power any further. We've reached our top speed." Luna eventually approached from the side and reported. "We're not even achieving a third of our usual speed," Lucretia sighed. "This massive sphere appears so light and insubstantial, yet it's so challenging to tow." "It's truly peculiar," Looney tilted her head, mimicking a human's puzzled expression. "We've attempted various methods, but we're unable to determine its precise mass. Fortunately, we can still tow it. The progress is slow, but we'll reach our destination eventually." As Lucretia spoke, she turned her gaze toward the ship's bow. Due to the limited length of the chains, the Bright Star now sailed within the massive geometric figure projected by the stone sphere. As a result, beyond the bow was only infinite radiance, rendering the normal sea surface invisible. However, she wasn't concerned about the ship getting lost or colliding with islands or reefs. That's because the stern of the Bright Star traveled in the spiritual realm, unaffected by the stone sphere. Her spectral sailors could monitor sea conditions and direct the course from the lookout tower and chart room at the stern, ensuring the Bright Star remained on the correct path. For ordinary vessels, this would be unfathomable, but for the mistress of the Bright Star, it was a masterful maneuver. "Did Wind Harbor receive our message?" Lucretia inquired, turning slightly. "What was their response?" "They received the message, and a research team comprising of mathematicians, rune scholars, and supernatural experts is prepared at the port, along with representatives from the Explorers Association," Looney answered promptly. "However, I also informed them that the Bright Star is sailing very slowly, so they'll have to wait a bit longer." "It's not just about waiting," Lucretia said, observing the omnipresent golden glow on the sea and pursing her lips. "Tell them that what I've discovered this time is no mere trinket. Although its main body is indeed not large, its area of influence is extensive. Ask them to locate an appropriate transfer point along the coast, at least 2 or 3 nautical miles from the port. Otherwise, they must be ready for the entire port area to be engulfed in perpetual daylight." Looney bowed slightly. "Yes, mistress, we'll pass a lighthouse facility in 15 minutes, and I'll send another telegram to Wind Harbor then." Lucretia nodded, then appeared to recall something and shook her head with a self-deprecating smile after a few moments of silence. Looney looked at her with curiosity. "Mistress." "It's nothing. I just suddenly remembered something from long ago," Lucretia said softly. Looney, did you know that I used to scold my father when he returned from his adventures? Old master, you scolded him. Yes, I scolded him for always collecting peculiar items from his journeys. Lucretia seemed immersed in memories, speaking slowly as she pondered. Sometimes, he would find a broken stone in the border area and excitedly study it for a week or a month, even involving my brother and me in the research. She turned around, staring pensively at the chains extending from the stern and the stone sphere at their end. Now I've also picked up a large stone. I wonder what he would think if he knew. Looney didn't know how to respond to her mistress, and after a moment of silence, she finally said, "You rarely discuss the old master's matters." "It's probably because of recent events," Lucretia shook her head. "Let's not dwell on that. I'm somewhat tired. What time is it now?" "It's already quite late," Looney nodded. "You should indeed get some rest." "Is it really late already?" Lucretia exclaimed, surprised, then waved her hand. "Dragging this object along makes the entire day feel like daylight. Keep an eye on the ship. I'm going to rest." Before her words were finished, her figure suddenly disintegrated into countless colorful paper flakes carried by the wind toward the captain's quarters. Until she returned to the cathedral and evening prayers were concluded, Vanna remained preoccupied, and her heavy-hearted state couldn't be concealed from Bishop Valentine. When the bishop inquired, she didn't hide her dream communication with the ghost captain during her journey back from the port. In a small prayer room connected to the side hall, Valentine listened quietly to Vanna's account. "I'm not surprised by his visit," the elderly bishop said calmly. "The entire city-state of Pland has experienced some kind of transformation. Whether we like it or not, we and the land beneath our feet are now inseparably connected to the vanished. I've discussed this matter with your uncle. Do you know what he said?" "What did he say?" "Behind today's plan stands a shadowy master, reminiscent of the 10 cities described in the Galan Psalms. In the shadows, there's a crownless king, an unnamed archon, an invisible but very real owner. This master hasn't declared authority over the city-state, just as you haven't declared to the coins in your pocket that you're their master, but when you take out the coins, you don't consider consulting their opinions." Vanna appeared thoughtful. The 10 cities, said to be the most chilling part of the Galan Psalms, depict the process of 10 city-states gradually being taken over and transformed into shadows by an unseen ruler. Until the end of the lengthy poem, the author never described the ruler himself, merely hinting at the existence of an invisible king, through descriptions of the atmosphere, customs, and environment in the city-states. "I've read it, but I was too young at the time to understand the horror that adults spoke of when discussing this poem." With that, she gently shook her head. "However, at least Captain Duncan doesn't seem to be trying to transform the city-state into some sort of indescribable breeding ground, as the 10 Cities poem suggests. At least for now, he hasn't shown any malice." "Indeed, he hasn't shown any malice and even went out of his way to warn you." Bishop Valentine nodded gently. "The matter of Vision 1 has attracted the attention of the 4 churches, but as far as I know, the prevailing opinion among the various churches is still to wait for Vision 1 to return to normal. But if Captain Duncan's warning is true..." The old bishop paused, and after a moment he sighed softly. "Then the trouble facing our world will be much greater." Chapter 266, Spreading His Thought. Vanna rose and approached the goddess's statue in the intimate prayer room. The figure was positioned on a tall platform, surrounded by gently flickering candles. "We must relay this warning to the Grand Storm Cathedral, and ideally to other churches and city-states," Bishop Valentine remarked from behind her. "However, the origin of the warning is crucial. To be convincing, we must provide a reason that will sway the other 3 churches. Simply saying, 'A saint had a revelation in a dream' will not suffice. Her Holiness knows of your association with Captain Duncan and has not issued any admonishments. It appears she tacitly approves, but if the other churches learn the truth, their response would be unpredictable, particularly the Death Church." "The impact of the Witherland 13 Islands," Vanna murmured softly. "The Death Church is exceptionally vigilant when it comes to the vanished." Indeed, the Witherland 13 Islands, once the largest archipelago city-state under the Death Church's control, were pulled into subspace by the vanished a century ago. For followers of the God of Death, those islands hold a significance comparable to plan for the Storm Church today, Valentine sighed. "It's troublesome. After 100 years, it's not just about resentment, but also the innate human distrust toward an uncontrollable catastrophe. If they discover the source of this warning, they might suspect a conspiracy." Vanna remained silent for a moment before suddenly suggesting, "The Grand Storm Cathedral is convening soon. Perhaps Her Holiness will have her own thoughts. Let's hope, Valentine muttered, lacking confidence. Regardless, the 4 churches have already taken note of Vision 1's situation. It seems our level of concern has been inadequate. If the Storm Church could take the initiative and elevate the importance of this matter, it would at least achieve the intended effect of this warning. Vanna nodded slowly, gazing up at the statue of Storm Goddess Gamona, and whispered a prayer. May you protect us. What? At the stern deck of the Vanished, Duncan had just finished a full ship patrol and was preparing to retire to his quarters. Periodically, the Vanished required a thorough inspection, particularly its submerged chambers, which demanded the captain's presence to maintain stability. During this examination, Duncan also verified the subspace door at the ship's bottom, ensuring it remained securely closed. This brought him some relief. However, along with that relief came lingering uneasiness. He still couldn't understand how he had managed to cross to the other side of the door after falling asleep in his room the last time. He had entered subspace in a stupor and spent half a day aboard another Vanished. Although he had ultimately found a way back safely, he could never be fully at ease without knowing the mechanism for entering subspace. Moreover, his entry into subspace occurred just after Vision 1 experienced issues. Issues with the sun, peculiar dreams, and entering subspace. These 3 events occurred in such close succession that it's difficult not to suspect a hidden link between them. Duncan stood before the captain's cabin, clutching a lantern in one hand, inhaling the cold night air deeply. This sense of unease may have prompted him to issue a warning during his prior dream communication with Vanna. Although he was uncertain how much his strange dreams mirrored reality, his numerous encounters with supernatural phenomena taught him one thing. Ordinary people might dismiss dreams, but for him, Captain Duncan, having a dream should not be taken lightly. Now he hoped his warning would bring the 4 churches' attention to the matter of Vision 1. He was aware that he wasn't an expert in the supernatural realm, and even if he wished to investigate the Vision 1 issue, he wouldn't know where to begin. His role was to draw the attention of genuine experts to the problem. A warning from Captain Duncan would undoubtedly provide a compelling reason for many to take it seriously. Gathering his thoughts, Duncan placed his hand on the doorknob of his cabin. Before opening the door, however, another thought crossed his mind. The abyss plan that Tyrion had mentioned to him. Duncan furrowed his brow, pondered for a moment, and then pushed open the door of the lost directly. A whirl of fog emerged from the doorframe as he stepped through it. After brief dizziness and a sensation of spatial displacement, Zhou Ming opened his eyes to find the familiar bachelor apartment, where everything remained as it was. He steadied himself, checking the windowsill, desk, and other areas to ensure that everything here was unchanged. Then he walked to the end of the room. On the modest shelf, the intricate models of the Vanished and planned still sat quietly in their original positions. Zhou Ming approached, picked up the model symbolizing planned, and held the neither light nor heavy collection in his hand as he sat at the nearby desk to scrutinize its base structure. Previously, he had never considered this issue. He had to admit that, beneath the city-state, was not only a blind spot for many people in this world, but also for himself. He observed an extremely smooth bottom surface. The portion of the model corresponding to the sea level below the planned city-state ended abruptly, leaving a smooth surface as if it had been sliced by a sharp blade. Zhou Ming stared at the base of the model, deep in thought. If it were merely a model, this neat and even bottom surface would, of course, be perfectly normal. However, he knew that this collection was no ordinary model. It should be the mapping or projection of the actual planned in this room. What this object depicted should be the complete appearance of planned. Regardless of what was beneath the city-state, an infinitely long pillar or a thin base, there should be a structure, not the abrupt ending of the portion below the sea level as it appeared now. Was it because he hadn't been thorough enough when he set the city-state ablaze, or because he had overlooked this part? Zhou Ming furrowed his brow slightly, his fingers tapping the edge of the desk absent-mindedly. He then composed himself, placed his hand over the model, and allowed his spirit to gradually expand. Within planned city-state in the antique shop, Duncan had just bid good night to Nina and Shirley. He silently returned to his room, approached the window, and gazed quietly at the tranquil nighttime streets illuminated by lamps. The night was deep, and nearly all the city-state's residents had gone home. The streets and alleys were incredibly quiet, with only a few points of light moving in the dim depths of the alleys. Those were the night patrol guards and the lanterns they carried. Duncan closed his eyes slightly. The entire planned city-state's landscape was directly projected into his mind, with a clearer and more intuitive perspective. Crowded residential areas, bustling steam factories, peaceful commercial districts, damp coastal streets, roadside gas lamps, and the city-spanning pipeline system. Somewhere in the city, a squad of guards exited an alley, preparing to inspect the next gas and steam node. A young team member, holding a lantern, looked at the quiet street ahead and muttered admiringly, "It seems to be another peaceful night. To be honest, I'm not used to these quiet nights." "Don't let your guard down," the squad leader glanced at his subordinate. "Anything can happen in the darkness. Keep an eye on the darkest corners." "Yes, I understand." The team member straightened up but couldn't resist adding, "But don't you think it's been really quiet these past few days? I heard that there hasn't been a single incident in the city's recent night patrol records." A faint green glow suddenly flashed at the edge of their vision, causing the team member to stop involuntarily. It seemed that the light emitted from the distant gas lamp had momentarily changed, but it was extremely brief and elusive, almost impossible to detect. "Did you just see something flash by?" The team member instinctively pressed his hand to the rune steel sword at his waist and spoke softly. "It looked like the gas lamp flickered." "I saw your lantern flicker too," another team member chimed in. The team members instinctively turned their gaze to the squad leader. However, the squad leader only furrowed his brow, seemingly deep in thought. After several seconds, the experienced guard shook his head. "Continue the patrol, report the situation to the church afterward." Similar incidents occurred throughout the city as the guard squad departed, with the green light shadows overtaking the usual flames tonight. In that transcendent and clear perception, Duncan allowed his consciousness to descend bit by bit, investigating the city-state's structure below sea level. Back in the apartment room, Zhou Ming abruptly opened his eyes when he heard a faint friction sound. He picked up the collection in front of him and stared intently at the bottom of the planned city-state. A rough and intricate new structure was slowly forming at the base of this model. Chapter 267, Under the Darkness. The base of the model was growing. As Zhou Ming Duncan's thoughts spread, the structure representing the underground world of the planned city-state gradually took shape in his mind. The sections that appeared in his cognition were transformed into corresponding new parts on this collection. It was rough, resembling a rocky disk, growing at a visible rate and encompassing the entire underground portion of the planned city-state. Gradually, it began to reveal more bizarre and intricate details, layers of sediment from thousands of years, tiny spike-like growths, and strange protrusions winding between the layers. It looked like the coarse skin of an echinoderm, or the grotesque outer layer left by a rock corroded in strong acid. Finally, the growth process ceased. The bottom of the model, representing the planned city-state, now included an additional disc-like base. However, what came next caused Zhou Ming to frown. He could sense that his consciousness spreading within the planned city-state didn't stop. Instead, it continued to extend downward. In darkness and cold, beyond the reach of normal senses, he felt his spirit seep and flow downward like mercury sinking into the soil. He distinctly felt his gaze passing through thick concrete, soil, and rocks, through an extremely dense but non-metallic, non-stone shell, sinking into the icy seawater and continuing downward, ever downward. How much further did it extend? 100 meters, 200 meters. Zhou Ming couldn't be certain. All he knew was that his perception continued to spread downward, even though he was already beyond the boundaries of the planned city-state, and no new structures appeared on the collection in his hand. His thoughts still flowed along an invisible medium. His initial reaction was anxiety, and he subconsciously wanted to control this thought of falling into the deep sea. However, the continuous fall suddenly halted before he could react. It was as if he had abruptly hit an invisible limit or reached the end of the medium. His perception finally settled at a certain depth in the deep water below the city-state and stabilized there. Zhou Ming felt his heart pounding, experiencing the ups and downs of a sudden fall, only to be abruptly halted by a rope halfway down. It took him nearly half a minute to calm down and regain control of his breathing and heartbeat. After steadying his mind, he slowly picked up the planned model in front of him, observing the thick rock stratum extending from its base. The rough and grotesque structure was overall quite orderly. The bottom was a jagged fracture surface, giving the impression that it had been forcibly broken off from somewhere, or that it had been disturbed during the generational process from top to bottom, resulting in an ugly fracture. As for the structure inside the disk, it was utterly chaotic, difficult to perceive, and impossible to probe. Zhou Ming's attention was not drawn to the disc-shaped base. Instead, he focused on the space beneath it. A part of his consciousness extended and hovered in that position. Zhou Ming gently closed his eyes again and was hit with an intensified perception. He felt as though he was submerged in the dark, frigid depths of the ocean, with immeasurable seawater surrounding and compressing him layer by layer. The sensation of pressure was so vivid that it seemed as though even his consciousness was constrained and confined. He attempted to open his eyes in the darkness, but only saw an infinite void. Gradually, however, it appeared that tiny specks of light emerged within the emptiness. Could they be deep-sea plankton, bioluminescent fish, or something else entirely? Zhou Ming endeavored to identify them for a while before realizing it was the base of Planned. He was looking up at Planned and observed the underside of the rough disc-shaped base adorned with minuscule, glowing structures amid the profound darkness. Yet he couldn't decipher what it was. His pure conscious perception, separated by such an immense distance and dense seawater, delivered information that was simply too indistinct. Then Zhou Ming gradually adapted, attempting to shift his focus to another direction, deeper into the ocean floor. All he felt was an infinite void and darkness. In the deep sea, there seemed to be nothing. But after some time, he suddenly sensed something indistinct. Something immensely vast, lifeless, and possibly as large as Planned itself, lay dormant within that boundless darkness. Zhou Ming couldn't see or hear it. The extreme darkness and silence concealed every aspect of that massive entity, but he was certain that something was there, quiet and hidden, as though it had existed since the dawn of time. After an indeterminate period, Zhou Ming returned, having failed to achieve his goal. Ultimately, he couldn't see what lay in the deep sea directly beneath Planned. However, he had a suspicion. The enormous structure concealed right below the city-state likely motivated Queen Rey Nora of the Frostbite Kingdom to initiate the Abyss Plan half a century earlier. It was beneath Frost, Planned, and probably other city-states too. Zhou Ming inhaled deeply, stood up, picked up the Planned city-state model, and slowly walked to the shelf at the room's far end. The model now had an additional base, but it could still fit into the storage slot on the shelf, as if from the outset the model and slot had allowed for ample space. But before inserting the model, Zhou Ming's gaze fell once more on the space below the base, and a trace of uncertainty arose in his mind. His consciousness could spread within the city-state, but in the deep sea it had clearly surpassed the physical limits of this city-state model. Its bottom structure ended abruptly at 850 meters, yet beyond that, his consciousness had extended another 1 to 200 meters downward. How did it stretch that extra 1 to 200 meters? What was that unseen medium? Zhou Ming slowly returned the model to the shelf, with more questions than answers. As usual, the sun once again ascended into the sky. In Plant's lower district, in the small open area in front of the antique shop, Duncan observed Nina joyfully riding her bicycle in circles, then up and down the street, before coming to a steady halt in front of him. "Uncle, I've become really skilled." Nina had one foot on the ground, her face beaming with excitement and pride. Duncan's face revealed a faint smile. "Not bad, you're indeed riding quite adeptly, but your bike is resting on my foot." Nina glanced down quickly and hastily moved the wheel away. "Ah, sorry." "It's all right." Duncan smiled and waved his hand, then took a deep breath and looked up at the sunlit street. The city-state remained the same. Beneath the sunlit streets, the deep darkness and immense shadows felt like elements from another realm, not impacting people's daily lives in the slightest. However, since completing his exploration of plants underneath, he couldn't help but think about the cold, dark depths of the ocean and the enormous structure he had sensed there. It caused him to lose focus occasionally. He even wondered if the Frost Queen from 50 years prior had experienced similar feelings. Had she also caught a glimpse of the deep-sea secrets through some means, or perhaps discovered even more than he had? "Uncle, you're daydreaming again." Nina's voice suddenly intruded, interrupting Duncan's wild thoughts. "Are you okay? You've been daydreaming since this morning." "I'm fine." Duncan quickly waved his hand and then looked toward the end of the street as though trying to change the subject. "But on that note, Alice hasn't returned yet." "She hasn't been gone for very long," Nina casually remarked, "and you don't need to worry so much. She's just purchasing a newspaper. It's not like she's traversing half the city. She shouldn't get lost, right?" I really can't be certain, Duncan sighed. This is her first time venturing out alone in the true sense, even if it's just to the newsstand on the corner. I think it's okay, Nina pondered for a moment and confidently stated. I rehearsed with her multiple times before she left, including how to communicate what she wants to buy, how to give change, and expressing gratitude after receiving the item. She's learned it all. Ah, hopefully, Duncan sighed. It's just that when she initially started in the ship's kitchen, even fetching a plate would result in a collision with a frying pan. Nina stared blankly. I don't think these two situations can be compared. While they conversed, Alice's figure came into view. The doll-like girl clutched a newspaper in her arms, her face displaying a bright smile as she ran toward them with her head held high, calling out while running, "Mr. Duncan, I got the newspaper." Nina chuckled. See, I told you Miss Alice would be all right. On the other hand, Duncan was alarmed by Alice's running action and immediately rushed forward to intercept her, yelling loudly, "Don't run! Slow down." As if to confirm their concerns while they spoke, he watched in disbelief as Alice stumbled and fell headfirst less than 5 meters in front of him, crashing to the ground. However, in the next instant, the doll-like girl rose as if nothing had occurred, dusted off her skirt, picked up the newspaper that had fallen to the ground, and approached Duncan with a grin. Newspaper. Rather than immediately accepting the newspaper, Duncan gazed at the unscathed doll girl with a disbelieving expression. After a moment, he managed to ask, "How did your head not fall off after a tumble like that?" Alice maintained her confident stance, neck held high and face adorned with a bright smile. "I discovered an excellent method to reinforce it." Duncan examined the doll skeptically. "An excellent method." "Alice, I used glue." Duncan, taken aback for a few seconds, he couldn't help but inquire, "Who taught you that?" "Shirley." Chapter 268, Alice with a steady head. Observing Alice with her seemingly confident posture, her neck held high, Duncan's mood abruptly shifted to confusion. He quickly realized that her awkward stance was not due to confidence or pride, but rather, she had become completely stiff and unable to move. Miss Doll, however, appeared oblivious to the gravity of the situation and maintained a smug expression. Giggling, she handed the newspaper to Duncan, obviously pleased with herself for managing to shop alone. "Here's your newspaper, and I even remembered to get the change." Duncan accepted the newspaper without expression, and after a brief pause reminded the awkward girl, "Alice, try nodding your head." Why?" Alice was caught off guard but promptly chose to obey the captain's order. Consequently, her head barely moved, accompanied by a peculiar noise from her neck, leaving her immobilized. Following a moment of bewilderment, the doll finally reacted, exclaiming, "Mr. Duncan, I can't move. Please help me, help me." Duncan, both mentally and physically drained, glanced at the doll and headed towards the antique shop. "Stop yelling outside. We'll figure it out indoors." Alice quickly trailed behind Duncan, joined by a perplexed and helpless Nina. The trio entered the antique shop, where Nina carefully closed the door and hung a temporarily closed wooden sign. Duncan set the newly purchased newspaper on the counter, intending to assess Alice's situation, when the front page caught his eye and instantly drew his attention. The headline, printed in bold, black letters, read, "The Grand Storm Cathedral will arrive at planned in the hour of noon tomorrow. The glory of the Storm Lord will protect us all." The Grand Storm Cathedral, the mysterious storm headquarter at sea. The envoy of the storm goddess Gamona is coming to this city for the prior historical pollution event, or for the vanished, or both. Duncan frowned, picked up the newspaper, and quickly scanned the front-page article. In a state of panic, Alice sought Nina's help upon realizing that the captain was preoccupied. "Miss Nina, please help me, save me, save me." Nina, too, was somewhat rattled. She grabbed Alice's head and shook it side to side, discovering that the glue had entirely hardened. This can't be removed. It's clearly a fast-drying glue." "Find a solution," Alice pleaded, on the verge of tears, clutching her head with both hands. "Miss Nina, you study mechanical repair and such, right? You can fix complex steam cores, so fix me." "I don't know how to repair dolls either." Nina was equally frantic, ultimately turning to Duncan for assistance. "Uncle, please think of something. Miss Alice's head is totally glued." Duncan finally set the newspaper aside, glanced at the two distressed girls beside him, and directed his attention to Alice. "How much glue did you use, and what type of glue was it?" Holding her hand up, Alice indicated the size. "I found one bottle about this big in your room, a small brown glass bottle." "You poured the entire thing in?" Duncan's eye twitched noticeably. How did you manage to do that? I just removed my head, turned it upside down, poured the glue in, shook it slightly, and then put it back on, Alice said, her voice trembling as if she was about to cry. Shirley told me it would be secure that way. Duncan stared at her dumbfounded. He could sense the beautiful doll's despair, but as a doll she had no tears to shed. All her sadness could only flow through her hollow heart. It would have sounded poetic if the detail, the doll's despair was caused by her head getting glued, were disregarded. Duncan sighed, set the newspaper aside, walked over, and untied the lace decoration around Alice's neck. He examined the hardened super glue around the edges of her joint, and after a moment of silence turned to Nina. Where is Shirley? She said her head hurt from memorizing words an hour ago, so she went out to get some fresh air, Nina replied, shrinking her neck. Did she run away because she felt guilty? I doubt she thought that far. The only thing on her mind these days is skipping class, Duncan sighed and shook his head. No, it's completely dried. It's fast-drying glue, so brute force won't work. What should I do? Alice looked helplessly at Duncan. I need to take my head off when I comb my hair. I can't comb it with my head on. Is that your only concern after your head got glued? Duncan glared at Alice, then waved his hand wearily. All right, don't look so miserable. This glue is strong, but it's not heat or water resistant. Soak it in hot water and it'll come off in no time. Alice immediately looked relieved, and Nina, who had been worried beside her, quickly reacted, rushing over to hold Alice's hand. I'll take you to the bathroom. I can heat water very quickly now. The sun fragment that was Nina led the glued-headed doll upstairs, leaving Duncan to sigh in the rear and focus back on the newspaper at hand. According to public information, the Grand Storm Cathedral's docking and planned was merely a routine maintenance stop. Pope Helena would briefly visit Plant's local cathedral during this time and discuss church matters with the Archbishop and Inquisitor. The newspaper made no mention of the previous historical pollution incident or any connection to the vanished. But even if the newspaper didn't mention it, it was clear to anyone with eyes that the Storm Pope was here for those two significant events. Duncan wasn't concerned about the faith of the Storm Goddess, but he couldn't help but wonder what impact this event would have on him. Or could he seize this opportunity to gather some intelligence? He still remembered the message, "Thank you," that was supposedly from the Storm Goddess, and even without that event, he was curious about the deities of this world. He was also interested in the Grand Storm Cathedral, which was said to have been sailing the boundless sea all year round. On the other hand, he was also curious whether the highest representative of the Storm Goddess, upon her arrival, would notice any abnormalities in the planned city-state or discover his hidden, subspace shadow within the island. Things were getting interesting. Duncan set down the newspaper, sat at the counter, and thoughtfully stroked his chin. The antique shop was very quiet, with the faint sounds of Nina and Alice in the upstairs bathroom. The clearest sound was Nina's exclamations of surprise. Wow, these joints are truly amazing, and so beautiful. Miss Alice, can your wrist really rotate 360 degrees? It really can. Miss Alice, there's a keyhole on your back, huh? You don't know what it's for either. Is it okay if the keyhole gets wet? Oh, then I'm relieved. Duncan rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. He began to suspect that the two upstairs had completely forgotten about their task. However, soon the voices upstairs quieted down, followed by hurried footsteps running to the stairway entrance, and Nina's voice called out, "Uncle Duncan, it's not working. You come and take a look, we can't get it off at all." Duncan! He went upstairs, puzzled, and saw Nina standing helplessly in the hallway. He looked up to see Alice peering out from the bathroom at the end of the hallway, appearing embarrassed. The doll lady then emerged, soaked from head to toe, wrapped in a towel, her head still firmly attached. "Captain, it still won't come off," Alice said with a mournful face. "It hasn't loosened at all," Nina mumbled quietly. "We tried hot water for a long time." Duncan looked at Alice, then at Nina, who was clutching the corner of her clothes, and finally sighed after a long pause. "Use boiling water." Huh, Nina was taken aback. Really, can Miss Alice handle it? She once deep-fried her own head. She's not afraid of this temperature at all. Duncan spread his hands. "It seems that using hot water won't work now. There's still hope with boiling water." Nina's eyes seemed a little dazed. She thought hard about the process and hesitantly said, "It's easy to get boiling water. I can do that quickly, but we don't have a pot big enough for that, nor a bathtub that can fit her whole body. If we want to soak her head in the water, Miss Alice will have to crouch down in the water, right?" As she spoke and gestured, Even though she was academically excellent at school, Nina still felt her imagination was struggling to keep up with reality. But Duncan didn't have the same limitations in his thinking as Nina. He just looked at the pitiful Gothic doll wrapped in a towel nearby and turned to Nina, saying, "That's easy. Just find a big pot and let her dive in head first. I can even hold her on the side." Nina imagined the scene and had a picture in her mind, but her tone became even more hesitant. "I feel like it's a bit pitiful for Miss Alice." "Pitiful my ass." Duncan finally lost his patience and swore unprecedentedly. "She let an illiterate fool fill her joints with an entire bottle of glue. This is to teach her a lesson." Chapter 269, Spreading. "Are you truly certain this will be effective?" As she observed the large basin of water on the dining table, Nina couldn't shake her uneasiness. She glanced between the apprehensive Alice and the stoic Duncan, murmuring quietly, "If this fails, we'll need to use a solvent, but that stuff is caustic, and I'm unsure if it'll harm Alice's body," Duncan said, frustrated as he looked at the Gothic doll who had changed back into her usual attire but still had an immobile neck. "Or maybe she'll just remain like this indefinitely." Alice became alarmed and quickly waved her hands. "No, let's attempt boiling water first." Nina's eyes darted between Alice and the basin several times before she finally exhaled, hesitantly reaching her hand into the tepid water. She was exceedingly cautious, as though attempting to single out a lone grain of sand from the desert, channeling the intense flame from her inner core to the external world. For a sunny girl with a passionate core of 6,000 degrees, such precision wasn't easily achieved. However, she had been diligently practicing this level of control at every opportunity and had made significant progress. In no time, she succeeded. The water started to boil. Alice looked at Duncan, who returned her gaze. Without any hesitation, they submerged the doll's head into the boiling water. "Allow it to cook for some time," Duncan advised while holding Alice's shoulder, "but if you experience any discomfort, stop immediately." Alice promptly replied, "Glug, glug, glug, glug." Duncan considered for a moment and then glanced at Nina. "I suppose she isn't feeling discomfort." Nina stared at the unfolding scene, unable to resist muttering, "I can't help but find this situation so bizarre." Duncan sighed, acknowledging that her statement was an understatement. He too found the scene incredibly odd. In the dimly lit, cramped antique shop on the second floor, the pair were boiling a Gothic doll's head in a basin of hot water. The doll continued to gesture, raising her hand and giving a thumbs up to signal that she was all right. Any first-time observer of this scene would report it to the authorities, and upon a second look, they'd contact the church's guardians. Suddenly, footsteps and Shirley's voice approached from the stairway. "I've returned. Mr. Duncan, Old Man Morris is here again. I told him to come right up." Shirley appeared in the doorway the following instant, and her voice abruptly cuts off at what she saw. In the dimly lit room, Duncan and Nina stood silently beside the basin of boiling water, with the latter's hand still submerged, maintaining the heat. Meanwhile, Duncan gripped Alice's shoulder, pressing the Gothic doll's head firmly into the container with the constant bubbling sound of boiling water. Letter 10342. As it so happens, Morris also arrived right after Shirley, catching the scene in the dining area with his own gaze. But instead of freezing in shock, he only nodded as if comprehending the situation like it's a typical day in the antique shop. "Ah, it's the subspace shadow and sun fragment stewing anomaly 99. "Holy crap!" Shirley's belated exclamation finally resounded as she nearly leaped in terror at the scene. She hastily covered her mouth as though attempting to force the curse back in, mumbling unintelligibly. "What on earth are you shouting for?" Duncan glared at the startled Shirley. "Was it your suggestion for Alice to pour glue into her neck?" Shirley abruptly grasped the situation, and her initial impulse was to flee, but under Duncan's watchful eye, she dared not move. I mentioned it offhandedly. I didn't think she'd actually go through with it," Shirley's voice quivered. "No sane person would believe that." Duncan was about to retort when he suddenly felt Alice's body sway. He promptly released her, only to see Alice rise straight up from the basin. But only her body did so, as her head remained boiling in the basin. "Ah, it worked," Nina exclaimed, surprised. Alice's body stood motionless for a few seconds, then started to grope for her head that's gurgling in the water, pleading for help. "Help! Gurgle! Help! Gurgle!" Nina quickly retrieved Alice's head and awkwardly helped her reattach it. Hearing the familiar pop sound, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Alice rotated her head from side to side, discovering that although her neck was slightly stiff, she could indeed move it. She immediately faced Duncan with a joyful expression. "Captain, I can move again." "Dry her hair and collar, they're both wet. Help her dry them," Duncan sighed and looked at Nina. He then glanced at Shirley, who appeared panicked and wanted to flee but didn't dare to, and said irritably, "Write the alphabet 20 times and each new word 20 times as well." After saying this, he disregarded Shirley's crestfallen expression and looked directly at Morris. "What's going on? Did you uncover anything new about that symbol?" Morris, possibly still reeling from the peculiar and disordered scene, hesitated for a moment before replying. Not about the symbol. I received some information from a friend at City Hall today, and I think it may pique your interest." "News from City Hall?" Duncan furrowed his brow. "Proceed." A few minutes later, Morris relayed the situation he had discovered that morning. "Vision planned?" At the dining table, Duncan repeated the phrase with a somewhat serious expression before looking at Morris. "When will this news be made public?" "It's not determined yet, but it should be within the next few days," Morris nodded. "Logically speaking, since the city of Planned is still grappling with the aftermath of the previous calamity, most citizens likely still possess a strong capacity for resilience. Suppose the city is transformed into a vision as part of the post-disaster conclusions. In that case, it may not incite too much turmoil. But if they wait until the city is entirely tranquil and everyone has been living peacefully for a while before announcing it, it might trigger a fresh wave of chaos." Duncan nodded slightly, remaining silent, but couldn't help reflecting on the news he had just read in the newspaper. The Grand Storm Cathedral was scheduled to arrive in Planned. The updates in the records of anomalies and visions were disseminated by the major churches, so the Grand Storm Cathedral must have been among the first to be aware of this situation. A city-state transformed into a vision while continuing to function as usual is quite unusual. What's even more peculiar is that this new vision doesn't have a number, Morris added. "What are your thoughts on this?" Duncan had, of course, noticed the issue of the new vision lacking a number, but what could he think? His knowledge of the supernatural realm was actually inferior to that of a skeletal dog. However, he couldn't admit that, so he could only contemplate for a moment before shaking his head indifferently. "I have no opinion. The codes of anomalies and visions published by the major churches are unfathomable and meaningless to me." This. Morris opened his mouth, but then recalled the green flames that had engulfed the entire city-state, the disintegrating black sun, and the anomaly 99 that had just obediently been submerged in the basin. All these matters seemed to be the same for Captain Duncan, merely some mildly bothersome daily issues. There was no need to worry about what every speck of dust cleaned daily was called. "All right, this indeed holds no significance for you." The elderly scholar looked at Duncan with a touch of awe, and then hesitated before slowly formulating his words. "Also, although there should be no uncertainty, I still want to confirm that Planned was indeed turned into a vision by your actions, correct?" Duncan turned his face slightly. "Is there any doubt?" "No, I have no doubt. I'm merely curious about your plans for this city-state in the future," Morris stated, organizing his words to convey his thoughts as clearly and unambiguously as possible. "You transformed it into a vision too." "I have no intention of controlling the fate of this city-state or interfering with anyone's future," Duncan interrupted Morris with a gentle shake of his head. "If I must say." He paused, gazing out the window at the tranquil scene on the street. "I quite like this place, so I hope it can remain peaceful in the future." Within the local cathedral, Vanna, who was conversing with Heidi, suddenly stopped and looked back, puzzled. "What's wrong?" Dr. Heidi inquired curiously, observing her friend. "I thought I just heard a bell ringing and someone whispering to me," Vanna frowned. "It seems I must have misheard." "You certainly misheard. I didn't hear anything," Heidi dismissed the idea. "You must be under a lot of stress lately. Do you need me to?" "No need," Vanna interrupted Heidi quickly. "I feel like my mental state is quite good, and if I do encounter any problems, I'll handle them myself. You know, priests are part-time psychiatrists." "All right, if you don't need it, you don't have to be so anxious," Heidi muttered helplessly. "By the way, where was I?" Vanna thought for a moment and reminded her. "You were just talking about your father purchasing an artillery shell from an antique shop, and now you're concerned about his mental state." Chapter 270, Staggered. Her father once visited an antique shop and spent a significant amount of time there. Upon his return, he held a cannonball in his hands and placed it on the prime spot within his antique shelf. Then from time to time, he would meticulously clean it from top to bottom. Whenever she recalled this fact, Heidi couldn't help but worry about her father's mental well-being. "I'm serious, it was so bizarre," the psychiatrist sighed. "He treated it like a prized possession, claiming it was an extremely special antique. He would clean the cannonball every day before washing his face. My mother was indifferent, and if I ever mentioned it, she would say, 'Don't bother your father with his hobby.'" Vanna was unsure how to respond, as she had no expertise in antiques. Her most vivid memory of an antique was accidentally breaking her uncle's vase with a toy sword as a child. Recalling the subsequent punishment, she cautiously said, "Mr. Morris is a renowned historian and collector. I assume his collection must hold some unique insights. Still, I've never heard of anyone treating a cannonball like a treasure, even if it's genuine," Heidi sighed. Vanna remained quiet for a moment, seemingly deep in thought. Then she suddenly asked, "Regarding the pendant, did Mr. Morris get you another identical one?" "Yes, this one." Heidi nodded and pulled out the crystal pendant from her chest. "You've seen it before. I had an identical one, but it was destroyed during the prior disaster. The cleric who documented it at the time surmised that it might be an object that inadvertently gained supernatural power while typically hiding its uniqueness." Vanna studied the crystal pendant Heidi revealed, her expression contemplative. "Do you suspect something is amiss?" Heidi inquired. "After the disaster, the cathedral faced a shortage of manpower, but we still sent people to investigate the antique shop, and everything appeared normal. From the shop's supply chain to the owner's background, there were no red flags. The pendant incident seemed to be merely coincidental," Vanna said slowly, her eyes fixed on the pendant. "But I can't shake my concern, Heidi. Do you recall when I accompanied you to that antique shop?" "Of course I remember," Heidi nodded. "Now that you mention it, I do have some ties to that shop. The shop owner once saved my life at the museum. His niece is one of my father's pupils, and my previous pendant came from that shop, but as you pointed out, the church conducted a covert investigation and found nothing amiss." Vanna didn't respond, but after some thought she reached out. "May I take a closer look?" "Sure, here you go." Heidi casually handed over the pendant. Vanna took the still warm crystal pendant, inspected it closely in the sunlight, and after a while she murmured to herself, "There's no supernatural aura." "Yes, it is just an ordinary pendant, and it's even made of glass," Heidi said, looking at her friend earnestly. "Vanna, you're a bit too tense. I know it's an occupational hazard for an inquisitor, but I think the shop owner is really a good person. You shouldn't doubt him." "I'm paying attention, not doubting. I always feel that there is something off about that antique shop, but I'm not looking at this matter with the same attitude as an inquisitor towards heretics," Vanna said, returning the pendant to her friend. "But you're right, I might be a bit too nervous." Heidi put the pendant back on and then glanced at the mechanical clock hanging nearby. "Ah, it's already this time." "Are you leaving?" "I have to go," Heidi said as she stood up and picked up the small case she had placed nearby earlier. "I have an appointment this afternoon. It's with the captain who was under observation at the cathedral for quite some time." Vanna frowned in recollection and quickly found the corresponding memory. "The captain of the White Oak. I remember his name is Lawrence. Did he run into trouble?" "It's normal for a captain sailing the boundless sea, especially at that age, to need the help of a mental health professional," Heidi said, her expression slightly complicated as if she thought of something, but she quickly shook her head. "Actually, compared to most captains his age, Mr. Lawrence's situation is not bad. I can't say more as it concerns the patient's privacy." "All right, I hope your work goes smoothly." What? The first thing Morris did upon returning home was to hug and kiss his wife, and the second thing was to carefully wipe the artillery shell placed on the antique shelf. Although he felt a bit strange when he brought it home, he knew that this seemingly peculiar collection had its own special meaning. It represented the connection between him and the vanished, as well as Captain Duncan's benevolence towards his dependents. The incredible ghost captain would always convey his goodwill in various odd ways, including but not limited to soup made from deep-sea airs, a shell with a century-old seal, and tutoring the less educated among his dependents in reading and writing. At first, Morris found it strange, but now he has perfectly adjusted his mindset. What Captain Duncan said was right, and what he did was normal. With this mindset, Morris felt that he had completely adapted to the atmosphere of the new team. Suddenly, footsteps sounded from behind. Without looking back, Morris knew it was his wife. "You're almost polishing it to a mirror finish," the elegant old woman laughed as she looked at her husband. "Didn't you say before that antiques shouldn't be wiped too often?" "But this is no ordinary antique, Mary," Morris turned to his wife and smiled. It's part of a miracle. The old woman looked up and carefully examined the two special items on the antique shelf, a dagger and a shell. After a moment, she suddenly spoke. Will you tell your daughter some of the truth later, about this miracle, and about your new identity? Morris stopped what he was doing with his hands. There were some miracles that could be hidden from others, but not from the witnesses of the miracles themselves. As a product of an incomplete subspace prayer, in the past, his wife had laid on the bed in the form of human ash for 11 years. She was well aware of this. However, now that she had truly survived due to the influence of the vanished, she naturally had doubts about her own survival. There was no way around this. So after getting the captain's permission, Morris told his wife about the vanished, but he did not tell Heidi. There's no need for it now, Morris said. Heidi doesn't have to get involved in this matter, and whether to tell or not, it depends on the captain's opinion. Just then, the doorbell rang, interrupting the conversation between Morris and his wife. As the old scholar was about to open the door, his wife stopped him with a smile. Let me go, I haven't moved for many years, and I need to exercise more now. She turned around and went to the entrance. Then, after a brief conversation, she returned to Morris. It's the mailman. She handed him a letter. It's for you. A letter for me? Morris was a bit surprised. At first glance, he noticed the large denomination stamps and several special postmarks on the envelope and frowned. I did write to a few distant friends, but I didn't expect a reply so soon, huh? His action of opening the letter suddenly stopped as his gaze fell on the first postmark on the envelope, which represented the place it was sent from. His expression was a bit strange. Where is it from? His wife's curious voice sounded beside him. Morris was silent for 2 seconds and said softly, Frost. Frost, that's a very distant place, his wife said, recalling a bit uncertainly. I remember you had a friend in Frost named Brown or Bren. Scott Brown, Morris said slowly, his tone becoming unusually somber and serious, and the movement of opening the envelope with the letter opener became even more hesitant. Like me, a scholar of history and also passionate about the field of supernatural. Oh, right, Scott Brown. I remember him being quite thin and giving people a very meticulous impression, his wife recalled. Are you still in contact with him? I remember he moved to Frost years ago, but before moving, his relationship with you was indeed. He's already dead, Morris suddenly said. He died in a shipwreck accident 6 years ago. As his words fell, the room became quiet in an instant. Chapter 271, from Frost. Morris cautiously opened the letter with an opener after taking note of the collection of stamps on the envelope, along with one symbolizing purified. That's only used for something that's taken an incredibly long journey. As the paper unfolded with a soft rustle, neat, and elegant rows of handwriting appeared before Morris, unmistakably the penmanship of a friend. To my cherished friend and scholarly collaborator. It feels as if several years have passed since our last correspondence, and this estrangement is unjust. These years seem to have been spent in a haze, constantly engaged in trivial pursuits. It was only recently that I realized how much time I've wasted. Many remarkable events have occurred lately, and words cannot capture the transformation in my life. Frost is a phenomenal place, offering not only cold, enduring winters, but also a wealth of subjects worthy of our earnest exploration. Do you recall the ancient legends of the frigid cold sea we discussed during our last encounter? These subjects have recently re-emerged in my thoughts, and I feel as though I've grasped certain clues that may help us unravel numerous unanswered questions, such as the existence of city-states within the frigid region and the origins of many enigmatic local customs in Frost. My friend, Frost is truly an extraordinary place, and this notion has become increasingly evident to me. The cold sea harbors a plethora of mysterious pasts ripe for investigation. I plan to meet esteemed experts in history and folklore and intend to visit Cold Harbor soon. Most importantly, though, I would like to extend an invitation for you to join me in this adventure. We haven't seen each other in many years, Morris. You've mentioned your aversion to the chilly northern air, but I believe you'll appreciate the warmth of my hearth and my assortment of exquisite wines. Please give it serious thought. We can revisit those captivating secrets by the cozy fire once more. Trust me, Frost is genuinely a remarkable place. Won't you come and witness this wondrous city-state for yourself? Your most reliable friend and scholarly collaborator, Scott Brown, 1912 penned at 42 Fireplace Street. Morris's gaze silently scanned the letter's final line, remaining quiet for an extended period until several minutes later. It's his handwriting, and the discussions he referenced did indeed occur, he murmured. Today is December 17th, and this letter was sent a fortnight ago, his wife noted, her voice laced with apprehension. Considering the distance between Frost and Plan, that's a reasonable time frame. Yes, the timing and postmark are both ordinary, but the author of this letter passed away years ago, Morris said slowly. I vividly remember the day I received the obituary, a letter from Frost, penned by his favored pupil, who informed me that her mentor had tragically fallen overboard en route to Cold Harbor. Unfortunately, his body could not be recovered. I don't recall that happening. Those were the years when I was in a haze, the wife said, moving closer to hold Morris's hand. We should report this to the church. The content and phrasing in the letter may appear normal, but upon closer examination it's rather disconcerting. Morris gently held his wife's hand and breathed deeply. Indeed, it should be reported to the church, but not only to the church. Inside the captain's quarters of the ship named vanished, Duncan hunched over the navigation table, his hands supporting him as he studied the mist-shrouded nautical chart and its slowly extending route. Vanished's phantom was gradually moving at the chart center, and the dense fog surrounding the ship dissipated as it progressed. At one end of the route, the planned city-state they had temporarily left behind was visible, and just beyond the route in the thinning fog, another faintly glowing point could be seen. Duncan's gaze focused on this bright spot representing the sea mist. Ever since their last exchange of artillery fire, the sea mist's marker had appeared on this chart, and he could vaguely sense the sea mist's current direction and even the ship's general condition. This perception was imprecise, but it seemed unaffected by the increasing distance between the two ships. Clearly, like the marked ones, who had been tainted by the spiritual flame, the sea mist, having been hit by Vanished's cannon fire, had also established a connection with itself. However, this connection was not the same as the complete control he held over the Vanished. Are you determining our next course? Goathead's voice unexpectedly came from the edge of the navigation table. In that case, I have about 140 valuable suggestions. I can. No, you can't, Duncan expertly interrupted without waiting for Goathead to continue rambling. I don't need any advice, I have my own plans. Goathead shook its head, seemingly wanting to say more, but just as it was about to open its mouth, footsteps approached from outside the door. It swung open, and Alice entered to only pause in the next before she hastily turned around and closed it again. This time, though, the Miss Doll made sure to knock before barging in. You don't need to knock once you're already inside. You should knock before opening the door, Duncan said flatly, glancing at her. Have you finished tidying up that side? Yep, Alice nodded immediately. The shelves on the first floor have been cleaned, as well as the counter and stairs. The kitchen is also tidied up. Duncan casually responded. What about AI? After dropping me off, she went to the kitchen, Alice explained. She kept shouting something about Crazy Thursday as she flew away. She's rather carefree, Duncan shook his head, smiling. He then noticed Alice's neck movement seemed off when she nodded and unconsciously furrowed his brow. Your neck movement feels odd. Has the glue in the joints not been cleaned properly? Upon hearing this, Alice shook her head from side to side, displaying a noticeable lag and stiffness. It seems there was a bit, Miss Doll admitted, appearing somewhat embarrassed. I feel a bit stiff. Duncan's eye twitched as he helplessly observed the doll, who held her head in hand. After a moment, she let out her signature giggle. Hee-hee. Don't hee-hee, Duncan sighed. Come here, I'll help you clean up. If the residue isn't removed, it will further damage the joints, and it's quite uncomfortable watching you struggle to nod. Oh. Alice obediently approached, and once by Duncan's side, she grabbed her own head, twisted from side to side, and then removed it with a pop. The headless doll held her own head with both hands. Captain, Captain, Captain for you. An odd sensation inevitably welled up in his heart. However, Duncan still accepted Alice's head, retrieved a scraper, brush, and soft cloth from a small drawer beneath the navigation table, sighed, and inspected the doll's joint condition. Despite his attitude, Duncan was honestly somewhat moved inside by his own composure for being able to adapt, anticipate, and handle these situations. Human adaptability was truly remarkable. Picking up the scraper, Duncan gently removed the remaining unstable glue marks from the joints, then glanced at Alice's face. Her silver hair lay strewn across the navigation table, and the doll blinked, gazing at him. She was undeniably beautiful, possessing a delicate and flawless face. Even in the strangest circumstances, it seemed people could overlook the oddity and couldn't help but admire her beauty. However, it was unfortunate that this individual was typically too comical, causing Duncan to regret that she had a mouth while appreciating her stunning appearance. "Does it hurt?" "No, no, not at all, just a little itch, but very, very mild," Alice stammered. Then she fell silent, as did the goat head beside her, leaving only the faint sound of the scraper's friction and the soft lapping of waves outside the window. After an indeterminate amount of time, Alice hesitantly spoke up with a stammer, her tone sounding defeated. "Captain, Captain, Captain, am I very, very foolish?" Duncan's movements abruptly ceased. He was astonished that the doll could possess such self-awareness and insight. But then he simply shook his head expressionlessly. "What makes you suddenly lament this?" I always struggle to grasp what you teach and consistently make a mess of things, and also waste your time." Duncan was silent for a moment before resuming his work with the scraper. "I don't think you're wasting my time," he said gently, "and besides, you are a bit clumsy." "Ah, so that's how it is. But it's not a big deal. Everyone has strengths and weaknesses, and we're all just a little clumsy in areas where we lack skill. Perhaps you just have more areas where you're not proficient." Duncan glanced into Alice's eyes. "Does that bother you?" I don't know, I haven't thought about it. But I worry that I might hold you back." "Then set aside those needless concerns and continue living happily." Duncan shook his head. "If you come across something you can't learn, simply try learning it a few more times." Will you teach me again? "If I have the time." Alice blinked, seeming to contemplate for a moment before gradually breaking into a smile. He. Hearing her signature laughter, Duncan couldn't help but smile as well. He then picked up the brush and cloth to clean the dried glue scraps he had scraped off. At this moment, a distant yet distinct call suddenly surfaced in his mind. It was the voice of Morris. Chapter 272, Turning to the North. Duncan paused momentarily in assisting Alice with the residual glue, as though he was intently listening to a distant sound. After some time, he lowered his head once more and used a soft cloth to remove debris from the table. Alice blinked curiously, gazing at the captain. Captain, what just happened?" "Morris received a letter from a distant friend, and he's uncertain about the situation it describes," Duncan replied with a smile, continuing to help Alice with the layer of residual glue on her neck joint. "He asked for my assistance in assessing the situation." "Distant friend?" Alice's head stuttered on the navigation table. Is there danger? Do we need to rescue them?" There was little glue left on the neck joint, and it was much easier to clean than the recessed head joint. Duncan quickly removed the dried glue, carefully completed the final wipe, and then bent down to hold Alice's head, gently returning her to her original position as if she were a delicate piece of art. "We might be going to rescue them," he whispered, rotating the puppet's head from side to side. "But it's also possible that we'll help them find peace. Either way, we must travel to a far-off place." As the puppet's head was secured, Alice's previously dull eyes became lively. She gently shook her head as if a soul had entered the wooden puppet, and her speech became fluid again. "Ah, where are we headed?" Duncan put away the cleaning supplies and examined the foggy sea chart. On the chart, the small light representing the sea mist was slowly moving, already far from planned. "North," he murmured, his gaze focusing on the goat head. "Raise the jib and the foresail, turn northward, follow the sea mist." "Aye, Captain." What? Heidi placed the small brown bottle on the coffee table. Around 3/5 of the transparent medicine was visible inside. The liquid reflected a faint golden light in the waning sunset, and within the shimmering golden circles, tiny bubbles seemed to continuously separate and dance near the surface. "This is the final dose, more potent than the medicine you've taken previously. You can take it when you set sail, just 3 drops each time. Of course, I also recommend starting now." Miss Psychiatrist lifted her head, gazing at the white-haired old captain before her. "As a captain who has spent half a lifetime on the boundless sea, you should be more mindful of your health." "Thank you for your advice, Miss Heidi. I understand my situation," Lawrence responded without impatience or excessive enthusiasm. Instead, he curiously picked up the bottle, examining the constantly bubbling liquid through the glass in the sunlight. "A beautiful potion. Does it taste bitter?" "It will be somewhat bitter, but with a more prominent herbal aroma. I've also added honey to mask the bitterness," Heidi explained. "It won't be difficult to swallow." As she spoke, she glanced at the sky outside the window. The sun was slowly setting, casting a slightly orange-red light through the glass window into the living room. This was Captain Lawrence's home away from the White Oak. As an experienced old captain, he had arranged numerous displays in the living room that showcased his sailing adventures. Coral specimens gathered from shallow waters near the shore, models of ships' wheels and ships, totem decorations from far-flung city-states, and a large shelf against the wall filled with awards and mementos from the Explorers Association, city-state authorities, and the 4 major churches. Now these emblems of glory and memory were bathed in the slanting sunlight, covered in a golden hue, and gradually fading in the radiance. It was time to depart, as the setting sun was not conducive to continuing psychological assistance. "I should be going," Heidi sighed softly as she stood from the sofa, her eyes resting on the medicine bottle in Lawrence's hand. "Please remember to take the medicine. It can effectively help you withstand the mental strain of the boundless sea." "Thank you, you've already been a great help." The white-haired Lawrence also rose, wearing a genuine smile. "Allow me to walk you out." Heidi was escorted to the door by the old captain, but before leaving, she couldn't resist taking one last look at Lawrence and said, "I have one final piece of advice. Although your current condition is still considered favorable among captains your age, you have truly reached the age of retirement, and you should think about entrusting the White Oak to a reliable successor." Having expressed her thoughts, she didn't anticipate a response from the old captain, and instead politely bowed in farewell. Heidi soon got into her car that was parked at the intersection, leaving Lawrence to sigh and return to his living room. Here, the old captain's wife stood nearby, leaning against the doorframe, her arms crossed and looking somewhat displeased. She was a very tall woman, and although age had caught up with her, one could still see remnants of her youthful elegance. Standing there, she resembled the famed female explorer on the boundless sea from years past. But now, the explorer's mood was less than stellar. Day after day, if it's not a church review, it's a mental health physician visiting. "Just what kind of trouble did you find out there?" she glared, her voice raised. "And what's with that medicine bottle? You never mentioned that your mental state had declined to the point where you need medication to maintain it." "I didn't ask to encounter that ghost ship." Lawrence glanced at the medicine bottle in his hand and shook his head helplessly. "But now it's fine. The entire city-state has faced the vanished, so no one cares about what happened to the White Oak. As for this medicine, it's nothing. After all, being at sea for extended periods, one might occasionally experience hallucinations and illusions." His wife didn't join the conversation. She simply stared intently at him for a while before sighing, "Aren't you planning to retire?" "I want to keep searching," Lawrence said with some hesitation. After all, there was no definitive news of death back then. "You're going to die doing this." His wife's voice escalated, pointing at Lawrence's nose. "What do you think amounts to death? After a storm, if a ship veers off course and its crew loses contact, that's the same as death. Do you understand? You look at yourself. How many years have you spent searching? You've long surpassed the retirement age, and those captains who started with you, the sensible ones, have already retired. At least now they can enjoy the savings they've accumulated over half their lives. Those who lack sense are stubborn like you, and what's become of them now, drooling in bed, lying in the graveyard, locked up in a madhouse. I suggest you take this medicine now, then go straight to handle the transfer tomorrow. Pass the White Oak on to a trustworthy person you've mentored from a young age, and honestly go home and live out the rest of your days on a pension. Don't wait until one day you die in some storm. I can't bear that burden." Listening to his wife's increasingly stern reprimands, Lawrence just smiled mildly without arguing. In the end, he placed the small brown medicine bottle on the tea table. "Let's search one last time." His wife finally stopped, staring at the medicine bottle on the tea table. After an unknown amount of time, she sighed with lingering anger and muttered as if resigned. "Where are you going to search this time?" "North," Lawrence said calmly, "the original place where the Black Oak encountered the storm. I just accepted an escort mission to Frost." His wife didn't say anything, she just silently waved her hand. The morning sun spread across the streets, and Plan was gradually awakening from a night of deep slumber. Vanna bent down and stepped out of the car, squinting slightly in the sunlight. At the end of her sight was the familiar sign of the antique shop she had visited once. The shop was already open. A thin, black-haired, black-skirted girl was sprinkling water at the door, and another girl of similar age was hanging the "Open for Business" sign on the door. If she remembered correctly, the two girls were named Shirley and Nina, the latter being the shop owner's niece. Vanna rubbed her forehead, recalling the last time she visited the antique shop. For some reason, she felt that some details were quite hazy when she remembered them now. This only reinforced her determination to take a look today. The voice of her subordinate came from the car. "How long will you be away?" "Within an hour," Vanna replied. "Just wait here." "All right," the young guard responsible for driving nodded in the car but still reminded her worriedly. "Please be mindful of the time. Today is the day the Grand Storm Cathedral arrives in planned. You need to personally attend the welcoming ceremony. Bishop Valentine specifically reminded us. Also, this visit wasn't in our schedule." All right, you've already nagged about it several times." Vanna waved her hand, looking somewhat helpless. "I know everyone is on edge about the Grand Storm Cathedral's arrival. I will pay attention to the time." "Okay, I'll wait here for you." Chapter 273, Amulets. Shirley, who had just finished watering the barren ground in front of the shop and held an empty basin, was momentarily startled by the looming shadow blocking the sunlight. "Holy crap," she exclaimed involuntarily but quickly caught herself. Coughing twice, she nervously attempts to gather her thoughts after recognizing the Inquisitor. You. Vanna's brow furrowed slightly. For some reason, she felt that this petite, fragile girl seemed overly anxious in her presence. This was true when she and Heidi had previously visited the antique shop, and it remained so now. Regardless, Vanna didn't dwell on it, as she was already quite used to others reacting nervously when meeting her for various reasons. "I remember you're Shirley," Vanna said with a smile, attempting to ease the short girl's tension. "Don't be so nervous, I'm just here to browse." Shirley straightened up quickly and nodded rigidly. Right, welcome." Vanna shook her head, walked past the tense Shirley, and nodded to Nina as a greeting before heading straight for the antique shop. The crisp sound of the bell shattered the silence on the shop's first floor as she opened the door. Vanna entered, her gaze focused on the figure behind the counter. The next moment, her eyebrows lifted in surprise at the occupant. A blonde woman was sitting behind the counter, and the individual had a stunning and mysterious air under the morning sunlight. In fact, it's the type of elegance that's not suited for this era. Welcome. Feel free to look around." The blonde gave a faint smile and greeted her after noticing the noise from the entrance. Vanna paused, momentarily stunned by the surreal reception. For some reason, she got this sensation that the other person shouldn't be working here and should be some noble lady in high society. But then again, the shop was filled with all sorts of seemingly ancient and enigmatic items, so having a lady with a mysterious and elegant aura behind the counter seemed fitting in that angle. But all the items in this antique shop were fakes. "Excuse me," Alice, somewhat puzzled, looked at the customer who had entered and abruptly stopped to stare blankly. The situation seemed to deviate from the usual standard guest reception process the captain had mentioned, leaving her uncertain of how to proceed. "Is there something you'd like to buy?" Vanna snapped back to reality over that call, and a chaotic numbness and dizziness filled her mind, disjointing her thoughts in the process. She vaguely recalled seeing or thinking of something moments ago, but the sudden confusion completely obscured everything she had seen and understood in that instant. Moments later, gentle ocean waves echoed in her mind, and amid these waves she entirely forgot the prior chaos, numbness, and dizziness. It felt like she had just entered the store, and the young woman behind the counter was speaking to her. Is Mr. Duncan not here?" Vanna looked around the first floor curiously, unable to find the antique shop owner's figure. "I know him." "Mr. Duncan, he went upstairs to put something away and will be back soon." Alice disregarded Vanna's previous distraction, thinking everything was fine as long as the conversation continued. "Do you want to buy something? Do you have a reservation for an item? I can help you search for it, although I might not be able to find it." Such a candid statement. Vanna sensed something peculiar, instinctively feeling that the beautiful young woman before her seemed slightly out of place. But each time she tried to concentrate on the issue, she immediately forgot her thoughts, making her speech slower than usual. "I am just browsing. I'll wait for a moment. Excuse me, are you new here? I didn't see you when I came last time." I'm new here. My name is Alice," Alice promptly said with a smile, enjoying introducing herself to others. "Mr. Duncan asked me to help watch the store." Vaguely, Vanna seemed to detect something unusual, concealed within Alice's restrained, yet somewhat rigid movements, within her flawless yet overly perfect smile, and even within her breathless speech. The Inquisitor frowned, but didn't genuinely notice anything out of the ordinary. It was just a new shop assistant, nothing abnormal. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the nearby staircase, interrupting Vanna and Alice's conversation. Duncan had appeared on the stairs. Earlier, he had sensed Vanna's presence but deliberately waited a few more minutes on the second floor to confirm the Inquisitor's intentions. When he realized she didn't have any specific purpose, he descended. Atulda. "We have a special guest," Duncan said to the puppet lady behind the counter. "I'll take over from here since she's an acquaintance. Alice, go make some tea." "All right, Mr. Duncan." Alice happily stood up, and after agreeing, walked toward the small stove on the other side of the stairs. Duncan approached Vanna, smiling and greeting the Inquisitor he had seen several times before. "It's been a long time, Miss Inquisitor." "Just call me by my name," Vanna rubbed her forehead. "Sorry for the sudden visit. Actually, I have some questions I wanted to clarify." "Questions?" Duncan raised an eyebrow. "What questions?" Vanna collected herself, contemplating how to begin. Vague hints pointed to this unremarkable shop, and some intuitive guidance led her here. The Inquisitor's experience and instincts seemed to subtly pulse. However, previous official investigations by the Church found no anomalies. The only reason that could justify her investigation this time appeared to be her friend's amulet. "As far as I know, Heidi had an amulet from here," Vanna said slowly. "Before the reality pollution disaster, she always wore it." "Oh, I remember that," Duncan nodded with a neutral expression and a slightly enlightened look. "I gave that amulet to Mr. Morris, and I've given out another one recently." As he spoke, he turned and took another amulet from the shelf behind him, presenting it to Vanna. "It's this kind." Vanna looked curiously at the antique shop owner who casually treated the store's collection as mass-produced goods. "Do you have many of these amulets?" "I have a whole box of them, and so far I've given away or sold a total of 21. Duncan nodded earnestly. "Are you interested?" While speaking, he unconsciously glanced at the young Inquisitor. Vanna seemed peculiar to him today, appearing somewhat dazed, her speech slightly sluggish. But beyond these visible abnormalities, even stranger was her unstable aura at the moment. Duncan couldn't quite pinpoint it, but the feeling the young Inquisitor gave him now, it was as if there was another person hidden in her thoughts, another pair of eyes concealed within her gaze. She was conversing with him here, but it seemed as if something else was buried deep within her consciousness. Vanna seemed not to notice Duncan's scrutiny. She was just a little unaccustomed to his candid business approach, although she knew from the beginning that there was nothing authentic in the store. No, I'm just here to investigate some situations. I want to ask about the specific source of these amulets and whether they have exhibited any special characteristics, or if the people who bought them have reported any unusual circumstances." "You mean?" Heidi believes that the amulet she wore at the time had a genuine protective effect, even helping her maintain her consciousness during the initial disaster, Vanna explained briefly, without delving into too much detail. "I think the amulet you gave to Mr. Morris may have been influenced by supernatural powers, so I came to investigate. Of course, you don't need to be nervous. As far as the current information is concerned, this is not a negative influence." She may say this, but there was one more thing she didn't mention. While she was here to investigate, she hadn't expected Duncan to have an entire box of similar amulets and had already sold so many. Duncan was slightly taken aback upon hearing Vanna's words. Did that thing really have an effect? The gift he casually gave away actually protected the self-consciousness of the psychiatrist. Why did this happen? What was the key? Was it the act of giving the gift itself, or was it because the psychiatrist's inspiration was too powerful? Chapter 274, A Pleasant Meeting. At that moment, Duncan quickly recalled all the similar amulets he had recently sold. After some consideration, he finally sighed with relief. As far as he could recall, the only special amulets he had given away were the 2 he had gifted to Morris. The rest were ordinary items, and after such a long time, no amulet purchasers had reported any unusual occurrences. With a sigh of relief, Duncan couldn't help but become lost in thought. Although the reason for the amulet's transformation remained unclear, Vanna's information undoubtedly served as a wake-up call, heightening his awareness and mental readiness for any strange phenomena that might transpire around him. In the future, it seemed he couldn't casually give things away or make promises without careful consideration. Duncan's momentary silence captured Vanna's attention, and she looked at him curiously. "Did you remember something?" After thoroughly reflecting on recent events, nothing appears to be out of the ordinary. Duncan shook his head, speaking sincerely and calmly. Could Heidi have been mistaken? It's unlikely. She's an experienced psychiatrist with some knowledge of the supernatural field, and she's well aware of her mental state. Vanna shook her head. But the issue with the amulet might indeed be something else. Maybe it's just an extraordinary item mixed in with ordinary products, or perhaps something happened during the production process. As Vanna spoke slowly, it seemed as if she was not explaining to Duncan, but instead hypnotizing and persuading herself. As an inquisitor, she should maintain her vigilance against potential supernatural events, but her focus eventually shifted away from the amulet as gentle waves resonated within her mind. The sound brought relaxation to her mind, causing the lady to gradually forget the initial purpose of this visit. In this state, Vanna began to carefully observe the shop in silence as if she were in a stupor. Shirley and Nina had both returned from the outside and were stocking the shelves by themselves. The blonde woman named Alice was busy near the small stove and readying the tea. Then there's Mr. Duncan, who sat behind the counter, his face wearing a friendly smile. Everything appeared so warm and cozy from the surface, with the kettle emitting a sharp whistle from the boil just then. However, the shadowy corners and the second floor gave off an eerie vibe of murmuring whispers. It's not inviting, especially the second floor, which felt like a tunnel into some perilous realm. "The tea is ready." Alice's voice came from the side as she brought a cup of hot tea to the counter and pushed it towards Vanna. "Please enjoy." Vanna silently picked up the teacup, took a sip, and then chewed on it before expressionlessly swallowing the piping hot liquid and leaves. Seeing this, Duncan was amazed. He had never witnessed anyone so composed while drinking Alice's tea before. Miss Vanna was indeed an extraordinary woman, far beyond comparison to ordinary people. After a while, realizing that Vanna was just observing and had no intention of speaking, Duncan finally couldn't help but break the silence. "Is there anything else besides the amulet?" Apologies, I got lost in thought for a bit." Vanna suddenly snapped back to reality and then abruptly coughed violently as if choking on something. She frowned at the empty teacup in front of her and shook her head. "No, that's all. I just came here to inquire about this matter." "If you're interested in the amulet, I can give you one," Duncan chuckled, pushing the amulet he had just taken down towards her. "You can examine it when you go back." Vanna looked at the crystal amulet before her with surprise, and after a moment asked, "How much?" "Let me offer it to you. It's not worth much anyway. I usually bundle it with other sales," Duncan said with a half-smile. "Or should I create an impressive-sounding product description? Do you prefer the historical artifact version or the health and wellness version?" Vanna was taken aback. "Are all the items sold here like this?" "Legitimate business," Duncan spread his hands. "If it were for sale, the base price is 8 sola, with a health and wellness narrative, 16, and with a historical account, 22. For 25, you can have a black walnut box. The box guarantees no fading for half a year, and I can also provide a receipt for 200. Vanna, who had grown up in the upper city and joined the church before adulthood, had never encountered anything like this before and appeared somewhat bewildered. 200 for a receipt. "It's suitable for gifting to colleagues," Duncan said earnestly, "and also for young people to give to their partners." After considering it, Vanna shook her head. "I likely don't need that, but I can't just take your items for free." With that, she rummaged through her pockets and pulled out 2 10-sola banknotes, placing them on the counter. "The original price is 8 sola. The rest is for your cooperation and the tea you served earlier." Duncan wanted to say more, but he saw Vanna had already stood up and picked up the crystal pendant. "It was a pleasure meeting you," she smiled slowly, then suddenly spoke with an unusually serious expression and tone, raising her hand and placing the crystal pendant around her neck. "I look forward to our next encounter." Duncan sensed something was amiss about her and subconsciously furrowed his brow, but ultimately he didn't say anything more, just nodded politely. "All right then, you're welcome back any time." Vanna nodded lightly and turned to leave. She walked directly through the shop, out the door, and stopped in the open area in front of the antique shop. A series of beeping, horn sounds suddenly came from the nearby roadside. Vanna blinked and noticed the car parked by the road, remembered the Grand Storm Cathedral's arrival in plan today, and hurriedly walked over and got in. "You finally came out," the young subordinate waiting in the car said as he quickly started the car. "It's been almost an hour and a half. I was thinking if you didn't come out, I would go in." "An hour and a half?" Vanna was somewhat surprised. "I thought it had only been 40 minutes. As she spoke, she tapped her forehead lightly, feeling as if she had forgotten something and couldn't help but mutter. "I left in such a hurry, I don't think I said goodbye." "Next time will be the same. After all, the shop is right here," the young subordinate casually remarked. Then, he noticed the crystal amulet around Vanna's neck through the rearview mirror and couldn't help but be surprised. "Is that a new pendant you bought? It's unexpected, you usually don't buy these things." "Pendant?" Vanna looked down at her chest in confusion and hesitated for a couple of seconds before speaking. "Ah, yes, I bought it." She shook her head, seemingly fully awake now. "Enough about that. Hurry up and head straight to the port." What? Inside the antique shop, Shirley was the first to run to the counter. She looked back uneasily in the direction Vanna had just left and turned to Duncan. "Why did the Inquisitor come here? Was she here to arrest me?" "You're overthinking it." Duncan looked at the anxious girl with an expression of helplessness. "She came to investigate something else. It has nothing to do with you." "Oh, as long as she's not here to arrest me," Shirley sighed in relief, but then couldn't help but mutter. She seemed strange today, her conversation was disjointed. "Maybe it is work pressure," Duncan said casually, standing up from behind the counter. "After all, her boss is coming." Nina joined in at this point, and after hearing Duncan's words, she quickly realized. "Boss, you mean the news on the newspapers earlier, the Grand Storm Cathedral." Duncan nodded with a smile, his gaze sweeping over Nina, Shirley, and Alice before suddenly asking, "Are you interested?" "Interested?" Shirley was startled for a moment, then looked astonished as she realized what he meant. "Wait, are you going to?" "Today there won't be much business anyway. Most people will either go to the church for Mass or the port to visit. We'll just be idling in the shop," Duncan said matter-of-factly. "Let's go see the grand arrival of the Grand Storm Cathedral. It's not something you can witness every year." As soon as he finished speaking, Nina was already jumping with joy. Great. Alice, on the other hand, didn't know what was going on, but seeing Nina so excited, she began clapping along. Only Shirley looked as if she had seen a ghost. But, that's the Grand Storm Cathedral. If we go there, won't we?" Duncan looked at her with a half-smile. "Won't what?" Shirley looked up at Duncan, thought for a moment, and then shook her head vigorously. "Nothing at all." Duncan nodded in satisfaction. He then looked up, his gaze passing over the streets outside the door, over the city, and towards the port of Planned. In his transcendent perception that covered the entire city-state, he could already sense a majestic presence gradually approaching Planned. The Grand Storm Cathedral had arrived. Chapter 275, The Grand Storm Cathedral. In Duncan's view, an entity radiating an immense presence was gradually nearing the city-state of Planned. In truth, his perception was unable to extend beyond Planned's physical limits. However, as the entity with the immense presence continued to draw closer, he could still indirectly detect a kind of radiance, akin to a heat source or a brightly shining object, slowly becoming more distinct over the vast ocean. A mere large ship would not evoke such a sensation, nor would a group of influential priests. Duncan narrowed his eyes slightly, and the glowing and warm object progressively took form in the darkness beyond the city-state of Planned. Could what it emitted be the so-called power of the gods? Moments later, a green flame suddenly sprang up from a second-floor window of an antique shop, and a plump white dove emerged, swiftly traversing the sky. What? By now, a massive throng had assembled both within and around the southeast port of Planned. The Grand Storm Cathedral, which patrolled the seas year-round and seldom docked, was set to anchor in the city-state. This was a once-in-a-lifetime event for any follower of the storm goddess Gamona. Whether it was to display their devotion or merely to marvel at the grandeur of the Grand Storm Cathedral, the citizens of Planned were determined not to miss this monumental occasion. Starting at sunrise, when the curfew had just lifted, residents living near the port began congregating, and by nearly noon, virtually all the available vantage points around the port were occupied. Subsequently, traffic control was implemented near the port. The city hall no longer permitted additional spectators to approach the harbor from that point forward, collaborating with the church to disperse the crowd to various sanctuaries, because numerous masses would be conducted concurrently in various churches when the Grand Storm Cathedral docked. This ceremony served not only to welcome the glory of the goddess, but also to alleviate congestion in the port area and redirect the faithful. Beyond the layers of the crowd, the inner section of the port area was temporarily designated as the ceremonial area by the church's guardians and the city-state's security officers. The local church hierarchy and Planned senior officials gathered here, already prepared to greet the Grand Storm Cathedral. Vanna hurried along and ultimately reached the port just in time. "You almost arrived late." Admin Dante, waiting at the port to greet them, glanced at his niece who had hurried over, a trace of helplessness in his one eye. On such a significant day, you as an inquisitor were the last to arrive. There was a minor accident. Even in front of her uncle, an inquisitor could feel somewhat inadequate, Vanna's face displaying mild embarrassment. I had planned my time well and would have arrived at least half an hour early. The goddess will forgive, spoke Archbishop Valentine, the elderly man dressed in full regalia, holding the staff symbolizing the city's bishop, a faint smile on his face. There's still some time before the scheduled moment. Vanna nodded, took a deep breath, and surveyed her surroundings. The area surrounding the pier was open and expansive, with guardians and security officers having cordoned off a sizable, ceremonial area. However, beyond this open space, one could see countless spectators in the distance, their heads bobbing in a sea of people. Nearly 3/4 of Plant's entire population were baptized followers of the Storm Church, and the remaining quarter, even if not baptized, still maintained a shallow faith in the storm goddess Gamona under the city's influence. This city-state was the largest gathering place for deep-sea believers in the vast ocean, and the grand spectacle at this moment powerfully demonstrated this fact. The arrival of the Grand Storm Cathedral can actually help us resolve numerous issues. Dante's voice reached Vanna's ears. With this grand event, the unstable atmosphere in the city-state can be quickly pacified, and news about the visions can be disseminated more smoothly. To be honest, I am truly relieved. For believers, being under the gaze of the gods is a more effective comfort than anything else, replied Archbishop Valentine. With the protection and witnessing of the goddess, we can display the greatest unity and resilience, and we can calmly accept all kinds of extreme situations, including the city-state becoming a vision. Letter 213. The arrival of the Grand Storm Cathedral may be to aid us through this challenging time, said Dante, although Her Holiness did not explicitly mention it. Her Holiness has her own reasons, not to mention that the information she shares with the outside world is guided by the gods. As her uncle and the elderly archbishop conversed, Vanna's attention gradually shifted away from them. She gazed at the boundless sea in the distance, waiting for the towering cathedral to appear in her line of sight. The appointed time was almost upon them, but there was no indication of the astonishing colossal ship on the serene sea. However, in the next moment, the corner of Vanna's eye suddenly caught a glimpse of the distorted scene on the sea's surface. The seawater swirled, the sky quivered, and the light reflecting on the sea abruptly rippled, transforming into layers of cloud-like curtains. A massive structure nearly the size of the entire port area suddenly materialized on the sea's surface, as if it had directly traversed dimensions to appear in Vanna's field of vision. It had not yet fully manifested, still exhibiting a faint, illusory quality at this moment. However, the overwhelming presence had already swept over, leaving the soul stunned. Despite being the city-state's inquisitor, this was Vanna's first time witnessing this ark-like giant ship with her own eyes. In an instant, emotions of excitement, joy, and admiration welled up within her. She subconsciously held her breath, then glanced to her side. The high-ranking officials of the city hall eagerly awaited the arrival, and Archbishop Valentine and her uncle stared intently into the distance with wide eyes. Was it the immense astonishment and awe that made them momentarily forget to make a sound? She didn't know, nor could she ask. After another 2 or 3 seconds, Archbishop Valentine's eyes lit up. He raised his staff high and forcefully struck it down, the sound of the staff's end hitting the ground echoing like a thunderclap throughout the entire dock square. Praise the name of the storm. The high-ranking priests gathered near the pier echoed in unison, Praise the name of the storm. The salute cannons boomed, followed by majestic music, and cheers thundered throughout the harbor, creating a fervent atmosphere wherever they were heard. Vanna looked towards the sea beyond the harbor, noticing that the previously swirling seawater and the shimmering light had subsided. The majestic Grand Storm Cathedral had removed all of its camouflage and was slowly approaching the coast of Planned. The gathered crowd was ecstatic. Loud prayers and cheers filled the air. Even the uninformed children in the crowd were excited. Along with the sound of the salute cannons and music, the noise was deafening. On the roof of a tower near the wharf area, Duncan, who had stepped out from the flaming doorway, quietly observed the bustling celebration scene and the enormous cathedral ark, which was beyond the concept of a ship, making it difficult to comprehend how it could function. Nina and Shirley were extremely excited at the side, debating the structure of the cathedral ark, the former basing her arguments on the mechanical knowledge she learned in school, while the latter fully utilized her imagination and unwavering confidence in her inventions. Alice seemed a bit nervous, having never seen such a colossal moving object on the sea. When the steam pipes on the side of the cathedral arch suddenly released pressure and a loud steam whistle pierced the sky, she instinctively covered her head. Duncan's gaze moved slowly between the gathered crowd on the pier and the towering three-tiered spire of the cathedral arch. Then, closing his eyes and opening them to refocus his perception, he discovered countless gray phantom-like figures extending from the grand storm cathedral like invisible tentacles or floating ribbons of smoke. These floating shadows spread from every door, window, and mechanical crevice of the cathedral arch, enveloping half of Plan's sky like a rolling, dark cloud. Unbeknownst to the crowds, the smoke swept over the people and buildings, gently brushing over the cheering heads like some enormous creature that had just entered this realm from the unknown. What are these shadows? What are these intangible tentacles emanating from the grand storm cathedral? Duncan's eyes gradually became more serious as the immense question formed in his heart. He instinctively reached out towards the space beyond the platform, as if trying to grasp one of the illusions. At the same time, a gray, smoke-like phantom drifted over, slowly approaching his palm. The smoke gathered slightly, wrapping around Duncan's fingers. In the next moment, he actually felt a faintly cool sensation, as if he had touched some tangible entity. Then the gray tentacle jolted and quickly withdrew, leaving only a cold, hollow touch behind. Chapter 276, Quick Judgment. The fleeting contact with the smoke quickly vanished. Nonetheless, more smoke kept seeping from the grand storm cathedral, wafting and twirling, occasionally amassing, then dissipating, resembling a dark cloud imperceptibly assembling above Plan and progressively enveloping a larger expanse, ultimately covering half of the city-state. A lingering trace of coldness remained on Duncan's fingertips. He furrowed his brow slightly and peered at the sky above the city, his thoughts consumed by uncertainty. The gray-white fog evoked a sensation, as though a colossal creature had lost its shape, its essence ascending and dispersing within the real dimension, morphing into this unrestrained form. It was as if something behind the real dimension was gradually extending its awareness, utilizing the fog as tendrils, sensing the outline of the real world. This second sensation was particularly pronounced when he made contact with the strand of smoke. "Uncle Duncan," Nina's voice abruptly sounded from beside him, interrupting Duncan's daydream. "Why is your hand out?" "Nothing," Duncan blinked and murmured. It seemed that Nina couldn't see the smoke nor Shirley and Alice next to her, or the common people gathered inside and outside the dock. But could those in the grand storm cathedral perceive it? Could the female pope, who sat within the cathedral and was considered the storm goddess Gamona's mortal emissary, see it? Silently, Duncan observed the magnificent arc, almost as vast as the entire port area, as it decelerated near the edge of Plan. He watched its side mechanism gradually transform, extending a lengthy mechanical bridge like an elongating appendage, connecting it to the dock. The indistinct and unseen smoke had evidently expanded during this procedure. Feeling no hostility or threat from the fog, Duncan refrained from taking any action for now. Adhering to ceremonial protocol, after firing a salute and playing music at Plan's port to greet the grand storm cathedral, a long mechanical bridge was extended, linking the pilgrimage arch to the city-state. Subsequently, a second solemn and harmonious steam whistle resounded from the arch. The massive steam valves revolved open, and pressure relief pipes and steam whistle apparatuses all around the pilgrimage arch were activated concurrently. White plumes of vapor erupted from the cathedral's walls and spires, soaring into the sky amid the steam whistle noises. This signaled the clock towers of both the city-state and the cathedrals to ring in unison. Vanna inhaled deeply. Standing in such a solemn and dignified location, even as an inquisitor, she couldn't help but feel slightly apprehensive. Moments later, she spotted several colorful flags emerging at the edge of the cathedral arch. A contingent of knights in bespoke armor then appeared on the long mechanical bridge. They rode steam-powered walking machines and reached the dock. One of them advanced and approached the high-ranking priests. "Bishop Valentine, Inquisitor Vanna, may the glory of the storm ruler be with you." The knight commander bowed his head. He donned black alloy armor, and the arrangement of the boost pipes and steam valves was visible on his breastplate and arm guards. A sturdy steel mask hid the knight's true visage, and Vanna could only discern the dim red glow in his goggles and hear the air hissing, mingling with his voice. Steam represented the breath of the gods, while steel served as the bridge connecting humanity and the divine. Beneath the face armor, the holy air hissed as though preaching in the knight's speech. May the glory of the storm ruler be with you. Vanna bowed her head back and said with Bishop Valentine standing beside her. The Pope invites you both to board the Ark, the Knight Commander of the Inquisition declared amidst the air's hissing. Everyone else, please wait for a moment. Vanna raised her head in surprise and instinctively glanced at Bishop Valentine, only to find him looking equally perplexed. Unsure if this was part of the ceremony, the Knight Commander clarified, noticing the confusion of the two high-ranking priests. This is the Pope's provisional arrangement. She has some matters she wishes to discuss with you. We shall adhere to the Pope's plan. Bishop Valentine promptly hid his bewilderment and bowed his head respectfully. Vanna, standing next to him, also swiftly recovered and bowed her head to demonstrate compliance. Please ask the priests and city officials to wait for a while, or they can rest on the side. The Knight Commander addressed Dante and others, nodding slightly. Don't worry, you won't wait too long. Vanna and Bishop Valentine proceeded onto the mechanical bridge leading to the Grand Storm Cathedral. The imposing cathedral drew nearer in her view, emanating an increasingly awe-inspiring, even somewhat oppressive, aura of authority. Just by nearing it, Vanna felt her heart race. Bishop Valentine noticed Vanna's hesitant steps as they walked together. The elderly man gently shook his head. Relax, this isn't your first encounter with the Pope. Yes, I understand. Guided by a group of Inquisition knights, Vanna and Valentine traversed the lengthy bridge, strode across the dock-like expansive connecting platform, and ultimately were led into a massive elevator. Vanna assumed the elevator would transport her to an upper level of the Ark Cathedral, but instead, she felt the entire car descending. The sinking persisted for an extended period, long enough for Vanna to begin doubting whether the elevator was plunging directly into the ocean before the steel cable's creaking noises finally ceased, opening the door in the next. The Inquisition knight's voice emerged from the side. Please proceed on your own, the Pope awaits you ahead. Slightly bewildered, Vanna followed Valentine out of the elevator, hearing the gate behind them shut with a grinding sound. They gazed ahead and noticed an area almost entirely engulfed in darkness. They could barely discern a figure garbed in extravagant robes, standing in the dimly lit chamber. Vanna hesitated for a moment before advancing. As she did, the soft sound of a flame igniting abruptly shattered the silence in the shadowy space. In rapid succession, several fire basins were kindled one after another. The sudden illumination banished the darkness near the elevator, enabling Vanna to spot Pope Helena standing not far away. To Vanna's amazement, the light also revealed that the space was far larger than she had initially perceived. Vanna could not see the end of this room, despite the illumination from the basins. She could only observe the gray-black, slightly rough ground extending before her eyes, reaching all the way to the edge of the darkness. Around the periphery of the brazier's light, she could vaguely make out some massive pillars and numerous intersecting shadows connecting them, resembling either the pipe system at the bottom of a church ark or a support structure. Was this the lower hold of the pilgrimage ark? Why would the Pope receive her and Bishop Valentine here? Questions surfaced in Vanna's mind, but before she could speak, a gentle yet authoritative voice from the front said, "You have arrived, Saint Valentine and Saint Vanna. Welcome to the Ark." "Your Holiness," Vanna quickly stifled her doubts, and after adjusting her expression, paid her respects alongside Bishop Valentine. After the ceremony, she cautiously inquired, "You summoned us here because—" However, Helena interrupted Vanna with a somewhat enigmatic question. "Do you know where this is?" "Isn't this the Grand Storm Cathedral?" Valentine looked up, his eyes blinking in confusion. "The bottom of the Grand Storm Cathedral." "This is indeed directly beneath the Grand Storm Cathedral, but strictly speaking, this place has already left the main body of the cathedral." Helena revealed a slight smile. Under the reflection of several braziers, her smile seemed to conceal a deeper meaning. "You are standing on the lowest level of the pilgrimage ark, the belly of this behemoth." She looked up, her gaze slowly shifting between Vanna and Valentine. Here, under the watchful eye of the Storm Lord and also closest to the deep sea, the blessings and judgment of the Lord coexist. Helena's gaze settled, but she was not looking at Vanna or Valentine. Instead, it was as if she was addressing the void in the darkness. "Has it become more challenging to continue fulfilling your duties after your faith has wavered?" Vanna and Valentine both froze over that question. An unbearable, oppressive atmosphere enveloped this vast, dim space for the next while. Eventually, it was Vanna who broke the silence after taking a deep breath. "My faith." "I didn't inquire about your faith," Helena shook her head. I asked if, after your faith has wavered, continuing to fulfill your duties has become more difficult than before. Vanna hesitated momentarily, seemingly not comprehending the deeper meaning of Helena's words. On the other hand, Bishop Valentine displayed a sudden realization after brief astonishment. He immediately responded, I have always carried out my duties, protecting the city-state and guiding the believers with sincerity. Very well, Saint Valentine, your steadfastness moves me. You should continue to fulfill your duties as the protector of the city-state of planned until the end. Saint Vanna, I see your confusion, and considering your situation, I have no choice but to announce the temporary suspension of your duties as the Inquisitor of planned. This decision is effective immediately. Helena spoke rapidly, finishing before Vanna and Valentine could react. The two saints exchanged puzzled glances. Valentine, Vanna, Chapter 277, A New Storm. Both Vanna and Valentine were taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Pope Helena's judgment seemed less like a solemn religious decree and more like a calculated step towards a predetermined outcome. The conversation they just had appeared to be nothing more than a formality. Vanna the Inquisitor found it hard to accept the hasty judgment, and Valentine was struggling with it as well. They both began, Your Holiness. It's all right. There's no issue. Life is full of ups and downs, much like storms being the most unpredictable forces. Helena waved her hand, interrupting Vanna and Valentine. And don't succumb to despair too easily, Saint Vanna. Being relieved of your duties as an Inquisitor is not necessarily a punishment. It's simply that you're not suited for this role right now. Maybe the storm has other plans for you. Vanna hesitated, sensing a hidden meaning in Helena's words. But before she could inquire further, she saw the Pope shake her head. That's enough for now. I need to see some things for myself before I can make a decision, Helena said nonchalantly. Planned, it's been many years since I last set foot on this land. She paused briefly. You two head back to the upper level first. The elevator is waiting. I will finish a prayer here. It won't take long. We'll meet on the upper deck. Before they could even make sense of what was happening, Vanna and Valentine were escorted back into the elevator. It wasn't until the elevator reached the top, exited the cabin, and walking down the corridor to the upper deck that Valentine finally broke the silence in a whisper. Vanna, how are you feeling now? He couldn't think of a better way to ease the awkwardness. Vanna stopped in her tracks. Valentine took a step back. Are you seriously stepping back like that? I'm afraid I am. Still able to crack a joke, it seems you're aware of the odd nature of this event. Vanna shook her head, speaking softly. Honestly, my first reaction was disbelief and difficulty accepting this hurried, careless judgment, which felt more like a cruel joke than something that should come from the Pope. But as I reflected on Her Holiness's words, I can't help but think she might have an ulterior motive. Taking a deep breath, she added, I believe I should be patient and wait for the storm's favor the Pope mentioned. Your composure and rational thinking truly surpass those of most people. Not many would be able to remain so calm after such an event suddenly befalls them. Valentine moved forward again, speaking as they walked. However, I'm more concerned about something else right now. Vanna furrowed her brow. What else? To replace an Inquisitor, a new one must be appointed, and the Pope herself must test and appoint someone to such an important position as a city-state Inquisitor. You should be well aware of this process, Valentine said slowly. But Her Holiness didn't mention this at all. This necessary matter should have been announced at the same time or even earlier when the dismissal was made. Vanna unconsciously furrowed her brow but remained silent for a moment. Valentine continued. Furthermore, she chose to announce your dismissal in an unknown secret chamber. According to the doctrine, the Pope's secrets shared in the secret chamber must not be disclosed to others, no matter the content of the secret. This is a sort of safety code. Vanna had to concede that her younger self was not as well versed in the Storm Codex as Bishop Valentine, a senior clergyman. She hadn't considered these crucial points at the time. Do you mean? Your dismissal will remain unknown to anyone, Valentine said calmly, looking into Vanna's eyes, and there won't be a new Inquisitor to assume your responsibilities. Vanna paused, furrowing her brow slightly. Then how can I continue to carry out my duties in planned? I don't know, Valentine said softly. He looked up, gazing towards the corridor's exit. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, but I suspect that you might not need to continue fulfilling your duties in planned for much longer. What? In the vast expanse, Pope Helena stood silently amidst the dim flames. After an indeterminable amount of time, she finally raised her head and gazed into the darkness ahead. This was the bottom of the pilgrimage arc, an area rarely visited or even known to ordinary people. She referred to this place as the belly of the beast, which, in a way, wasn't an inaccurate description. Helena took a step forward, passing the blazing basins, and reached a spot previously untouched by the flames. Flames spread with each of her steps, gradually illuminating the entire dark space and unveiling the previously hidden objects. The intertwined structures on the ground, the massive tumor-like formations or nerve nodes suspended from the high dome, the nerve fibers and vascular pillars dangling from the dome, and the colossal, pale supports resembling skeletons. Originally concealed in the darkness, these things were now exposed to Helena as the flames spread. She finally halted in front of an enormous pillar. This pillar was composed of a multitude of intricate, intertwined structures. Its surface was uneven, with numerous nerve channels and vascular systems wrapped around it like bas-relief. Deep within the nerve systems, one could barely discern the intricate metal wires and gleaming silver needles seemingly extending from above. At the top of this pillar on the dim dome, even more densely clustered hanging organs could be seen, their surfaces covered in grooves, resembling a brain. Helena stared at the pillar for an extended period before reaching out and gently touching the grooves formed by the nerve fibers. "The Academy of Truth, truly remarkable technology," she whispered in admiration. Who would have thought that the deceased Leviathan could resurrect in this manner? A deep rumble suddenly emerged from the pillar as her words trailed off. Then, a raspy, ancient voice resonated from an unknown structure. "First of all, I was never truly dead, and secondly, I don't believe I'm alive now either. Using life and death to describe the Leviathan is a rather imprecise way of speaking, young lady. I thought you were asleep. I do sleep most of the time, but today you prayed to Queen Gamona with particular solemnity and brought a stranger here, so I thought I should be awake." Helena's mouth seemed to twitch. "Did you witness a satisfying scene then?" "I think you're being quite unkind," the raspy, ancient voice replied. "She's performed quite well, hasn't she? No one in the comprehensive evaluations of the Inquisitors from all the major city-states can surpass her, and you dismissed her just like that, not to mention the reason being wavering faith. We all know that as long as one can continue to perform their duties, this reason is the least important." "It's the Storm Ruler's arrangement," Helena said indifferently. The raspy, ancient voice hesitated noticeably before speaking again. "Oh, well, then I have no objection." Helena shook her head helplessly. "I thought you'd at least inquire a little more." But this time the raspy, ancient voice did not respond at all. He had fallen asleep. Cutting through the ocean waves with relative ease, the sea mist had mostly healed itself and had engaged its powers by creating a thin layer of fog around the ship. At the moment, Tyrion stood at the bow gazing out over the open sea ahead. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable sense of unease. At first, he thought it was the aftermath of the fatherly injury he suffered at Planned. The pressure from the incident must have built up from the several encounters, but as he moved further away from that pearl of the sea, the unease only got worse and didn't diminish in the slightest. This irritated him. It seemed as if something was about to happen, or had already happened, and this matter was very likely related to him. He trusted his intuition as a transcendent in this regard. Tyrion took a deep breath, placed his hand on the railing in front of him, and frowned in thought. Just then, as if to confirm his growing unease, hurried footsteps suddenly came from behind. Tyrion turned abruptly and saw his first mate Aiden approaching him. The usually composed first mate wore a look of tension on his face. Tyrion immediately furrowed his brow. What happened? Just now, the small chapel received a psychic message from the home port. There's been an incident in the seas near Frost. Near Frost, Tyrion felt his heart skip a beat and asked, "What's going on?" "An ancient diving device suddenly appeared in the waters near Frost," Aiden said, unable to help but take a breath. "It's submersible number 3, the 8th one." Chapter 278, Reasonable Arrangements. The night deepened gradually, and the frigid world's celestial body hung high in the night sky. Beneath its pale glow, the entire city-state fell silent as Duncan took in the scenery. He's currently standing on the second floor of the antique shop, quietly observing the streets and taking in the undulating rooftops of the neighborhood. In the distance, he could also see the Vanished sailing across the vast, turbulent sea, heading north through the night as it followed in the sea mist's track. From here, he watched everything using his all-encompassing perception to scan every corner of Planned. This included the invisible smoke floating overhead. The smoke, resembling souls released by the Grand Storm Cathedral, had stopped expanding after nightfall and was now large enough to cover 3/4 of the city. It drifted gently in the night sky like a thin veil, as if leisurely strolling about for a walk. Duncan withdrew his gaze then and focused on the massive shadow at the city's edge. That was where the Grand Storm Cathedral had docked, and the pilgrimage arc clung to Plan's southeastern port. In Duncan's perception, he could clearly sense the outline of this massive structure, but that's all he could do. He couldn't penetrate into the cathedral's interior. The cathedral's interior was like a vast, dark black hole to him. Ordinary ships docked at the port couldn't block his perception. Nothing could escape his touch within a close enough range of Plan, but now this cathedral seemed to be an exception. Was it due to Goddess Gamona's protection, or the special protection technology of the Storm Church? Duncan was curious but refrained from taking any excessive actions. He had indeed considered whether using his green fire could break the protection, but it was just a thought. After all, there was no need to set fire to someone's house just to satisfy his curiosity. At that moment, Duncan suddenly felt something in his heart, quickly withdrew his perception, and looked up in the upper district's direction. Eventually, his gaze landed on the local cathedral at the highest peak. In a brightly lit room at the top of the church's grounds, Pope Helena lit a ceremonial candle mixed with spices and placed the candlestick in front of a full-length mirror on the wall's corner. She then tilted her head slightly and looked at Vanna, who had been standing by her side for quite some time. I heard the first time you saw him in your dreams, your initial reaction was a sacrificial leap. What were you thinking at that moment? Vanna's face revealed a hint of embarrassment. At that time, I didn't think much. When you say didn't think much, it usually means didn't think at all. Helena laughed. Actually, that's good. Exceptional warriors often act faster than they think, which is very useful when fighting heretics and evil spirits. After all, thinking itself can easily become our weakness. But I'm just relieved that my recklessness at the time didn't lead to any consequences. Vanna sighed helplessly. In hindsight, he didn't seem to care about my offense at all. He doesn't care, they don't care, Helena whispered. The higher beings are concerned with more expansive, long-term matters. The good news is that their concerns do include our survival to some extent. Vanna didn't respond for a while, so Helena looked at the former Inquisitor with a half-smile. Vanna, you must have many questions, right? I want to know your plans for me. Vanna hesitated for a moment but spoke up. You secretly relieved me of my Inquisitor duties and didn't assign a new city-state guardian. I'm somewhat at a loss and unsure how to fulfill my responsibilities next. Helena listened calmly, with no hint of surprise on her face. After Vanna finished speaking, the seemingly young Pope simply smiled and looked out the window. Through the wrought iron-patterned window panes, one could see the peaceful and serene city streets illuminated by numerous gas lamps. A very calm night, Vanna, the Pope said. How many incidents of supernatural pollution or evil invasions do you think the night patrol guards will report today? Vanna paused, hesitating to answer. I'm not sure. The city-state has indeed been safer lately, with few incident reports, but... Zero, the Pope interrupted her. Tonight's incidents are zero, just like yesterday and the day before, and it will be the same tomorrow. Vanna opened her mouth. You've clearly noticed this, but haven't dared to draw a conclusion yet? Helena laughed. A city with no longer dangerous nights, where shadows no longer breed even in the temporary darkness after the gas lamps go out. The most dazzling pearl on the boundless sea now truly deserves its name. Vanna gradually began to understand. You mean? Vision planned, Helena nodded gently. It appears that within this large-scale vision, no supernatural pollution phenomena will occur other than vision planned itself. Is this your observational conclusion? Do you think I came here just to be admired by the citizens in the streets and greeted by priests and officials in the cathedral? Helena looked at Vanna with a half-smile. I have my own ways of observing and assessing the changes that have occurred in the city-state. Vanna's mouth hung open as if she had countless things to say but suddenly didn't know where to begin. Chaotic thoughts filled her head, and she felt that the events happening now had once again surpassed her worldview. It took her a long time to blurt out. So, Plan doesn't need an Inquisitor anymore. I'm not sure, Helena's answer somewhat surprised Vanna. The Pope shook her head, seemingly uncertain. Since this has never happened before, we can't be sure. However, at least one thing is clear. As long as the nature of vision planned remains unchanged, you indeed no longer need to work as you did before, and the duties of the city-state guardians will change significantly. At this point, Helena paused, then added thoughtfully, even so, the city-state still needs the protection of its guardians. I can only confirm that no natural supernatural pollution phenomena will occur within vision planned, but our threats are not limited to those phenomena. Heretics, ancient offspring heirs, evil creations, and fanatics who actively seek to destroy the civilized order won't become law-abiding simply because planned has become a vision. But one thing is certain, planned has become much safer. Helena stopped and looked calmly into Vanna's eyes for a few seconds before continuing softly. Vanna, we are on a very new path. No city, state, or church has ever faced a situation like this. On the other hand, our world seems to be experiencing some unsettling changes. Whether it's Vision One's failure or the activities of the vanished, they are breaking the fragile balance that the city-states have maintained for thousands of years. In this situation, the goddess has provided only limited revelations. I can only act upon these limited revelations. Vanna, you have great talent, and this talent should be utilized, somewhere more valuable. Planned is now in its safest state, but I presume you're not someone who indulges in comfort, are you? Hearing the Pope's words, Vanna instinctively straightened her body. I am always ready to sacrifice everything for faith and righteousness. Sacrifice everything. Of course, sacrifice everything. Never hesitate in doing anything. As long as it's the will of the goddess. Even going to the vanished. Including going to. Vanna instinctively spoke loudly but choked on her words. After 2 seconds, she stared at the Pope in astonishment. What did you just say? As I just said, our world is experiencing many unsettling changes. And among these changes, the vanished is at least the only one that has shown the possibility of communication and goodwill, Helena said seriously. We need to establish a stable communication channel with the master of the vanished, preferably with some official nature. You can consider yourself an envoy, or you can think of yourself as a hostage. Of course, I personally suggest you adopt the first explanation, but it's up to you. Vanna listened in amazement, and it wasn't until the Pope finished that she finally found an opportunity to speak. But, is it reasonable? Going to the vanished, is it the concept I understand? Is it possible? Helena looked quietly at the somewhat flustered young inquisitor, who had anticipated this reaction. After a while, she smiled and replied, It's reasonable. Chapter 279, Agreement Reached. Pope Helena's attitude was calm throughout compared to Vanna's current helplessness. She had a smile on her face and even seemed a bit pleased. However, Vanna couldn't be happy at all, nor could she be more reasonable. I think this is too sudden, the young inquisitor racked her brain, completely clueless as to why the topic had suddenly shifted in this strange direction, and was now trying her best to catch up with the rapid pace of the conversation. I understand the need to establish communication with the vanished, but I think it should be gradual. Besides, if it's just for communication, we already have channels for that, like Captain Duncan. He visits you in dreams or talks to you through a mirror, right? Helena gently interrupted Vanna. I know you mentioned it in your report. But that's not enough, Helena shook her head with a smile. That's just conversation, private talks between you and Captain Duncan. Such communication lacks both uniqueness and binding force. It's far from being an official channel between the Storm Church and the vanished. Vanna, you should understand the difference. Vanna's lips moved a few times, but she couldn't bring herself to say anything. She was now sure that this was not a joke, nor was it a whim of the spokesperson of the gods before her. From Helena's attitude and gaze, Vanna sensed something well thought out, and some feelings that she couldn't understand for now. After a while, she suddenly asked, Is it the goddess's will? You can understand it that way, if it makes you feel better. I understand. Vanna took a deep breath, finally calming herself down, and resumed her usual serious demeanor, bowing her head. Then I will obey this arrangement. Go and rest first, Helena nodded gently. There's still a lot to do tomorrow. Vanna bowed again before leaving the room. Watching the young inquisitor's tall figure disappear outside the door, Helena took a long time before looking away. She suddenly laughed and shook her head helplessly. This child didn't even ask me how I plan to send her to that ship, yet she's trying to appear calm. A calm and dignified voice mixed with the crackling of flames spoke up. I'm curious too, how do you plan to send her to the vanished? In the corner of the room, in front of a full-length mirror, the flames on several candlesticks suddenly turned dark green. The dim firelight illuminated the mirror's surface, which showed a dark and deep abyss where Duncan's image emerged and silently stared at Helena. The Pope didn't turn around. Even though she heard Duncan's voice behind her, she continued to gaze out the window. "Ah, I knew you were watching. I had no choice, your plan was too loud, and the beads even hit me in the face." "What are beads?" "This is a subspace joke," Duncan said seriously. After all this time, he had grown accustomed to occasionally fabricating stories while conversing with people, and observing their puzzled reactions was his greatest joy in the process. As for how the other party would make up for it afterward. In any case, people in this world usually came up with their own explanations for what he said. Helena wisely didn't inquire further. She still didn't turn around and concealed her emotional fluctuations, her tone remaining calm and gentle. "Although you probably don't need it, I'll introduce myself anyway, Helena, a humble servant of the storm goddess Gamona. It's nice to talk to you." "Duncan of Namur, captain of the Vanished," Duncan replied casually. "I prefer honest communication, so let's be open. What is your purpose? Or rather, what does the Storm Church truly intend to do?" "We are focused on maintaining the order of the civilized world and responding to all unsettling changes within it," Helena answered indifferently. "You must have heard what I just said to Vanna. This world is undergoing some changes. In fact, the situation is far more serious than what I told her. Many shadows are approaching our reality. The anomaly of Vision 1 may only be the beginning. The Ender's destructive actions and plan may also be part of a larger conspiracy. Some city-states have reported disturbing news in the north, and at the border, the curtain is becoming increasingly unstable. Within civilized territory, border collapses are happening more and more frequently. Among all these changes, the Vanished may be the only one with the hope of communicating through rational means. We hope to establish stable and effective communication with you. Just as you want to know the purpose of the Storm Church, we also want to know about the Vanished. So why not build a bridge?" Duncan frowned. "So you confidently arranged for Vanna to be that bridge. It's a good idea, but how do you know I'll agree?" "You care about her and have helped her before. From your intentions, you seem to be very interested in the current civilized world," Helena said. "You've regained your reason and humanity, so you need to reconnect with the civilized world. In my opinion, Vanna is suitable for this role, or would you trust a strange messenger randomly selected by the Storm Church?" "Indeed, Vanna is at least an acquaintance of mine. From your perspective, sending her over can ensure the safety of the messenger to the greatest extent," Duncan said slowly. "But even so, aren't you really worried that sending Vanna to the Vanished would be like sending a lamb into the mouth of a tiger? Given the good reputation my ship and I have in the civilized world, if your actions were made public, it would seem more reasonable to be regarded as a bloody sacrifice." Helena was silent for a few seconds, finally slowly turning around to face the mirror with flickering green flames. "So this matter will not be made public. After all, apart from the people of Planned, most people in this world still can't discuss the Vanished without changing their facial expressions. Vanna will become a secret envoy, and only the high-ranking members of the Storm Church, a few city-state governors, or those who need to know when circumstances require it, will be aware of this." Helena raised her gaze and stared at Duncan's figure in the mirror. The shimmering and distorted starlight filled her vision. "As for the lamb entering the tiger's mouth you mentioned, I'm not worried." Indescribable flowing starlight surged on the mirror's surface, as if trying to break free from the fragile glass, presenting a sense of swelling and writhing. Fine black cracks spread from the mirror's edge, filling the entire room, and a low, chaotic roar filled her mind. Within each roar, it seemed as if infinite knowledge from subspace was intertwined. "I can hear your voice, and it's full of calm rationality. I believe you have indeed regained your humanity, and this humanity is clear evidence that you stand in the camp of civilized order." The mirror seemed to transform into a vortex within her field of vision. From it, the starlight giant within the mirror had lost its form completely, and all Helena saw was endless starlight. The fragmented light and shadow exploded in her mind, but in the next moment, gentle waves echoed in her mind as a counter, reshaping her thoughts on the brink of disintegration. "You are friendly and reliable. My deity has guided me, and I believe unconditionally in my deity. If she commands me to cooperate with you, I will do so." The writhing starlight in the mirror overflowed. A stream of light and shadow extended in the air, pulsating, slowly swaying in front of Helena as if observing prey or sniffing the scent in the room. The writhing starlight formed a light and shadow less than half a meter from Helena's face, and within its tiny light points, countless eyes seemed to fill them. Duncan carefully observed Helena's expression through the mirror, trying to analyze her true intentions from the details of her words and actions. In the end, he found only calmness and honesty in her eyes. After a long while, he looked away. Agreement reached. I'll reserve a spot for Vanna on the Vanished, but in return, once on the ship, it means she becomes my crew member. She will follow strict rules, and her priority will even be higher than her status in the Storm Church. I hope you understand. He tried to speak formally and dignifiedly, making the matter seem official. But in reality, he was overjoyed. From a very early time, he had thought that Vanna was destined for the Vanished. He had been planning how to bring this high-ranking cleric onto the ship as a helper, but had no suitable opportunity or reason. He never expected this chance to fall from the sky. The Storm Church needed an official communication channel to understand the Vanished's intentions, which would alleviate their unease. The Vanished also needed a bridge to communicate with the Church's powers in the civilized world, which would aid Duncan in his future activities. This was a win-win situation. I understand, Helena nodded slowly, so the agreement is reached. Chapter 280, Before the New Member. Was Helena genuinely expressing her true thoughts? Did the Storm Church's true objective involve establishing communication with the Vanished? Did the so-called spokesperson of God genuinely trust in the humanity and rationality of Captain Duncan, as she claimed? Duncan hesitated to trust her fully, even though the female Pope's demeanor appeared sincere. He was quite calculating, aware of the Vanished's notorious reputation and formidable record. Such a reputation meant that a powerful leader like Helena couldn't engage with him without taking precautions. She must have had some reservations. However, exercising caution wasn't necessarily negative. Choosing to collaborate despite caution indicated that she had a reason to cooperate, whether due to divine will or the interests of the Church. Regardless of the reason, the olive branch she extended was authentic. Since we've reached an agreement, we should discuss the specific personnel handover and registration process, Duncan contemplated for a moment before addressing the Pope reasonably. I believe we need some formal documents. Helena was momentarily taken aback. Although she had initiated the matter, she hadn't considered this step, and her expression revealed surprise. Registration process, what do you mean? Enlisting crew members and handling work handovers are serious matters, Duncan stated earnestly. Vanished is an exploration ship with strict personnel management, and your Storm Church is a formal organization. Don't you plan to prepare an introductory letter for the emissaries you send? Moreover, regarding living expenses or personal equipment procurement for Vanna on the ship, which party should cover the costs? I personally think you should be responsible for at least part of it. Helena suddenly understood what Vanna meant when she mentioned in her reports that Captain Duncan is a man of unexpected actions, multiple times. Helena hadn't considered this aspect in her numerous pre-planned negotiation scenarios with the Vanished. The Storm Church will, naturally, take responsibility for this part of the budget, Helena finally agreed after a few seconds of hesitation. If you need formal documents, we can provide them, or you can provide them. Do you have a template on your side? Certainly, I can send a messenger to you later, Duncan affirmed solemnly. Vanished is not some third-rate evil god lair where you light two braziers, mumble a few words, and push someone in to call it a successful sacrifice. We are a very formal employer. Personnel recruitment, rules and regulations, and team building are all top-notch in subspace. Helena had been listening without expression since the beginning, and at this point, she could only nod subconsciously. For some reason, she suddenly felt that the twisting starlight in the mirror, which continuously swelled and writhed, was no longer as disorienting and nauseating as before. She even found the rotating light and shadows somewhat familiar. In such a slightly dazed state, she finally concluded her conversation with the enigmatic captain. Accompanied by the soft crackling of flames, the flickering green fire in front of the mirror slowly vanished. The bright yellow-white flames re-emerged on the candlestick, and the floating light and shadows on the mirror's edge and the pervasive black cracks in the room gradually faded from her view. A stable reality reappeared before Helena. Yet she didn't dare look away from the mirror, only watching it until her image own reappeared. After an indeterminate amount of time, the trembling lines around the image finally stabilized, and Helena took a deep breath, her tense muscles gradually relaxing. Only then did she realize her clothes were drenched in sweat, her heart pounding, and a dull, numb pain throbbed in her head. I'd better remind Vanna to control her curiosity at her new post. Helena rubbed her forehead, battling the headache as she whispered, "Facing subspace, this sensation is awful." A crackling sound suddenly reached her ears, accompanied by a glimpse of green light. Startled, Helena only managed to catch a flicker of green flame near the windowsill. She hurried towards the fading firelight and discovered an ancient parchment lying quietly on the windowsill. It was Vanna's registration document for the vanished. It really came, the female pope murmured, somewhat bewildered. Wait, the next morning, we will be welcoming a new member. In the vanished's dining room, Duncan gathered all the members on board, including Shirley, who had been helping out in the antique shop, and Mr. Morris, who had been conducting research in the city-state library, and then formally announced the news. Prescription. Nina, who had been focused on feeding pigeons with a handful of fries, looked up in surprise when she heard Uncle Duncan's words. A new member. Who is it? In a sense, she's someone you all know, Duncan said with a smile, his gaze sweeping both sides of the dining table. You've all seen her before. Shirley and Nina even met her not long ago. Shirley appeared somewhat dazed, taking several seconds to vaguely realize something, her expression visibly changing. Could it be that Inquisitor? It is her, Duncan nodded gently. Inquisitor Vanna will become a new member of the Vanished within the next day or two. Banged. A loud noise suddenly erupted beside the dining table. Duncan calmly glanced in the direction of the sound, seeing Dog lying awkwardly on the floor. He had been sitting on a chair next to Shirley just a moment before. Shirley, who had almost toppled off her chair herself, glared at Dog and scolded. Dog, you scared me. I'm utterly dog-stunned, really, Mr. Duncan. What did you just say, that Inquisitor? Dog clumsily rose from the ground, ignoring Shirley's yelling beside him, his two blood-red hollow eye sockets staring at Duncan. Are you planning to bring that Inquisitor here by force? Of course, I'm not questioning your ability. You can definitely restrain her, but it might not be easy to make that Inquisitor submit. She has obviously undergone very strict training, and her head is full of faith in the Storm Goddess. It's probably difficult to make her become. Why is your first thought to tie someone to the ship? Duncan's eye twitched. I said Vanna will become our new member. When did I ever say I was going to tie her to the ship? But how could she be brought over without being tied up? Dog was perplexed, seemingly unable to think of any other reason in his normal logic to explain why a city-state Inquisitor would suddenly become a new member of the Vanished. Oh, you plan to detain her ashore first. Can it just be a standard crew recruitment and job transfer? Duncan looked expressionlessly at the other's unsightly dog head. For example, the Storm Church writes a recommendation letter, I write a personnel admission notice, and then Vanna becomes a sailor and accompanying priest on the ship through a very ordinary process. Don't you think that's more reasonable? Dog considered it and felt that such reasonable matters would be incredibly strange once they occurred on the Vanished. He would rather believe that one day he would wake up on the ship and see the mysterious Holy Lord than believe in the captain's series of processes just mentioned. However, after holding back for a long time, he dared not voice his thoughts. Because this was the Vanished. What the captain said was right. You're right, Dog lowered his head in a dull tone. That's very reasonable. Duncan nodded in satisfaction and then looked at the few people on both sides of the dining table. After some thought, he added an explanation. This is an agreement between the Storm Church and me. Vanna will board this ship as a secret special envoy and serve me as a crew member until her mission is completed. Her identity is slightly different from yours, but while on the ship, everyone follows the same rules. I hope you can get along with each other. As long as she doesn't bother me, it's fine, Shirley grumbled. I wouldn't dare to bother her. I still can't imagine a city-state Inquisitor staying obediently on the ship, Dog also murmured. I feel like our days are about to become more exciting. I'm prepared, Morris, sitting across the table, nodded slightly. The old scholar seemed the most composed except for Alice, who hadn't reacted at all from the beginning, and there was even a hint of a strange smile on his face. But she might be particularly surprised when she sees me, but she'll adapt. Vanna has always been a child with strong adaptability. Nina hadn't said much since the beginning, just thinking about something. Only now did she suddenly look up. Uncle, do we have something to do next? Duncan lowered his head. Why do you suddenly ask that? Because you specifically gathered us all on the ship, Nina thought for a moment. Miss Vanna hasn't boarded the ship yet, and you called us ahead of time. There must be other arrangements, right? Duncan looked at Nina's shiny eyes with a 6,000 degrees C depth, and after a long while he smiled and patted her hair. You're right, there will be some things to do. We're heading to Frost. Chapter 281, about the taboo of reading at sea. We are currently sailing northward along the sea mist's route, and in a few days we will reach the fringes of the cold sea, which will undoubtedly offer a vastly different view from the Central Sea, Duncan explained. During this time you can stay aboard the ship. Alice has prepared rooms for you, and if you find it difficult to adapt to life at sea, you can always return to the city-state. I can summon you temporarily if necessary. I'll stay on the ship, Shirley quickly volunteered. I can help Miss Alice with some tasks. You'll also need to complete your homework while on the ship, Duncan reminded, glancing in her direction. I'll personally supervise it here. Shirley hesitated. Then You'll need to do your homework in the city-state as well, and I'll still be supervising it. Shirley frowned. Then I'll stay on the ship just for a change of scenery. I'd like to stay on the ship too, Nina chimed in, looking at Shirley and then at Duncan, her eyes shining with excitement. I haven't really adjusted to life on the ship yet. I couldn't even last overnight the last time. Duncan nodded. You can return briefly to gather your familiar bedding. It might help prevent sleeplessness in an unfamiliar environment. All right, Nina agreed, nodding repeatedly. She hesitated for a moment before asking, Can I bring my school's vacation homework and textbooks on the ship? I'm afraid I won't finish them before the new semester starts. As Nina spoke, Dog couldn't help but hold its head with its paws. We're on the most infamous ghost ship in history to solve a supernatural mystery, yet it's starting to sound more like a vacation trip. Duncan didn't mind Dog's grumbling. He pondered for a moment before cautiously telling Nina, Shirley and Alice's practice book can be brought on board, but your textbooks and homework might pose some risks. Reading books on the open sea can attract malicious shadows just as easily as reading in the city-state after nightfall. Nina thought for a moment, then raised a surprisingly practical question that even Duncan hadn't considered. If something emerges from the shadows, can't you just defeat it? Duncan. Dog and Shirley, right. I never considered that. Duncan was taken aback for a few seconds before finally conceding with a puzzled expression that he had overlooked the possibility when he heard the goat head mention something about the sea reading taboo. Like everyone else, he accepted it as a rule but failed to explore other options. Now it was Nina, a newcomer to the supernatural world, who demonstrated exceptional open-mindedness. Nina, of course, was not constrained by conventional thinking, because on her first day encountering the supernatural, she saw her Uncle Duncan standing in the city-state, tearing apart the sun. The world's most potent supernatural force was presented to her as being subdued and pinned down. In any case, Uncle Duncan is unbeatable, and if something causes trouble, let Uncle Duncan handle it. Nina's thought process was clear and straightforward. I need to confirm something, Duncan announced abruptly before standing up and leaving the dining room. He carried a large book to the captain's quarters and dropped it with a thud in front of the goat head. Startled by the sudden noise, the goat head inquired, Captain. What typically happens when one reads books on the open sea? Duncan asked directly. The goat head hesitated for a moment before responding instinctively. Well, reading on the open sea tends to draw the attention of various forces from the depths of the world, such as spirits from the spirit realm, demonic projections from the shadowy domain of the deep sea, and even whispers from subspace that exploits the opportunity. When the reader's mind is relaxed and off guard, these entities extend their projections into the real world. And what are you doing? Duncan opened the large book about the folk cultures of various city-states he had brought from Planned and asked, without looking up, When will those invaders you mentioned arrive? The goat head, feeling its thoughts becoming tangled, still answered instinctively while trying to unravel them. Generally, they should appear shortly after reading begins. Quite quickly, in fact. Duncan flipped 2 more pages and glanced up. So why haven't they arrived yet? Goathead. Nina wants to complete her winter vacation homework on the ship, Duncan informed the goat head seriously. If you can attract those invaders you just mentioned, bring them here. I need to discuss something with them. How do you plan to discuss with them? Beat them up and continue doing so until they promise not to disturb Nina's studies, Duncan replied, adding cautiously after some thought. Of course, this is just an idea of mine, and I'm unsure of its feasibility. You might have more expertise in this area. The goat head's thoughts became tangled again, and after an even longer hesitation, it finally said, I believe you may need to test this a bit more. Duncan. Typically, the shadows attracted by reading possess a thirst for knowledge, which makes them smarter than the average invader. The goat head finally spoke smoothly, but its tone remained peculiar. Being intelligent means having some discernment. Even chaotic and bewildered abyssal and spiritual shadows know to pursue benefits and avoid harm while seeking knowledge, so they won't carelessly reveal themselves in front of you. See, Duncan nodded, perusing the words in the book as he spoke nonchalantly. So essentially, those who dare approach the vanished ship won't be mere insignificant underlings or fools, but formidable intruders who have confidence in themselves and have assessed the situation carefully. That's actually beneficial. It implies I only need to defeat them once or twice to make the influential ones among them comprehend the circumstances without concerning myself with incessant nuisances from the foolish. I believe your assessment is quite reasonable. Duncan didn't acknowledge the goat head's praise, but continued to engross himself in the book he held. He leisurely flipped through the slightly coarse pages, his eyes roaming across the captivating and enigmatic folk tales of the southern city-states, permitting his mind to unwind and become engrossed. Just like that, he silently awaited the knowledge-seeking invaders to catch a whiff of the enticing lure and breach this unguarded reality. However, no intruders materialized. It doesn't appear to be effective. Duncan lifted his head and addressed the goat head, who sat quietly at the edge of the table. Is there an alternative method? Actually, I believe you need not fixate on this issue. With countless taboos across the vast sea, being unable to read is merely. Nina wishes to complete her winter vacation homework, Duncan stated softly. She takes it very seriously. You may want to let someone else attempt the reading, such as Mr. Morris. Followers of the God of Wisdom excel at controlling their minds, which is advantageous for both self-protection and setting traps, the goat head quickly suggested. The invaders likely haven't appeared due to sensing your presence, but a well-placed trap should be effective. Duncan considered the idea and decided it was worth pursuing. He promptly returned the book to the dining room, where everyone was still gathered. Nina and Shirley whispered and conjectured about Duncan's activities. Alice and Dog reviewed each other's spelling words, and Morris rested with his eyes closed, only opening them when he heard Duncan enter. I require a trap to draw in the knowledge-seeking intruders, Duncan addressed Morris directly, presenting him with the folklore book. Read this, create the impression of a vulnerable scholar, and entice a powerful knowledge-seeking evil spirit onto the ship. I wish to communicate with the invader and discern its nature. Morris was taken aback. He had pursued academia for most of his life, and this was the first time he had encountered such a bizarre and implausible idea. However, in the next moment, he discerned from Duncan's gaze that the ghost captain was earnest. In truth, only a formidable subspace shadow like him would dare to genuinely contemplate this course of action. After the initial astonishment, an odd mixture of excitement and anticipation welled up from deep within the elderly scholar's heart. He had to concede that he was suddenly intrigued himself. What would unfold if, under the watchful eye of Captain Duncan, and aboard the uniquely positioned Vanished, he deliberately read and enticed malevolent spirits? Eagerly, Morris picked up the book. Chapter 282, The Hunter of Knowledge. Under the illumination of the whale oil lantern burning quietly nearby, Morris opened the book on the folk customs of the city-states before him, slowly relaxing his mind and lowering his mental defenses. This allowed his thoughts to embrace the knowledge and let the book's power seep into his soul. He could feel his unprotected mind emitting an increasingly enticing scent across the vast, boundless sea. An unguarded, reckless scholar had opened his heart on the high seas, and the hungry shadows lurking in the depths of the world must have already sensed this bait. These writhing, blind shadows couldn't resist the temptation, but they were still hesitating. Their barely rational, slightly civilized minds, which pursued knowledge, instinctively disliked the environment aboard the Vanished. This made them hesitate. But they wouldn't hesitate forever. Those entities lurking in the spiritual realm, the deep sea, and even subspace didn't possess true wisdom. Morris slowly turned a page, his eyes scanning the lines of text. Folklore knowledge was what could most attract the attention of those shadows. Folklore condensed the fear, awe, and simple understanding of nature that humans had accumulated over a long period of time. It was a rough amalgamation of human nature, a mixture of sweet emotions and solidified knowledge, perfect for hungry knowledge seekers to feast upon. Another page turned, causing tiny dust particles to dance and disperse between the pages under the slanted lamp light passing through the curved paper. Yet the cabin remains quiet, with the captain overseeing from one side and the sun fragment on the other. Morris didn't feel disheartened and continued to read the next line of text, but then his eyes caught a slight trembling of the words at the edge of the paper. This signaled the intruder was getting closer. As predicted, the invisible knowledge hunter could no longer restrain itself and approached the edge of the real world. Its tentacles began to probe Morris's mind through the pages, through the disguise of text, warping and twisting the original symbols into something more. They're non-existent texts depicting non-existent knowledge. Clever hunters often disguise themselves as prey, and knowledge seekers frequently disguise themselves as knowledge when luring scholars. Reading them is the first step in falling into a trap. Morris looked at the rows of unrecognizable characters that appeared on the paper, feeling the power emanating from them that enticed him to read, and whispered, "It's here." The next second, the hidden hunter within the pages and text seemed to suddenly sense something. A sharp and chaotic scream abruptly filled everyone's ears. Then, the pages of the large book began to flip wildly, and the black text on the pages seemed to take on a life of its own, leaping and struggling to transform into ink, trying to break free from the yellowed paper. Duncan observed this and allowed a slight smile to cross his face. His fishing had been successful. Indeed, using a historian as bait for a knowledge hunter had proven effective. A cloud of smoke rose from the book's pages, and the escaped words quickly merged into the smoke. As they roared out of the book, they formed a whirlwind of dust that ascended into the air. Soon after, a pitch-black substance began solidifying and taking shape within the smoke. It morphed into a skeleton-like structure in a mere moment. Countless chaotic and twisted black bone shards fell to the floor beside the dining table. Instantly they assembled and merged into a form familiar to everyone present, an ugly, hound-like creature made of black bones. Prescription A acute. Dog, who had been on high alert nearby, was dumbfounded upon seeing this. He looked up at those around him and said, "I don't know it." "If you don't know it, that's good," Duncan casually replied. He then approached the newly formed, seemingly disoriented shadowy hound. At this point, the creature finally grasped what was happening. It abruptly raised its head, its hollow, blood-red eye sockets flashing with red light. From the cracks in its skeletal body, endless black flames erupted as it prepared to fight back. However, its resistance was cut short before it could even begin. As the shadowy hound's black flames started to rise, its gaze met Duncan's. The next instant, every wisp of flame spewing from its body took on a dark green hue. In a mere second, the intruder from the depths had lost control of its own flames, becoming a sacrifice under the captain's watchful gaze. Its chaotic mind may not have even had time to process what had occurred before it was consumed by the burning spiritual fire. Its anguished, chaotic screams shattered the tranquility aboard the ship, and the sound of flames consuming bones and the eerie tearing noise echoed throughout the dining room. An excellent hunter often disguises itself as prey, but a poor hunter ultimately becomes prey. What happened next was unbearable for Dog. His entire skeletal body shuddered and trembled, hugging its head and quivering behind Shirley. It watched the dancing flames before it and listened to the sounds emanating from its side, his red eyes flickering. This, Mom, it's burning. The bones are shattering. Howling. Mom, I can't bear to watch." The dining room had fallen silent after the torturing session, leaving nothing but a pile of indistinguishable broken bone fragments scattered on the floor. Wisps of green smoke rose above the bone shards, and a few residual green sparks danced between the wreckage, devouring the last bit of power the knowledge hunter had left in this reality. Duncan frowned, finding the sequence of events somewhat unexpected and the speed at which it had concluded. He stepped forward, nudging the pile of shattered bones that still retained a bit of warmth with the tip of his shoe, and glanced at Dog not far away. "Why is it a dark hound?" I don't know." Dog shuddered instantly, his voice trembling. "I've never read a book before, and I don't know how to read. Before I met Shirley, I didn't even have much of a reason. I don't know why a fellow hound would appear." At that moment, Morris, who was seated nearby, stood up. The calm voice of the elderly scholar finally aided Dog out of his dilemma. In theory, the evil spirits attracted while reading books are random, typically originating from the unseen shadows of the spirit world. However, in a few cases, they might be demons that have escaped from the depths of the abyss. Deep abyss hounds are known for their hunting and chasing abilities, and they are indeed a type of knowledge hunter. And a rather formidable one at that. A rather formidable one? Duncan raised an eyebrow upon hearing that and subconsciously glanced at Dog, who was shivering at Shirley's feet. Really? Under normal circumstances, a person reading a book at sea who is suddenly attacked by a deep abyss demon emerging from the book would have almost no chance of survival, Morris said with a somewhat peculiar expression. In worse cases, deep abyss demons that invade the real world through this method will grow rapidly and become uncontrollable, slaughtering everyone on the ship within a short time. Not every ship is the Vanished. "All right," Duncan nodded, quickly doing some mental calculations, his tone slightly nuanced. "If the strongest invader summoned while reading is a dog-like hunter, then it doesn't seem very dangerous." As he spoke, he looked at Nina. Nina, you can do your winter vacation homework on the ship in the future. If something really appears, just beat it up yourself. Just be careful not to burn anything. Nina suddenly laughed. Oh. Then Duncan looked at Dog again. You mean to tell me you didn't even know you were a hound chasing knowledge? I didn't know. Dog shook his grotesque head, his voice muffled. I told you I was in a daze before. On the other hand, Shirley pondered for a long time before suddenly saying, but shadow demons like Dog can't read, so what are they chasing knowledge for? Alice is studying cooking, Duncan said casually. Maybe it's just a hobby. Shirley nodded vaguely, glanced down at her partner, who quietly crawled under a nearby table, and with his massive claws holding his head, he muttered, Don't ask me, I don't know anything. This place is too damn scary. Duncan couldn't help but smile and shake his head, suddenly feeling that the atmosphere on the ship had been improving day by day since more people joined them. Now they had these pleasant daily moments. He wondered what it would be like when Vanna came aboard. With a happy mood and a little anticipation for the future, he stepped forward and kicked the pile of black bones on the floor that had gradually cooled down. This was just a heartless deep-sea shadow demon, nothing like Dog. Alice, clean up this mess. What? Under the bright and warm sunlight, Vanna, who was walking in the church courtyard, suddenly felt a chill and shivered involuntarily. She looked up at the sunlit path in the courtyard and sighed deeply after a while. What was meant to come would always come. Chapter 283, Regular Documents. Every day before noon, Vanna would traverse the courtyard of the magnificent planned cathedral, walking along the path between the flower beds leading to the sanctuary. The path was 103 steps long, with an additional 27 steps from the entrance of the sanctuary to the statue of the goddess. Since becoming the city's inquisitor, these steps had become an integral part of her life. She was familiar with every detail in the cathedral, from the courtyard to the sanctuary, as familiar as her own hands. In all the days and nights that had passed, she never imagined that this short journey would be so challenging and lengthy. The doors of the sanctuary opened, leaving the intense sunlight behind. As Vanna's eyes adjusted to the slightly dimmer interior, she saw two figures standing in front of the goddess's statue at the center of the room. The daylight streamed through the tall stained glass windows, casting a radiant glow upon the statue of the goddess. Archbishop Valentine and Pope Helena turned their gazes towards the inquisitor entering the room. You've arrived, Helena nodded gently, 1 minute later than agreed. Sorry, Vanna approached, bowed her head slightly in front of the goddess's statue, and then looked at the Pope. I was delayed a few minutes while handing over work to my subordinates. No problem, Helena nodded gently and glanced at Valentine beside her. I have already spoken to Archbishop Valentine about your situation. He will help you with the transition and arrangements for your work, so you don't have to worry about the city-state. Your uncle has also received the news and understands the church's arrangement. However, I still hope you will have a good talk with him to ease some of his concerns about the future. Despite thinking she was mentally prepared, Vanna's heart skipped a beat upon hearing the Pope's words. A feeling of being unable to distinguish between dreams and reality surged in her heart, leaving her momentarily dazed. She tried to grasp this emotion accurately, but eventually found that all her emotions amounted to just a sigh. Ah, it really happened. Yet she suddenly became confused and even felt absurd. She looked at the Pope before her and couldn't help but say, You truly intend to send me to the Vanished? Of course, I don't doubt your decision. I just suddenly feel this is not a trivial matter. At the very least, we need to understand Captain Duncan's attitude. Will he really allow a high-ranking priest to board that ship so casually? Vanna felt her words were somewhat disordered, but she still tried to organize her thoughts and continued. The incident happened abruptly yesterday. Upon returning, I realized something was off. The Vanished isn't an open area that can be accessed casually. How do you plan to? Ah, you finally realized this issue. Helena laughed and shook her head. I thought you'd only remember to ask for directions when it's time to leave. Vanna's eyes widened in surprise, and then she saw Helena take out a rolled-up parchment from her side, smiling as she handed it over. Vanna accepted the parchment with a puzzled expression, carefully unrolling it, and as her eyes scanned the text, her expression gradually turned more animated. The Storm Church servants of Gamona are informed, now receiving 1 personnel transfer from your side for work needs, temporarily assigned to a combat position on our ship. The treatment on board is on par with first-class crew members, and the salary and expenses for the transferred personnel are still paid by your organization. The payment method is Vanished's captain, Duncan Obnomer, signed and vision planned, December 1900. At the end of the document, in addition to the handwritten signature, there was a prominent red seal. Vanna. The young inquisitor appeared somewhat confused. She looked down at the personnel transfer acceptance letter in her hand and then glanced up at the Pope before her. After looking back and forth several times, her gaze settled on Archbishop Valentine. "Don't look at me," Valentine said without expression. "I didn't expect this either." Vanna's lips quivered slightly. "The signature on this." "It's real," Helena said nonchalantly. "The seal is also genuine. If you go to the city-state archives, you can even find an old file from a century ago when the Vanished was resupplying in the port of Planned, with the same seal and signature." Vanna listened in a daze, her mouth agape as if she had a myriad of words to say, but Helena interrupted her first. "You must admit this is quite reasonable." Vanna pointed at herself, then raised the parchment in her hand and finally blurted out, "But isn't this a bit too reasonable? And when did you?" "Just yesterday," Helena said gravely, with a concealed smile in her eyes. "I had an extensive discussion with Captain Duncan about your onboarding process. We have always believed that this should be a formal and contractually bound personnel transfer, requiring official documentation for the record." The female pope paused at this point, observing Vanna's still somewhat conflicted expression, and couldn't help but spread her hands and laugh. "What else, Vanna? How did you think we were going to send you to the Vanished? Light a few bonfires, draw blasphemous symbols on the ground, and then tie you to a stake and sacrifice you over, like those dark heretics who sacrifice kidnapped girls to subspace in damp caves. Vanna, we are the Storm Church. We follow standard procedures." Vanna's lips trembled, realizing that she hadn't initially considered the details of this personnel handover. However, the whole thing felt odd because the process was too reasonable. All her concerns about her future were instantly dispelled. She even suspected that she would encounter a lavish staff meal on the Vanished, and after the formal dinner, there would even be a deck barbecue. "That's the Vanished, the Vanished." The peculiarity in Vanna's eyes was all noticed by Helena. "All right, now that you've seen the document, you should have dispelled your last concerns," the female pope said with a smile. "Go and rest. Do some preparation work before departure. More detailed contents are on the back of this document, including the specific handover time and method. You can review it when you get back." Vanna was ushered out of the sanctuary in a bewildered state. After the young inquisitor left, the cathedral quieted down for a while until Valentine's voice broke the silence 2 minutes later. "Actually, I'm quite curious." Helena glanced back, curious about what? "What exactly happened that made you suddenly decide to send Vanna to the Vanished?" Valentine said with a slightly serious expression. "I know your reasons, and they are indeed valid, but the whole thing seems somewhat hasty to me. You seemed eager to establish contact with that Captain Duncan without making enough preparations. What happened?" "You're a perceptive person, Valentine. You always have been." Helena looked quietly at the old bishop who had been loyal to the church for many years, and then sighed. "Actually, this matter will soon not be a secret anyway, so it won't hurt to tell you now." She paused and then began. "Do you remember the warning that Captain Duncan sent through Vanna not long ago?" "Warning?" Valentine frowned slightly and quickly thought of something. "You mean about Vision 1? Recently, disturbing news has come from the Elf City-State Wind Harbor near the border." Helena nodded. "The Sea Witch Lucretia sent them a gift. Guess what it is?" Valentine hesitated, sensing the truth hinted at by the Pope's words, and his face lit up with excitement. "It couldn't be. Something really fell from the sky, right?" "A glowing, pale golden fragment, a geometric object larger than the Grand Storm Cathedral, falling from the sky," Helena said. "Though there is no definitive evidence yet that the fragment is from Vision 1, but—" Helena didn't finish, just shaking her head. Valentine listened, dumbfounded, and after an unknown amount of time squeezed a few syllables from his throat. "By the goddess. Our world is having problems, and the situation is more serious than we thought. The Vanished is the only voice warning the civilized world so far, and this warning has been confirmed." Helena spoke slowly. "This is Captain Duncan's active goodwill. No matter how terrifying that ship was, we must now respond because this time it's not just a city-state that's in jeopardy, but the sun above our heads." "Can Vanna really accomplish this mission?" Valentine dismissed his previous doubts, but began to worry about another matter. "She's actually a bit reckless and not very good at meticulous and cautious interpersonal interactions. If we were to send an envoy on board, she wouldn't be the best candidate." "The best candidate is not for us to decide, Valentine." Helena shook her head. She turned around, silently staring at the statue of the storm goddess Gamona. The chess players determined the positions of the pieces from the very beginning. Chapter 284. On the day of boarding. Near the cathedral in the upper city district, a tall platform was once part of a city park. However, due to the renovation project of the steam core, the original park facilities were relocated, leaving only the solitary platform behind, like a forgotten knight vigilantly watching over the factory and plaza below. From the platform, one could enjoy a panoramic view of the entire cathedral area and the central factory district. During her occasional free time, Vanna would come here to clear her mind, and when she found it difficult to calm her thoughts, she would also visit this place to quietly reflect and sort out her emotions. The afternoon sun was warm, and even with a slight breeze, it wasn't very cold on the platform. The gentle sea breeze would blow across the platform and lift her hair by the ears, feeling a little ticklish. Vanna pushed her long white hair behind her, quietly gazing at the winding, mist-shrouded steam pipes in her view. Then she broke the silence after a while. "I will be going away for some time." "Going away?" Heidi turned her head in surprise. "Where are you going?" "I'm not sure, maybe a distant place, and I might be gone for a long time." Vanna looked into Heidi's eyes. "I can't disclose the exact itinerary, but I thought I should tell you before I leave." Heidi blinked, looking a bit puzzled. "But you are a city-state inquisitor. Can inquisitors just leave for a long journey?" Vanna opened her mouth, attempting to make her expression resemble a smile. "It's an arrangement by the church, an order directly issued by the Grand Storm Cathedral." "Oh, I see." Heidi nodded in realization. She didn't really understand the inner workings of the Storm Church, but when the name Grand Storm Cathedral was mentioned, many things no longer needed to be explained. "So it's a sacred mission. Are you being sent outside the diocese to fight heretics?" Vanna's expression seemed to stiffen a bit. "In a sense, it does involve heretics, but it's not a combat mission." Heidi didn't notice the subtle change in her friend's tone, but she suddenly sighed. "Well, my father also left for a trip recently. There were no signs beforehand, and he just suddenly told me he had to go on business. My mother didn't let me ask too many questions. Now you're leaving too. It seems like you're both being mysterious." "Mr. Morris is also away, huh?" Vanna muttered, but quickly shook her head with a somewhat self-deprecating expression. "He's probably visiting his friends in the academic world or attending some events. Scholars like him are often invited by universities in various city-states anyway. It's not the same as where I'm going." Heidi turned her head, looking somewhat puzzled at her friend. "Why do I feel that you're acting strangely? You seem to be preoccupied. Is it because you're uneasy about going on a long journey? You don't seem to have left the city-state much." "It's not that. It's probably just because I've been assigned to a task I've never dealt with before, and I'm a bit nervous." Vanna shook her head. "You don't need to worry about me." "Well, okay," Heidi sighed, and then seemed to suddenly remember something, suggesting excitedly, "Hey, how about we go to the movies together? There's a new play recently. It might help change our mood. You should try to get more involved with popular things. It might even expand your social circle." Vanna didn't pay much attention to her friend's last few words. Instead, she raised her eyebrows curiously at the thought of a new show. "A new play? What's it about?" "It's a work by the famous director Sando Ki called Borderland Horrors. It's about a small village on the border that falls into heresy, sacrificing the village women to the cave demon. In the end, brave defenders destroyed the evil. I heard that the play uses a new technology called soundtrack, which synchronizes sound with the images on the screen, coming from machines on both sides of the screen." Heidi excitedly introduced the popular new elements to her friend, but noticed Vanna's expression growing more and more peculiar. She hesitated and stopped halfway through, then waved her hand. "All right, you might not like this. There's another play called Night Watch, about brave defenders venturing into a mysterious land, accidentally getting trapped in a heretic's nest, and relying on their wisdom and experience to survive and maintain their integrity. You don't like this one either." Scratching her hair, Heidi tried hard to search her mind. "Then let me recommend a book to you. It's a popular novel called Walking with Shadows, which is about—" Vanna couldn't take it anymore and interrupted her friend with an almost pained expression. "Thank you, but I really don't need it." She seemed to realize that her attitude was a bit harsh and sighed softly. She rubbed her forehead with her fingers and whispered, "Thank you for your concern, but the task I'm about to undertake requires a firm will and pure thinking. It's best not to be exposed to too many things that might disturb my mind before departure." "Oh, all right, that's my bad." Heidi smiled awkwardly. "I forgot you're a professional." Vanna waved her hand. After a while, she heard Heidi's voice again. My break time is almost over. I have 2 patients scheduled this afternoon. Vanna took a gentle breath. You go ahead. I need to prepare for my departure. Heidi nodded but suddenly stopped before leaving the platform. She turned her head and her face looked hesitant in the afternoon sunlight and breeze. Can I see you off when you leave? No, this is a special mission. Will you write to me? Vanna hesitated for a moment. She wanted to say yes, but the lady knew that was not possible. For an instant, the Inquisitor got this notion that there was an invisible curtain between them, pushing each towards a different path. I don't know, Vanna whispered, but I will try. Maybe it won't be that strict there. All right, I'll be waiting for your letter. Heidi's face lit up with a bright smile. Then she suddenly approached Vanna, pulled out the crystal pendant from her collar and pointed to Vanna's chest. We have the same amulet, so you'll have good luck. Only Vanna remained on this windy platform after her friend left. Good luck, she murmured softly, her expression somewhat odd as she eyed the pendant. I hope that antique shop owner's thing can really bring some good luck. But then a loud chime suddenly rang out from the direction of the church, interrupting Vanna's thoughts. She raised her head, looking towards the source of the chime, and saw the massive clock face on the bell tower displaying the time. The sun's rays had gradually passed the highest point in the sky, slowly moving towards the western side of the church. She took out the parchment and looked at the text on the back, her entry instructions. According to the instructions, a messenger would come to pick her up in an hour. She should wait in the church courtyard before that time, and anyone unrelated would not disturb the handover process. What kind of messenger would it be, and how would she be taken to the distant vanished on the boundless sea? Vanna had many questions in her heart, but she still took a step forward, heading towards the church. She originally had several plans before leaving the city-state where she was born and raised. She wanted to visit her most familiar shops, go to the theater, visit the port, meet a few friends, and pray in the sanctuary. But there wasn't enough time. She didn't have that much leeway. In the church courtyard, Pope Helena and Archbishop Valentine had been waiting for her for a long time. The messenger hasn't arrived yet, Valentine nodded at Vanna, who had just entered the courtyard. Are you ready? Vanna looked at the belongings she had with her. Apart from the indispensable greatsword, there was only a neatly packed suitcase. She didn't have many personal items. In addition to the necessary clothes, the heaviest items in the suitcase were her prayer book and some blessed church readings. These were materials safe to read on the boundless sea, and could alleviate the boredom of life on the ship. Everything is here, Vanna nodded, then looked up at the silent Pope beside her. I can still pray on the ship, right? Of course, Helena smiled. Captain Duncan even promised that you could set up an extra cabin as a small chapel. Well, I guess I'll look forward to the sailor's life that lies ahead, Vanna sighed. I can't imagine what it will be like. Helena opened her mouth as if to say something, but at that moment, a burst of fire and the sound of flapping wings suddenly came from the sky, interrupting their conversation. The messenger had arrived. Vanna looked up in surprise, only catching a glimpse of a green flame falling like a meteor from the sky. Huge skeletal wings suddenly spread within the flame. The next second, the flame fell onto the path in the courtyard, transforming into a spinning, rising gateway. It's time to leave. Pope Helena's voice came from the side with a reminder and urging. Okay, Vanna nodded gently, casting aside the last bit of hesitation in her heart and taking a step forward. She took a deep breath and crossed the spinning gate of flames. At this moment, her mind was filled with turbulent thoughts. What would the scene be like behind the door? What kind of life awaited her on that ship? Would she first see the terrifying ghost captain, or some sailor on the vanished? What would the crew of that ship look like? The flames surged and then receded just as swiftly. Crossing the gateway took merely a moment. Vanna experienced a brief disorientation before a cool, moist sea breeze greeted her face, along with the sound of crashing waves filling her ears. She blinked and then firmly slapped her forehead. She wondered if there had been an issue with the teleportation. Or perhaps there was a problem with her own eyes. Because she saw Morris standing before her, offering her a smile. Chapter 285. Welcome. For Vanna, the events of the past 2 days felt as if they were shrouded in a surreal haze. Her life had taken a dramatic turn to the point where it felt like an odd dream, causing her to frequently question whether she was unknowingly caught in an illusion. At this moment, her self-doubt had reached its zenith. To her amazement, she saw Mr. Morris standing before her, a smile adorning his face. The young inquisitor abruptly closed her eyes, tapped her forehead forcefully, and when she reopened her eyes, she discovered that Morris was still there, now joined by a tall figure. It was the somber and mysterious ghost captain. "Welcome aboard, Vanna," Morris began. "I know you have many questions." As Vanna opened her mouth to speak, she was interrupted by a sudden bang beside her. Though she didn't feel threatened by the noise, she was startled and reflexively turned her head. She observed a burst of colorful confetti and streamers flying her way. A stunning woman with waist-length silver hair gazed at her, dumbfounded, with a trace of smoke from the burnt gunpowder still emanating from the paper tube in her grasp. "Vanna." Before she could react, the silver-haired woman excitedly snatched another paper tube from the side, displayed it proudly before her, and yanked the string on the tube. Vanna hurriedly cautioned, "You're holding it the wrong way." Her warning came too late. The small amount of preloaded gunpowder in the tube detonated with a resounding bang, plastering the silver-haired woman's face with streamers and confetti. She instinctively recoiled, and then Vanna heard an odd plop sound, followed by a head rolling across the deck under her watchful eye. Vanna's eyes widened in shock, and despite her composure, she nearly leaped in response to the sight. Right after, she heard a cry from behind her. Uncle Duncan, Alice's head has fallen off again." A high school-aged girl bolted over the following moment, frantically pursuing the rolling head on the deck. Another girl holding a black skeletal dog sprinted from a different direction, assisting in the chase while exclaiming, "I told you she couldn't handle it on her own. If you held it, you'd be too frightened." "Well, we shouldn't have let Alice do it alone." The head rolled under the stairs. "Where's a hook or a stick would do?" "I found a rope. Throw it down, Miss Alice. You bite it, and I'll pull you up." The deck immediately became a hub of activity, with two girls chasing a rolling head and the headless silver-haired woman wandering around disorientated. Mr. Morris, who had been in the midst of speaking, now held his head and sighed repeatedly, while the air retained the lingering scent of the discharged confetti tube. Vanna found herself in an unparalleled state of bewilderment, unlike anything she had ever encountered before. Staring wide-eyed at the tumultuous scene on the deck, she had several strands of colorful streamers hanging from her hair and shoulders. She seemed to faintly comprehend what had just transpired, but she couldn't help but feel that remaining ignorant might have been preferable. It was a welcome ceremony, a charming sight had it not taken place on the Vanished. "You see, I told you I have a group of rather troublesome crew members." The somber and majestic Captain Duncan finally spoke, his voice snapping Vanna out of her stupor. "It's always chaotic on this ship, but on the flip side, life here should never be dull." Vanna remained stoic. Though it seemed as though a myriad of complex thoughts surged and detonated within her, she genuinely didn't know how to respond. She lifted her gaze to survey the scene on the deck and saw that Nina and Shirley had retrieved the head from the stairwell gap and were now busily reattaching it. A rotund dove appeared from somewhere, loudly squawking the baffling phrase, "Little Hammer 40, Little Hammer 40. She finally recognized the silver-haired woman's face and recalled where she had seen it previously. It was in the antique shop in the lower city. Back then, the woman had blonde hair. Vanna now realized that must have been a disguise. She glanced at Shirley, then at Nina, and finally at the hapless Mr. Morris, who stood before her with open hands. And she understood everything. The entire world had silently shifted, and she had only just become aware of it. "How many more secrets?" Vanna's lips finally twitched, and she regained her capacity to speak. She looked at Morris, the esteemed scholar she had known since childhood. His presence on this ghost ship was the most astonishing thing she had witnessed today. However, at this moment, he was the only person she could think to question. "When did you?" Letter 1E5B. "Actually, not long ago, just a tad earlier than you," Morris replied, gently nodding. "Heidi isn't aware of this." She does seem oblivious. Today, she was still grumbling to me about how you suddenly left on business without informing her of the circumstances," Vanna said, her emotions mixed. "Who would have imagined that you would appear before me like this on the Vanished?" "It seems I did depart a bit abruptly," Morris conceded, nodding. "When I return, I should bring her some local delicacies from the north as a token of apology." Vanna pursed her lips and turned to face the ship's owner. "What other surprises await?" she inquired helplessly. The events that had unfolded since she passed through the flaming gate had entirely upended her mental preparation from that morning. She had never felt so powerless and lost in her life. "Tell me in advance so I can brace myself." Before Duncan could respond, Nina had already hurried over excitedly, gleefully informing Vanna, "There's a dinner tonight, a welcome dinner for the new crew member." An incredibly tasty fish soup, Shirley interjected. The fish was caught by the captain himself. And then there's a deck barbecue, Nina continued, fish, beef, and wheat juice. No alcohol, Duncan's voice interjected from behind Nina without delay. Even if you call it wheat juice, it's not permitted. Nina's expression fell immediately, not even a little. Last time's sweet fruit wine was already pushing the limit, Duncan said firmly. Beer is still too early for you. Oh. Vanna looked at Nina and then at Duncan, sighing softly after a while. So that antique shop really had a problem. I didn't notice anything. We've always operated legally. Although the goods aren't genuine, the prices are, Duncan said with a half-smile. As for you not noticing anything, that's actually a good thing, you know what I mean. Yes, Her Holiness advised me to curb my curiosity when I'm around you, Vanna sighed again, glancing at the grotesque skeletal giant dog next to Shirley. If I'm not mistaken, this is a dark hound. This little girl is a summoner living in symbiosis with a deep-sea demon. The dog shook its head immediately. Ah, yes, yes, yes. Vanna was taken aback. This demon can talk. Not only can it talk, but it can now even spell its own name and perform addition and subtraction within 100, Duncan said nonchalantly. Among the crew of the Vanished, it has a relatively high level of education. Vanna stared blankly, then looked at Alice, who was not far away and moving her neck. She had noticed the details on Alice's joints earlier and now appeared thoughtful. A puppet, could it be? Anomaly 99, its former name was Puppet Coffin, but now it seems you all just call her Puppet. However, she has her own real name, which you should already know. Here, you can call her Alice, Duncan said indifferently, then added, Don't worry, she's safe now. Hello, Alice waved with a smile, her face displaying a harmless grin. Did I scare you just now? Vanna instinctively touched her own neck, and then forced a stiff smile in response to the cursed puppet's greeting. At this time, Shirley ran to the side, found a paper tube with colorful packaging from a wooden barrel, and excitedly held it up as she ran back. Alice, Alice, there's one more. Do you want to? Stop messing with that thing, Duncan glared at Shirley. So who bought this thing, and why didn't it appear on the purchase list? Nina shrank her neck, cautiously speaking. I bought it with my own pocket money. Duncan was silent for a moment, then turned to Alice. In the future, if they give you strange things to play with, tell me first. As Alice picked the colorful confetti from her hair, she nodded. Oh. Vanna sighed deeply once more. She approached Morris and lowered her voice. Is it always like this here? As far as I know, it has always been like this, Morris whispered. Sometimes it can be even more lively, especially when Miss Alice has some new ideas. Vanna. Chapter 286, Transformation. This will be your room from now on, complete with all basic necessities. If you require anything else, inform Alice. She will help arrange it for you, assuming she doesn't forget. The room next door is a small storage room, which you may use for prayer or meditation since you are a devout believer and might need a space for that purpose. Avoid the lower levels and do not investigate the locked cabins. Occasionally, odd creaking noises or the sound of ropes rubbing against the floor can be heard from the ship's depths. Don't be alarmed, just let it be. If there's truly an issue, I will handle it personally. Remember to follow the crew rules while living on the ship. Is there anything else you'd like to ask? Vanna stood at her assigned room's doorway, gazing at the plain and ordinary furniture inside, feeling somewhat bewildered. Simple bedding, tables, chairs, and cabinets, everything was spotless, with no suspicious shadows or hidden bloodstains in the room's corners or any blasphemous symbols on the ceiling or floor. If not for the fact that this was inside the Vanished, it would have been just an ordinary cabin. However, there were indeed some unusual elements. The ship had a specific crew code, forbidden areas deep within the cabins, and the entire ship was alive, with ropes and buckets on the deck often making unsettling noises. These odd details somewhat aligned with her imagination of the Vanished. Yet these peculiarities were mild and virtually harmless compared to her entire imagination. I've committed everything to memory, Vanna slowly nodded, addressing Duncan, who had personally escorted her to her room. I don't have any more questions for now. Good, Duncan said indifferently. Now store your belongings, dinner will start soon. You may skip the post-dinner deck barbecue if it doesn't interest you. That's just Shirley and Nina messing around. However, you must attend the dinner since it's an essential part of the initiation process for new members. Yes. After some hesitation, Vanna quietly stored her belongings and left her massive two-handed sword in the room as well. Taking such an enormous sword to the dining room would be too peculiar. As she followed Duncan to the dining room, she remained silent the entire way. Nonetheless, her troubled expression did not go unnoticed by Duncan. "Feel free to ask if you have any questions." Duncan slowed his pace, slightly turning his head to glance at Vanna beside him. "There aren't many rules on this ship, and the most taboo thing during ocean voyages is crew members harboring secrets. The boundless sea will amplify your anxiety and confusion, and who knows when they might transform into unwelcome guests." Vanna felt a chill in her heart. After hesitating for a moment, she finally spoke. "It's nothing really, it's just that the way things have unfolded isn't quite what I imagined, and I feel a bit at a loss." "Oh, that's understandable. I can even roughly guess what the Vanished looked like in your imagination," Duncan said casually. "A lively welcome party on the first day instead of a dark, bloody sacrificial ceremony must be quite surprising, isn't it?" "It wasn't quite as dramatic as a sacrificial ceremony, but the scene I first imagined wasn't as peaceful as it is now," Vanna said with a hint of laughter, appearing somewhat more relaxed. "That's one of the reasons your Pope sent you to this ship," Duncan explained slowly. "She needs to know the true nature of the Vanished, and I also need you as a bridge to re-establish contact with the civilized world." Eventually, they reached the dining hall. Beneath the swaying whale oil lamp, the long table was laden with dishes, with the steaming fish soup taking center stage. Crew members stood on both sides of the table, waiting for their captain as a low, slow creaking sound resonated from deep within the cabin. It was as if the ancient exploration ship were humming a ballad as night fell. Vanna approached her empty seat and took in the delicious food on the table, its fragrant aroma wafting under the warm lamplight. Alice stood and filled a bowl with steaming soup, placing it before the new crew member. "Please enjoy," the doll-like woman said politely. Vanna gazed at the soup bowl in front of her. During her earlier conversation with Morris, she had learned the truth about this special meal and the unique symbolic significance of this dinner. Now, as she observed the swaying fish meat in the thick soup, she felt momentarily dazed, but the feeling quickly subsided. "Is this my destiny?" she couldn't help but murmur. "No," Alice shook her head, wearing a sincere and innocent expression. "This is your fish soup." Vanna was at a loss for words, and then a smile graced her lips. It did smell quite good. What? In the Cathedral of Planned, Helena stood quietly before the statue of the storm goddess, watching the candles burning at the statue's feet. The ornately adorned candlesticks burned silently, and the flames atop them gradually rose in Helena's view before flickering, splitting, spreading, and expanding. In an instant, the cathedral, statue, and candlesticks vanished. Helena's vision was filled with countless flames, large and small, near and far, high and low. The candle flames flickered and burned like stars in a boundless, dark, chaotic space. Each cluster of flames represented a saint, and the support on which the Storm Church had relied since its zenith. Helena looked up as the countless flames in her vision shifted rapidly, with many drifting into the distance, leaving just one bright flame burning silently in the darkness. She gazed at the flame, waiting patiently. In her view, the flame eventually began to tremble, the oscillation growing larger and larger until, at some point, it flared up intensely. The fire soared several times higher, with a faint green glow swelling within the flame. The entire process lasted merely 2 or 3 seconds. Then, the flame returned to a calm state, emanating a faint green glow, burning brightly and silently in the darkness. "It has truly transformed completely." Helena couldn't help but whisper softly before subconsciously raising her hand, as though attempting to touch the quietly burning flame with her fingertips. But she stopped just in time. In the darkness, the countless candle flames faded away instantly, and the scene within the cathedral returned to normal. Helena raised her head and looked up at the shrouded statue of the goddess, which silently watched over the sanctuary. Subtle light and shadow danced across the statue's surface, and the hard, rock-carved exterior seemed to take on the flexibility of a living being. Beneath the thick shroud, a pale, ethereal aura slowly seeped out. The statue lowered its head, and translucent, ghostly tendrils formed from the pale, ethereal mist, slithering out from the edge of the shroud and dangling before Helena. The tendrils coiled and expanded, awaiting Helena's words. "Your messenger has boarded the ship and underwent a complete transformation 2 minutes ago. She is now a part of the Vanished," Helena said, her gaze fixed on the tendrils, her voice calm and respectful. "However, she still retains her humanity and reason, as well as maintaining her psychic connection with the congregation." The tendrils swayed gently, producing a low, peculiar rustling sound intermingled with the soft noise of waves. "Yes, I will monitor her condition," Helena said. "But if her mind becomes compromised, for instance, showing signs of being eroded by subspace, then—" Two ghostly tendrils moved more assertively, the strange rustling sound now accompanied by a series of unintelligible murmurs that no human could produce or recognize. "I understand," Helena whispered, lowering her head. "I will do my best to pull her back, and if the situation becomes irretrievable, I will endeavor to ensure she returns to your realm with her humanity intact." The tendrils swayed softly, emitting a soothing whisper before dissolving back into the pale, thin mist and rising into the air. The mist retreated beneath the goddess's shroud, and the statue slowly resumed its previous state of serenely watching over the mortal world. Once night fell, the cold light of the world's creation again took the sky's reign. Icebergs dotted the sea's surface, their treacherous, sharp edges making the waters especially dangerous while they lurked beneath the shimmering waves. But this was no match for the towering steel warship as it sliced through the waves and sailed through the night, proudly progressing through the endless sea of ice like a king returning to his domain. "We've entered the cold sea, Captain," First Mate Aiden's voice carried on the night wind. "We should be back at the main port around this time tomorrow." Tyrion didn't turn back while he stood at the bow. "Any news from Frost?" "Our spy reports that Frost authorities have moved the submarine to Dagger Island near the city-state. There's an old ocean observatory there, now being used as a temporary research facility for the 8th No. 3 submersible," Aiden replied. "It seems they haven't opened the submarine's hatch yet, perhaps out of caution or while waiting for higher orders." "Well, at least those fools have some basic caution," Tyrion sighed, his brow still furrowed. "Anything else new?" "Frost is still calm for now. The authorities seem to have suppressed any news about the submarine, not that it matters, as few people know about the submersible plan from half a century ago," Aiden said, shaking his head. "However, there's another matter that seems unrelated to the submarine but worth paying attention to." "Another matter?" "Yes, concerning rumors of the dead returning." Chapter 287, Frost, Death, and Night Voyage. Frost was an extremely cold place, with the city-state enduring relentless, chilling winds from the turbulent frigid sea for 80% of the year. The cold air continuously blew in from the cold sea to the north, whistling as it swept over Frost's towering city walls and steep coastal cliffs. This deterred many people from living there. However, Frost was also the largest city-state in the entire frigid region. Despite the cold, the center of this massive island was home to the northern region's richest metal alloy mines, a crucial component of steam cores and the industrial foundation of that era. The industrial system built around these mines sustained the operation of the northern city-state, bringing it immense wealth and prosperity, including death. At the edge of Frost's mining area, near the entrance to the city-state cemetery, a black steam-powered car idled, its engine still running. Under the bright gas streetlights, several pallbearers dressed in thick black robes were working together to carry a coffin out of the car. Another tall, thin figure wearing a black robe stood by the car, their face hidden in the shadow of a wide-brimmed hat, with multiple bandages visible in the shadows. A few steps away, a withered old man stood next to the cemetery entrance, seemingly shrouded in darkness as he watched the pallbearers bustling around indifferently. The pallbearers from the Church of Death were particularly quiet, making no sound as they carried the coffin. Only occasional light collisions could be heard, making the already somber cemetery seem even more eerie and silent. After some time, the stern old man who guarded the cemetery finally broke the silence. "Cause of death." "Accidental fall into a machine well," the tall, thin figure wrapped in bandages replied with a slightly hoarse female voice that sounded quite young. "Died on the spot, already baptized. The specifics are in the handover documents. You can look for yourself." "How long will they stay?" The stern old man's expression and tone remained unchanged, as if discussing a stone about to be moved into his room. The tall, thin figure wrapped in bandages quietly looked at the stern old man. 3 days, she answered briefly. 3 days of soul purification, then sent to the great furnace." "That's quite short." The caretaker snorted through his nose, looking up at the cemetery gate beside him. The black, carved iron fence gate stood like cold, sharp thorns under the lamplight and night sky. Beyond this gate symbolized the divide between life and death, and one could vaguely see the neatly arranged corpse platforms, the narrow paths between them, and the tombstones and small houses looming deeper within. This was a cemetery, but for most of the bodies brought here, it was not their final resting place. Except for a few long-term graves with special significance, the dead were only temporary residents. From city-state officials to common laborers, no one could bypass the rules here. They died, were temporarily sent to the cemetery, and gradually found peace under the watchful eye of the god of death, Bardock. After a few days or as long as half a month, they were then sent to the great furnace adjacent to the cemetery. Their sins and transgressions turned to smoke in the sky, their good deeds melted into the hissing of the steam pipes, and a little residue was scattered into the city-state's soil, leaving no trace in the world. Within the cemetery, only a small tombstone would be reserved for the deceased, very modest, and soon to be buried deep among countless other tombstones. "The dead shouldn't occupy the places of the living," said the woman wrapped in bandages, shaking her head. "For those who have experienced a clean and innocent death, 3 days are enough for their souls to find peace." "It's not just for that reason, is it?" The somber caretaker raised his eyes, his dull, yellowish eyes staring at the woman in a black, heavy coat wrapped in bandages, known as Bandage Woman. "You're concerned about corpses rising up just like the recent rumors. There's no evidence yet that the dead in the city-state are truly resurrecting, and the few reports available are inconsistent. But even the phenomenon of restless, briefly awakening is worth being cautious about." Bandage Woman shook her head. "So watch your cemetery closely. As for what's happening in the city-state, the church and city hall will handle it." "I hope things are as simple as you say, Agatha," the caretaker muttered. "I can guarantee that no corpse will leave this garden, but the cemetery you and your colleagues have to guard is much larger than my little garden." The pallbearers carried the coffin into the cemetery, their silent, black-clad figures resembling corpses walking along its narrow paths. They found the vacant body platform prepared in advance, placed the coffin on it, and stood at the 4 corners of the casket, ready to perform the soothing ritual of the god of death, Bardock. The caretaker and the black-clad priestess called Agatha also entered the cemetery and came to the side. The 4 pallbearers took out Bardock's talisman, a triangular metal emblem with a door-shaped relief in the center, symbolizing the gate of life and death. They placed the amulet on the 4 corners of the coffin and recited a short prayer in unison before stepping back half a step. Agatha then stepped forward, removing her wide-brimmed hat and gazing at the coffin on the platform in the cold wind. The gaslight illuminated her features. Layers of bandages covered her entire body, even half of her face, and only where the bandages did not cover could one see some delicate features and the soft lines unique to women. Her long, deep brown curly hair hung behind her, and her similarly deep brown eyes were filled with calmness and compassion. "May the grace of the god of death, Bardock, shine upon your soul, allowing you to find peace in your final 3 days in the mortal world. Your debts and karmic ties with the world are all erased today. Lost one, you may now travel lightly." Agatha's low, hoarse voice echoed in the quiet cemetery, gradually blending into the deep night. Meanwhile, the somber caretaker stood by indifferently as he watched the ceremony, a heavy double-barreled shotgun appearing in his hand at some point. The triangular emblem of the god of death, Bardock, could be faintly seen on the shotgun's guard. Moments later, the ceremony ended, and Agatha turned to the cemetery caretaker. "It's done." "I hope your prayers work." The caretaker lifted his double-barreled shotgun, "though I trust this old partner of mine more. I performed the calming ritual as the gatekeeper myself, so it should have some effect," Agatha said indifferently before putting her dark, wide-brimmed hat back on. She nodded at the cemetery guard and led the pallbearers towards the cemetery's exit. "We should go now." The followers of Bardock left, and the black steam car gradually disappeared into the night until its taillights merged with the city's darkness. A cold night wind swept through the cemetery, passing rows of mortuary tables and the decorative iron fence at the edge of the graveyard. The somber old guard stood at the entrance, watching the direction the car left in, and only after a while did he avert his gaze, tightening his clothes in the cold wind. "I'm not used to so much liveliness in the cemetery when the living is around," he muttered, grabbing his trusty double-barreled shotgun and slowly headed towards his small guardhouse on the edge of the mortuary. A moment later, the old man emerged from the hut again, this time with something extra in his hand. A small pale pink flower, picked from an unknown location. He approached the latest coffin, picked up a stone from the side, and pressed the flower into a corner of the mortuary table. The night wind blew through the path, making the delicate petals tremble in the wind. On the nearby rows of mortuary tables, small, inconspicuous corners were adorned with similar flowers. Most of the flowers had withered in the wind. Sleep well, it's hard to get such a solid sleep when you're alive, the old guard muttered. Your family will come to greet you tomorrow morning, as is customary. Say goodbye to them, then leave in peace. The world of the living isn't all that great anyway. The old man shook his head, bent over to pick up his shotgun, and slowly walked away. We're sailing north, heading to Frost, Duncan said, finding Vanna staring out at the distant sea on the deck of the Vanished. I noticed you've been staring into the distance, so I guessed you were curious about the ship's course. Frost? Vanna was surprised. She had indeed been wondering about the Vanished's upcoming journey, but she didn't expect Captain Duncan to bring it up himself. Why Frost? Is something happening there? It started with a letter Morris received, a letter from a deceased friend, Duncan said, coming to the edge of the deck, his hands resting on the railing as he gazed out at the boundless sea under the night sky. But more than that, I became interested in the place. You became interested? In a sense, Frost is Alice's hometown, Duncan said with a smile, although she has no concept of it herself. I don't know much about Frost, just that the main faith there is the god of death, Bardock, but there are also some followers of the storm goddess. The local industry in Frost seems to be quite developed, with the ore mine being the city's main economic pillar. Vanna paused, then subconsciously glanced in the direction of the cabin. Of course, Frost is most famous for the rebellion that took place half a century ago. Does Alice mind people discussing this? She doesn't mind because she can't understand it. All right. Chapter 288, Contacting Frost. A gentle breeze stirred the sea, creating waves that lapped against the sturdy hull of the Vanished. Nevertheless, seemingly unfazed by the wind and waves, this colossal ship maintained its steady course, sailing full speed towards the north. The ethereal spirit sails soared high in the night, accompanied by the occasional creaks and groans from the tension between the ropes and the masts. The living phantom ship seemed to sigh joyfully amidst the wind and waves, while the new crew members on board appeared to have much on their minds. Vanna had discovered the truth about the Frostbite rebellion that occurred half a century ago from Duncan, as well as the mysterious and sinister Abyss plan. Even now, 50 years later, the chilling plan still cast its lingering shadows. In contrast to the apocalyptic fire that Plan had once faced, the Abyss plan in Frost was a disaster of a different kind. Dark, cold, and intangible horrors lurked in the Abyss, with catastrophes that might be unfolding, might have already occurred, or might have already concluded. In the cold night, no sound could capture the essence of this unseen terror. While Plan's Black Sun event was a fierce and brilliant conflict, the events beneath Frost's deep sea were a silent, twisted nightmare. According to Tyrion, the Abyss plan has already concluded, and all subsequent effects of that year ended with the Frost Queen's demise. However, we have no evidence to confirm that the supernatural phenomenon beneath Frost has genuinely ceased. In fact, we don't even know what it is. From start to finish, the entire affair is cloaked in a veil of fog. And now, Morris has received a letter from Frost, signaling that something is amiss in that northern city-state. Duncan's deep voice carried on the night breeze before he paused, then abruptly turned to Vanna. Did Helena mention the disturbance in the northern seas to you? Pope Helena? Vanna hesitated, then gently shook her head. She didn't mention it. She simply told me to board the Vanished, but didn't actually specify what I should do. She didn't, huh? Duncan murmured, not dwelling on the subject. Well, don't overthink it. Just acclimate to life on the ship, and don't worry, I won't assign you any challenging tasks. He gazed at the dark night sky, and the faint sea mist on the distant boundless sea. It's getting late, and it's best to avoid too much exposure to the cold wind on deck. Nighttime sea breezes can be harsh on both body and mind. Vanna looked at Duncan with surprise, a reaction she had displayed numerous times throughout the day, before nodding belatedly. Ah, okay, thank you. As she spoke, she fumbled for a small wooden piece in her shirt pocket. It was a wave amulet carved from sea breath wood. She pressed the amulet to her lips, whispered a few prayers, and then hurled it forcefully into the sea beyond the ship's railing. Duncan observed Vanna's actions with curiosity. What are you doing? That was a wave amulet I personally carved from sea breath wood. Devotees of the storm goddess offer prayers this way when embarking on a journey, Vanna casually explained. Sea breath wood is believed to be favored by the storm goddess, and casting the amulet into the sea represents an ancient act of sacrifice. Praying while releasing the amulet helps forge a stronger connection with the goddess. As she spoke, she suddenly stopped, then hesitated. Do my actions bother you? Ah, not at all. As I've mentioned before, the atmosphere on the Vanished is more laid back than you might think. Duncan immediately shook his head with a smile. Morris typically offers prayers to the god of wisdom as well. With that, he waved to Vanna and slowly headed towards the captain's quarters. I'm heading back. You should get some rest. The sound of the waves ebbed and flowed as Vanna watched Duncan's tall figure gradually fade from her sight. Suddenly, she recalled something and called out to him, "Captain." Duncan halted but didn't turn around. "What is it?" Vanna opened her mouth, hesitated briefly, and finally said, "I want to apologize to you for my past impetuousness." "I don't mind," Duncan said nonchalantly, waved his hand, and walked away without looking back. Vanna remained on deck, seemingly deep in thought. Behind her, the wave amulet carved from sea breath would have been tossed about by the waves for some time, when it was suddenly caught by a wave and swiftly swallowed into the depths of the ocean. What? Inside the captain's quarters, the goat head creaked as it raised its head and regarded Duncan, who had just entered the room. "Ah, Captain, have you finished reassuring the new crew member? Today has been an extraordinary day. A high-ranking priestess devoted to the storm goddess joined your crew. I'd consider this a kind of war trophy, wouldn't you?" Duncan lifted his eyelids and glanced at the goat head. "You can say that to Vanna next time." "I can't beat her." "Then stop talking nonsense," Duncan said casually, glancing at the sea chart as he passed by. "Where are we now? What's the situation with the sea mist?" "The sea mist continues to sail at full speed, but it has recently adjusted its course slightly on 2 occasions. Judging from its position, it may already be close to the sea mist fleet's secret base," the goat head promptly replied. "We should enter the cold sea before dawn and then sail north for another 4 or 5 days to be near Frost. Will we head directly there or conceal ourselves in the nearby waters?" "For now, let's remain hidden," Duncan said. "I'm not prepared for a warm encounter with Frost's city guards." "Yes, Captain." Duncan pondered momentarily and said, "Also, once the sea mist stops, go and investigate without revealing ourselves, scout the location and surroundings of Tyrion's secret harbor. That should be easy for the Vanished, which can lurk in the spirit world for an extended period." "Ah, of course, that's very easy," the goat head immediately agreed. "But what's your purpose in investigating that secret harbor?" "If Frost is indeed facing trouble and connected to the secrets beneath the ocean, I believe Tyrion would take action. Monitoring him would be akin to keeping an eye on Frost. If the circumstances allow, we can remain concealed near the sea mist," Duncan explained. "Understood," Goathead promptly replied. Duncan nodded and made his way to his bedroom. "I will attempt to investigate the situation in Frost. Unless necessary, do not disturb me." "Aye, Captain," Goathead responded. The bedroom door closed behind Duncan. Once out of sight, he let out a soft sigh and sat at his desk, stretching his tense shoulders to relax. AI, resting near the window, awoke and fluttered onto the table. A quick meal or a stay at the inn? Duncan glanced at the bird, traveling through the spirit realm. Upon his words, the brass compass hanging around Ai's neck snapped open, and a green flame emerged from within. In an instant, Duncan's view transformed as he found himself in a vast, tumultuous darkness filled with countless stars and lines. Ai's figure materialized from the darkness, a skeletal bird enveloped in ghostly fire circling around him. However, Duncan did not immediately move or touch any nearby cluster of stars. Instead, he carefully observed the flickering lights in his vision, sensing the faint auras they emitted. As anticipated, as the Vanished continued to distance itself from planned and approach Frost, the stars he saw in this space also changed. Duncan looked up, sensing his body back in planned, and followed his perception into the darkness, where he spotted a hazy, distant cluster of light. He shifted his focus from the far-off lights and concentrated on the bright stars before him. After some consideration, he cautiously approached some of the lights and touched a few of them. Rather than directly occupying the shells these lights represented, he used this method to access the shallow information behind them: emotions, perceptions, and even fragmented superficial consciousness. Cold, tension, fuel prices, steam supply, City Hall, Frost. After touching several lights, Duncan withdrew his will. Continuing to touch these, living, lights could cause widespread alarm and potentially draw the attention of the city's protectors. He didn't want to confront a foreign church just yet. The information he had collected so far was sufficient. Just from the few lights he had touched, he could confirm that these stars represented Frost's inhabitants, or at least a portion of them. Duncan's gaze swept across a dizzying array of stars, searching for those with faint, weak lights and fading life forces. He needed a suitable body to serve as a scout for gathering intelligence. Moments later, a flickering, dim light caught his eye. "It's you." Chapter 289. The Coffin and the Caretaker. A cluster of dim and erratic flickering stars captured Duncan's interest. The faint luminescence was slightly different from the surrounding starlight, its elusive and feeble radiance resembling a transparent phantom, and the unstable flickering suggested it could dissipate at any moment. Duncan had seen faint flashes in this chaotic space before, but even if weak, those flashes didn't possess such a transient quality. He furrowed his brow. A faint flash often indicated a body that hadn't been dead for long, but the faint and almost transparent illusory sensation, what did it signify? He extended a finger and gently touched the shimmering light. The next moment, he felt his consciousness abruptly traverse an infinite boundary, projecting from the vanished onto an entirely new body. Cold and numb sensations spread from his limbs, and then the numbness gradually subsided, allowing him to feel his skin's touch and his heart's slow beating. However, this new body felt extraordinarily heavy for some reason, as if he was operating through a dense barrier. He exerted great effort to barely move his fingers and used the same amount of effort to open just a sliver of his eyelids. Complete darkness surrounded him. Am I blind, or are my eyes obscured? Duncan instinctively raised his hand to check his eyes, but as soon as he lifted his arm, it collided with something hard and cold. Then, he lifted his other arm and encountered the same obstruction. Feeling around, he finally realized he was confined in a container. A coffin. Duncan lay silently in the darkness, sighing after a long while. Well, it makes sense. It was logical for the body to be trapped in a coffin during possession. Previously, the 2 consecutive unencumbered possessions were rare exceptions. But why did it have to be logical now? A sense of helplessness and frustration welled up inside him. Duncan seemed to grasp a little of the bewildered feeling that Dog and Vanna had when facing the logical development on the vanished. But now was clearly not the time to continue lamenting. He had to find a way to escape this coffin. Otherwise, he would need to abandon this hard-to-find destined body and choose another possession target in that dark, chaotic space, only to likely become trapped in another coffin. Duncan started to move his hands and feet, familiarizing himself with the sensations of this unfamiliar and subpar body while attempting to push open the lid above his head. Through tapping on the surrounding wood earlier, he had confirmed from the echoing sound that this coffin wasn't buried underground, but rather temporarily placed somewhere. This meant that as long as he pushed open the lid above, he could escape this confinement. However, the coffin lid proved to be more difficult to handle than he had anticipated. The lid was nailed shut, and there might even be additional locks. Moreover, the body he now inhabited was too inferior. The sensations from the limbs were even weaker than the first time he occupied a body in the sacrificial field in the sewer, making it extremely challenging to even move around, let alone push open a nailed coffin lid. Just how weak was this deceased person? Hey, is there anyone out there? I believe I can still be saved. Please get a doctor or at least a medical examiner if that's not possible. As Duncan futilely pushed the coffin lid above him, he yelled out helplessly. He didn't mind startling anyone or causing a commotion. After a short period of adjustment and sensing, he confirmed that the condition of the body he occupied was extremely poor and unsuitable for long-term use. It seemed like a disposable body, reminiscent of the first sacrifice he had possessed. Since it was disposable, there was nothing to worry about. Regardless of who came, as long as he could stand up and assess his surroundings, he would be content. If fortunate, he might even gather some valuable information. In the worst case, he would be trapped in the coffin and die, but the situation couldn't deteriorate further. At that moment, he even had the leisure to contemplate whether he should ask Alice about her experience. How did that doll manage to escape from a coffin that had been nailed shut and secured with several iron chains? Was it due to some inherent power? In the quiet cemetery mortuary, the knocking and hoarse, low calls stood out prominently. Naturally, the caretaker wouldn't disregard this sudden, peculiar noise. The door of the caretaker's hut swung open, and a lantern illuminated the path outside the wooden house leading to the mortuary. A grim old man with an ominous gaze and a stooped back emerged from the house. He held a lantern in one hand and a formidable double-barreled shotgun in the other, eyeing the source of the noise intently. The cemetery is too lively tonight. The old man grumbled in a hostile tone, casually hooking the lantern onto an iron loop on his waist. He then traced a triangular emblem on his chest and slowly advanced towards the coffins with his shotgun raised. The thumping noises continued due to the deceased's persistent hammering against the barrier, separating him from the world of the living, seeking assistance from those outside. "Is anyone there? Can someone help? I think this is a misdiagnosis." "Silence!" The caretaker gripped the double-barreled shotgun, and the sharp sound of the safety being disengaged echoed in the night. The hunched old man glared at the coffin, yelling furiously, "You should be asleep now. You belong to another world. The world of the living has no place for you." The knocking from the coffin abruptly ceased. Duncan assessed the sounds outside. It appeared to be an old man very close to him, and there was also a faint metallic clinking noise just now, possibly the sound of a weapon. Having someone nearby was beneficial. In this way, whether he could escape or not, he had another means to collect information from the outside world. "Hello, I want to know what's happening." Duncan cleared his throat, pondering how to maximize this body's potential to gather information from the person outside the coffin. "I'm trapped in this coffin, but there must be some kind of misunderstanding. I'm still alive, you see. My voice is actually quite strong." Breathing is a common illusion for the deceased. An attachment to the world of the living is a subconscious fear lingering in the cerebral cortex. It's indeed difficult to accept, but Bardock, the ruler of death, has prepared a better place for your soul. The old caretaker stared at the coffin, still gripping the shotgun in one hand while silently tracing the emblem representing the god of death in the air with the other. He then retrieved a small packet of dry powder from his pocket and rubbed some onto the shotgun barrel, scattering the remainder on the ground. "Lie down and be quiet. You should already feel the exhaustion. That's the call of the ruler of death. Yield to it. It's better for both of us." The teachings of the ruler of death, Bardock. Duncan silently made a mental note of this detail, then cleared his throat and continued to negotiate. "But I still believe I could be saved. What if it's a misdiagnosis?" The old caretaker, clutching the shotgun, furrowed his brow. For some reason he felt that tonight's disturber was unlike those he had encountered during his career. The voice in the coffin sounded too rational and even knew how to bargain. But soon he shook his head and dismissed the idea. "Forgive my candor, but you fell from the safety railing near the well, plummeting 100 meters into the mine shaft with the back of your head crushed. The pallbearers expended great effort piecing your skull back together. Sir, in my opinion, the likelihood of your misdiagnosis is extremely low." Duncan listened to the voice outside the coffin and quietly raised his hand to touch the back of his head. "All right, I concede that my injuries appear quite severe, and this physical condition indeed doesn't seem suitable for leaving the coffin," he sighed. "Sorry for the disturbance." The old caretaker was silent for a few seconds, lit another spare lantern hanging from his waist, and hung it on a wooden stake nearest to the mortuary table, quietly saying, "No need for apologies. Compared to most disturbers, you're rather polite." "Oh, do you encounter this kind of thing often?" "Every year there are always a few corpses that don't want to stay in their coffins. Most of them try to escape using violence, while only a few rare exceptions attempt to negotiate," the old caretaker murmured. "However, even those who know how to negotiate only spout incoherent nonsense. The deceased always think they can come back to life, but in reality, the great Bartok's door is not so easily crossed." The old caretaker shook his head, watching the flame on the lantern hanging from the nearby wooden stake while continuing to converse. He knew that the deceased had no genuine rationality. It was merely the lingering attachment of a lost soul. In conversation, this lingering was consumed particularly quickly, and when the rationality of the one in the coffin was depleted, his extra shift for the day would be over. Disturbers, the living dead, and coming back to life are three entirely different concepts, the old man rambled. Crossing these boundaries requires immense strength, enduring extreme pain and exceptionally rare opportunities. Sir, don't make things difficult for yourself. You cannot cross them. Chapter 290. Visitors in the Cemetery. Duncan had found himself in a peculiar predicament. Instead of coming alive in some ominous cave, he's stuck inside a body within a public facility that temporarily houses corpses. As to the man conversing with him currently, it's probably the seasoned caretaker in charge of the facility. The old man referred to the disturbance as a restless phenomenon and didn't appear afraid. This told Duncan some useful information, and further confirmed to the captain that this body was useless to him. Even without considering the extreme weakness of the body, running around with a sunken skull would be difficult. Of course, the world did have undead beings, and the sailors on Tyrian seemed to fit the bill considering they do have some missing parts, like half a skull or missing heart. However, being openly active in a city-state was not an option for such beings, which did not meet Duncan's needs. While he assessed the situation, The old caretaker outside the coffin remained vigilant and tense. The old man's double-barreled shotgun stayed aimed at the coffin, while the grass powder scattered on the ground beforehand emitted a pale glow. His voice remained steady, but the prolonged grip of his fingers on the shotgun handle had turned slightly white from the tension. He awaited the restless soul in the coffin to exhaust its final obsessions and rationale, anticipating the chatty deceased to grow weary and accept their death. According to his experience, this process usually didn't take long under the strong calming effects of the lantern and powder. A restless soul often took only half an hour to find peace. Typically, the deceased would grow increasingly disoriented during the conversation, quickly forgetting their words. Usually, the voice in the coffin would devolve into indistinct mumbling, eventually turning into hoarse sleep talk. Normally. But why did the person in the coffin seem to become more and more spirited as they talked? Do you know where I am right now? I know this is a place for storing bodies, but I mean the location, you see. I couldn't see my surroundings when I was brought here. How's the weather today? It must be quite cold, right? I think I heard the wind outside. Frosty nights are tough. What time is it now? Have you eaten? Are there any colleagues around you? Any recent news in the city? I don't remember much about the past. Oh, do you know someone named Scott Brown? He seems to be a folklorist or historian. One of my friends is close to him. The old caretaker felt sweat beads form on his forehead. He could swear to Bardock that he had never encountered such a strange situation in his entire professional career. A restless corpse showed no signs of resting, but instead became more and more lively like a living person after he performed a soul-soothing ceremony. This brought to mind the recent disconcerting rumors in the city-state and stories related to the return of the dead. Could the boundary between life and death truly have developed a flaw? Sir, the elderly caretaker tightened his grip on the shotgun, his voice becoming slightly more serious. You've already said enough. If I were you, I'd quiet down and honestly return to rest now. Otherwise, when the sun rises, you'll be in for a rough time. Duncan, inside the coffin, thought about it and replied somewhat helplessly. Actually, I'd really like to cooperate with you, but I just can't sleep at the moment. How about you help me open the lid and give me a sedative? You're expecting too much. The elderly caretaker replied gravely, but at that moment, a sudden and loud banging on the cemetery gate interrupted his next words. Who could be visiting at this late hour? The caretaker looked in surprise towards the source of the noise, only to see several figures in black coats standing beneath a street lamp outside the tall, carved gate. The gas lamp's light shone on them, casting long shadows in the rear. One of the figures raised their hand, displaying something in the street lamp's light. It was a triangular metal emblem, symbolizing an emissary of the god of death, Bardock. The elderly caretaker's heart stirred, and he instinctively glanced back at the new coffin. For now, the voice inside the coffin had gone quiet. After some hesitation, the old man turned around and walked briskly towards the cemetery entrance. The towering cemetery gate opened with the sound of rattling chains and creaking door hinges, allowing the old caretaker to better understand the newcomers under the dim light of the street lamps. 3 men and 1 woman, all dressed in thick, pitch-black coats with similarly wide-brimmed hats. As they stood silently in the night breeze, their attire and quiet posture evoked images of crows perched beside tombstones at midnight. As the old man looked up at these uninvited guests, they also gazed back at the somber elderly gravedigger. Soon, one of the shorter men stepped forward and raised the triangular emblem before speaking solemnly. The peace of death will eventually protect us all. By the order of the city-state church, we are here to remove a deceased person who should have just been brought to this cemetery. A priest of the death god. The elderly caretaker was subconsciously skeptical, frowning slightly at the triangular emblem in the other's hand. Gatekeeper Agatha left just a few hours ago, and she didn't mention any other priests coming here to guide the dead. And besides, it's midnight, not a suitable time for guiding the dead. Special circumstances. The deceased needs to be transported to a safer location, another uninvited guest spoke. A woman of medium height with cold, rigid facial features and thin lips had stepped forward. Please cooperate. It's a matter of life and death, and we cannot afford any delay. Hearing the words special circumstances, and considering the persistent voice inside the coffin, the elderly caretaker's heart stirred and quickly dismissed his doubts. It appeared that the restless occupant of the coffin was indeed somewhat special, and the church had already taken action. Although the old man didn't know how the church priests had made their judgment, the professionals had arrived. He didn't appreciate outsiders disturbing his graveyard, But since the other party was an official priest holding the emblem of the god of death, there was no need for him to obstruct them further. He only desires to resolve this trouble as soon as possible. "Follow me," the old man muttered and turned to lead the way into the graveyard. "You've arrived just in time." "Just in time?" One of the tall, muscular men in black robes caught up and asked, slightly puzzled. "Why do you say that?" "The body has already started to stir. It's been chattering non-stop, growing more lively with each conversation. I even suspect it will cross the first boundary and become an undead. That would be troublesome. The nearby residents won't like this news." The old caretaker shook his head. "Nobody likes the undead, especially frost people. It reminds them of that cursed battleship filled with the undead." As the old man grumbled complaints along the way, the four people in black exchanged glances, seemingly taken aback. However, the thin-lipped woman soon shook her head, signaling them to be patient. As the old caretaker led the group away, the short man who had previously displayed the church emblem tossed the item to the ground since it disintegrated into dust and dispersed with the wind upon contact. The group quickly traversed the small path in the graveyard and arrived at the temporary holding area for the deceased. It's a bunch of neatly arranged platforms holding rows of caskets, and under the illumination of the old caretaker's lantern, they appeared especially disconcerting. But this didn't frighten the old man. After confirming the grass powders he scattered were still emitting a faint, pale glow, he breathed a sigh of relief and pointed to the latest addition. "This one is what you're looking for. It was brought here tonight." The four people in black exchanged glances, and the thin-lipped woman approached the platform, frowning as she examined the coffin. "Is this it?" "Maybe," Duncan replied casually from inside the coffin. "What are you here for?" The woman's eyes widened, startled by the voice from the coffin. The other three men were also visibly surprised. They glanced nervously at each other, and the tall one muttered, "Something's not quite right." "What's not quite right?" The old caretaker, who seemed to have sharp hearing, asked curiously. "Can't you handle it?" "Of course, we're here to deal with this matter," the woman in black replied immediately. She looked at her three companions, appearing to quickly weigh her options, then nodded to the old caretaker. "Next, you'll need to step away for a moment." Chapter 291. Exposed. Upon hearing the priest of the god of death speak before him, the elderly caretaker didn't comply immediately as an ordinary gravedigger might. Instead, he furrowed his brow in displeasure. "I am this graveyard's caretaker, and I've never been told the caretaker must leave during any events here." "Sir, this is an exceptional circumstance," interjected the short man in black, speaking with sincerity and gravity. Noticing the resolute expression on the old caretaker's face, he eventually sighed. "All right, I wasn't meant to divulge this, but the body is being transported to the Silent Cathedral." "The Silent Cathedral?" the old caretaker inquired reflexively. "What's going on?" "An extreme, unidentified contamination, potentially linked to something deep within the mines. A unique purification ritual is required, and it's best if fewer living people are present," the short man stated gravely. "Not only must you leave, but my colleague and I will also need to accompany you." As he spoke, the tall, muscular man in black also came forward and stood quietly beside the short man. The old caretaker glanced at the pair of black-garbed priests before him, and then at the woman in black near the corpse platform. She had already removed the herbs and holy oil for the ritual, setting up a makeshift altar on the ground in front of the platform. "Fine, since this involves mines and contamination, it's not my concern," the old man finally relented. He shrugged, grabbed his shotgun, and headed towards the graveyard path while calling back to the tall and short men in black. "Follow me, there's hot tea in my hut. You can also warm yourselves by the fire. The graveyard gets colder at night than outside." The two men in black exchanged looks and casually expressed their gratitude as they trailed the old man. "Thank you for your hospitality, sir." With the old caretaker and the two men in black gone, only the thin-lipped woman in black and the taciturn, gaunt man remained near the corpse platform. And a now silent casket, of course. Duncan lay still in the coffin, pondering his conversation with the caretaker while speculating on the background of the unanticipated guests who arrived later. During the journey to Frost, things indeed differed from his time with planned. Though it didn't seem to be going smoothly, it possessed its own distinct allure. His only dissatisfaction stemmed from the inefficiency of his current body. Inside, Duncan raised his hand and watched a small green flame flicker on his fingertip, casting light in the confined space. Thankfully, the ghost fire's efficacy remained unaffected. In the dim green glow, he observed the cheap, low-quality wooden boards, the rough linen lining, the intricate runes on the coffin lid, and the triangular emblem at the center of the runes. This symbol likely represented Bartok, the god of death. The runes and emblem were evidently not some refined craftsmanship, either, but more likely machine-printed. The outcome was essentially the same. Duncan strained to listen intently to the sounds outside the coffin. The coffin was quite thin, and the seal wasn't secure, allowing Duncan to clearly hear the conversations outside. He had just heard the caretaker and the two uninvited guests departing, and now he detected rustling noises as though the remaining individuals were moving around the coffin. What were they planning to do? The woman in black halted her preparations of the altar in front of the corpse table. She rose, glanced in the direction the caretaker had departed, and after confirming the obstinate old man was far enough away, she spat on the ground before coming towards the coffin and knocking over the altar she had arranged. The silent man in black had already approached the coffin, flicking his staff so that the metal hook on the end sprung out, transforming into a crowbar. "Wait a moment." The woman in black stopped her companion, then came to the coffin and tapped it with her fingers. "Are you still in there?" Yes," Duncan responded promptly. "Need something." The woman in black furrowed her brow, appearing slightly puzzled, but then spoke impassively. "Do you know who you are?" "I'm not certain," Duncan casually lied. "Actually, I'm still baffled about how I ended up here, and just now a graveyard caretaker informed me that I was dead and would be cremated in 3 days. What happened? And what are you doing here?" We're here to assist you," the woman in black stated indifferently. "You don't want to be cremated, right?" "Of course not. Although Frost's winters are indeed frigid, warming up in the crematorium is excessively extreme. Are you going to let me out?" "Your chilly joke is as cold as this night, sir," the woman in black chuckled. "Naturally, we'll release you. All you need to do afterward is accompany us, and you won't have to worry about anyone bothering you again." "Thank you," the voice inside the coffin expressed gratitude politely. The woman in black composed herself, stepped back slightly, and gestured to the quiet man wielding the crowbar. "Pry it open." The silent man advanced, and with a creaking noise, the already fragile coffin was soon unlocked. He then pushed the dark coffin lid aside using his staff, allowing the cover to drop heavily to the gravel. However, instead of making a loud thud from the act, the coffin lid instantly disintegrated into dust at the woman's silencing gesture. Subsequently, the two impostors now had a clear view of the coffin and its occupant. A pallid man with large hands and feet, dressed in a dark brown coat, sat up from within and studied them curiously. This is becoming interesting." After a moment, a faint smile appeared on Duncan's face, and he sighed as if appreciating the sight. "What did you just say?" The woman in black frowned, then immediately adopted a stern expression and commanded in a deep voice imbued with a peculiar power. "First, step out of the coffin and depart with us." "There's no rush." Duncan sat in the coffin, shaking his head with a smile. "Your chains are quite distinctive, as are your shadow demons. I thought they only existed in legends." Upon hearing this, the man and woman in black appeared momentarily stunned. In the next instant, they looked shocked, and the thin-lipped woman even subconsciously took a step back, gazing at Duncan with a blend of astonishment and caution. "You can see through our disguises." "Disguise?" Duncan raised his eyebrows, his gaze sweeping over the two individuals before him. A woman clad in a long, dark-colored skirt, her face thin and harsh. A black chain emerged between her neck and collarbone, evidently attached to her body, as though it extended directly from her collarbone. At the end of the chain was a grotesque creature composed of twisted black bone plates. The creature, an odd bird, was enveloped in black smoke and perched steadily on the woman's shoulder. Its two blood-red hollows stared intently at Duncan, and each bone plate on its body quivered slightly. The other person was a thin man wearing a thick gray-blue coat. A chain extended directly from his throat, the other end connected to a massive floating jellyfish. The jellyfish appeared insubstantial, its entire body comprised of drifting smoke, with a blood-red core pulsating like a heart at its center. Black chains and eerie, smoke-shrouded creatures lived symbiotically. Undoubtedly, they were two members of the Annihilation sect. And at this moment, both cultists appeared astonished. Yes, the disguise," Duncan eventually nodded, then slowly rose from the coffin and cautiously descended from the platform. His movements were sluggish because this body wasn't particularly useful. "It seems that disrupting cognition and aiding symbiotes in concealing their identities is a talent of yours. Is this a common technique for all of you? However, I must say your disguising skill is not very reliable. I've never seen a flawless execution. Stop, the female cultist finally reacted. She abruptly retreated several steps, then pointed at Duncan, her voice mingled with another deep, raspy tone, as if another spellcaster was reciting a curse through her throat. I strip you of your ability to move and command you to halt right here. Duncan ultimately stepped down from the platform, took 2 more leisurely strides forward, and curiously observed the woman not far away. So, this is the so-called curse that the Annihilation sect borrowed from the demons. Well, I must admit, it is indeed more sophisticated than I anticipated. However, it appears that its effectiveness is not as impressive as I had imagined. At least it doesn't startle me as much as it should like Meteor Dog would. Chapter 292. Ignorance is Blessing. Under the sway of the Symbiotic Pact, the invocation that sought to expose the clandestine wisdom of the Shadow Demon turned out fruitless. The spell's failure struck the 2 Annihilation cultists present with more shock than a risen corpse would have caused. Moreover, the Death Crow was among the most formidable shadow demons in terms of magical capabilities. The slender woman, draped in a black skirt, stared in disbelief at the quietly standing, apparently resurrected figure before her. Concurrently, she sensed an anomaly with the Death Crow, a being she was bound to through chains extending from her collarbone. The shadow demon repeatedly issued perilous signals, even making attempts to break the connection with its master and retreat to its mystical realm. At last she reacted, deftly seizing the chain beneath the Death Crow with one hand and clenching thin air with the other while locking eyes with Duncan. Something is awry. You are not the deceased. Who are you? Before that, tell me who you are. Duncan gazed at the woman before him, then shifted his focus to the silent man nearby, who still clutched his crowbar staff and maintained a safe distance from him. Let me venture a guess. You are evidently no envoy of the Death God. You tricked the guard with, let's say, deception skills. You came for me, or more precisely, for the body I am currently occupying. Is my guess accurate? The woman in the black skirt opened her lips slightly, her mouth moving as though to speak, but Duncan failed to make out her words. In the next moment, she abruptly raised her previously clenched right hand, and the faint murmur from her mouth morphed into a spine-chilling shriek. Concurrently, the Death Crow demon perched on her shoulder spread its wings wide. Bound by the Symbiotic Pact, this shadow demon was forced to repress its inherent fear and launch an attack on Duncan. A palpable pressure emerged, accompanied by an abnormal trembling and distortion of the ground beneath them. The earth around Duncan started rippling like liquid, and several colossal black thorns, akin to bone spurs, erupted from the ground, curling themselves around him. However, Duncan displayed no sign of evasion, primarily because his terrifyingly fragile temporary body couldn't execute such swift maneuvers. He merely observed the encroaching thorns as they enwrapped him. Then a radiant spiritual flame burst forth from within the thorny snare, instantaneously reducing the spell-summoned thorns to a mound of ebony ashes, with a few scattered sparks fading into the wind. I told you you would do better to hurl that crow on your shoulder at me. That might actually give me a slight fright. Duncan sighed resignedly, but as his words trailed off, he perceived a disconcerting sensation in his body. He lifted his hand instinctively, and the next instant he was aghast to see cracks forming on both his hands. These were not wounds inflicted by the earlier thorns, but spontaneous cracks. As Duncan watched, the cracks continued to expand, as though the skin and muscles of this body had suddenly lost their vitality and suppleness, rapidly fracturing in the dry, icy air. The cracks oozed only a meager flow of blood, while desiccated, shriveled fragments persistently fell from the wounds to the ground. Within a matter of seconds, Duncan could distinctly sense the already feeble body becoming even more delicate. He observed the strange metamorphosis of his body with a sense of wonder, then shifted his gaze to the woman in the black skirt across from him. Is this another effect of the curse? Did it finally take hold? The woman in the black skirt seemed as if she was still reeling from the shock of the utter annihilation of her thorns. Her complexion had grown notably paler, and the Death Crow on her shoulder drooped its head in exhaustion. However, upon hearing Duncan's words, a faint smile crept across her face. Ah, it seems this body is nearing its breaking point. That makes things significantly simpler. Nearing its breaking point? Duncan echoed involuntarily, apparently inferring something from her words and demeanor. But before he could voice his thoughts, the woman in the black skirt issued a cold command: attack. Her command set the silent, gaunt man beside her into motion. He stared blankly at Duncan as the floating demon, resembling a combination of smoke and a jellyfish, pulsed rhythmically. A mass of dark matter, sizzling with vapor, burst from the jellyfish-like body, barreling toward Duncan like an incendiary projectile. However, the acidic cannonball had already transformed into a faint green hue midway through its flight and crumbled before reaching its intended target. The dissolution was soundless and left no trace. Duncan looked bemusedly at the exploding mass of dark matter. "I tried to tell you, this thing doesn't." Before he could finish, the smoke and sparks hanging in midair had disappeared. As the smoke cleared, he noticed the silent man nearby lifting his staff toward him, its tip splitting in the middle, revealing a large-caliber gun barrel. Bang! The gun barrel erupted with a blast of flame, but the sound didn't permeate beyond the mortuary platform. The woman in the black skirt had already raised her finger to execute a silencing gesture. "Let her win de favitsix." The large-caliber bullet sliced through the air, generating a muted rumble within the hushed vicinity. Duncan's eyes tracked the bullet's final trajectory, but he made no move to evade. He merely glanced sideways at the silent man, host to the jellyfish-like demon. The next second, his vision plunged into darkness. The potent impact of the specially crafted bullet obliterated his head, leaving nothing above his neck. Duncan's body swayed, stood still for a contemplative moment, raised its hand to probe the area above its neck, and found nothing. It then extended its hand toward the woman in the black skirt and the silent man, gesturing rudely before collapsing backward. The woman in the black skirt fixated her gaze on the eerie and terrifying headless body. She witnessed her partner blow the body's head off with a single shot, watched the body raise its hand to feel its vanished head, and saw the bizarre actions that a headless body shouldn't be capable of. Whatever it was, the entity that had inhabited that body had undoubtedly not perished. It had merely departed, a transient banishment. Coming to terms with the dangerous situation, the woman in the black skirt resolved to abort the mission for the day. She quickly turned to her companion. "We need to leave. Once we're out of the graveyard, signal the others. Something is critically wrong today." The taciturn man holding the peculiar staff remained frozen for a moment, as if failing to comprehend his companion's urgency. He stood in quietude, and along the inky chain jutting from his throat, a fleeting spark of green danced and extinguished. That spark had once journeyed along the chain, seeping into his flesh and blood, signifying his heart was already set ablaze. "Hey, are you listening?" The stern and impatient voice of the woman in the black skirt resounded again. "We must depart swiftly, lest our upheaval today attracts the Guardian's gaze." The lanky man with the staff nodded and gradually pivoted around. "What just happened to you?" The woman in the black skirt scrutinized her comrade but swiftly dismissed her concern. "Never mind, let's move at once, Duncan." "Indeed," Duncan responded with a smile. "It wouldn't do well to tarry here." The woman in the black skirt nodded, readying to pivot around and tread up the path. But just as she made her move, the death crow that had always nestled on her shoulder suddenly erupted into a harsh, eerie caw. The bones of the shadow demon rattled and the obsidian smoke swirled as it abruptly swiveled its head to fixate a stern gaze at Duncan, emitting peculiar cracking sounds while its wings flapped erratically. Behind Duncan, the jellyfish-shaped shadow demon levitating in the air spontaneously combusted. Amidst the dense black smoke and blazing fire, the incorporeal jellyfish demon was reduced to cinders within seconds, and the chain binding the symbiote released a series of harsh clinking sounds, crumbling into fragmented links on the ground. The woman in the black skirt abruptly froze, receiving an overwhelming sense of dread and a portent of doom through the death crow's link. She even vaguely experienced the visual feedback of the death crow's gaze. When the demon on her shoulder swiveled to face Duncan, a jolt of pain surged through her brain, reminiscent of a needle's prick. An indescribable array of distorted light and shadows swarmed her reddened vision as though her retinas were set ablaze. Typically, shadow demons don't possess hearts. They operate purely on instinct. When facing colossal danger, they wouldn't extend the same courtesy to their masters as dog would to Shirley, taking their mental well-being into account. The woman in the black skirt released a low groan, instinctively backpedaling in pain and confusion. She found support on a nearby street lamp, her eyes wide with terror as she gawked at the familiar yet alien, slender figure standing at the precipice of light and shadow. What are you?" Duncan cast a glance at the grotesque skeletal creature perched on the woman's shoulder, undeniably more repulsive than AI, and then at the black ashes scattered behind him, sighing in regret. "Ignorance indeed can be bliss," he shook his head, "but it seems your fortune has worn thin." Chapter 293, Hunting and Fleeing. The moment Duncan said, "Ignorance is bliss," the woman in the black dress had already reacted. But this time, she didn't attempt any futile combat actions. Instead, she tightened her grip on the chain beneath the death crow's feet with one hand and waved the other behind her, conjuring a hazy black fog in the air. Then she turned around and sprinted towards the cemetery entrance. She could no longer concern herself with her possessed companion or the two other accomplices engaged with the Guardian. The strange events of the night had exceeded her comprehension. Even as a devotee of annihilation who had signed a contract to coexist with a shadow demon, she was nearing the limits of her sanity and courage. She needed to leave this place, the farther and faster, the better. She didn't want to remain in the sight of the invisible and indescribable intruder or continue to share space with the terrifying shadow. Duncan furrowed his brow. He hadn't fully adapted to the body he had just occupied. Although he could clearly feel that this body was in better health than the one in the coffin, he still had difficulty keeping pace with the fleeing woman. Nevertheless, he pursued her, slicing through the eerie black fog she conjured while escaping, adapting to his new body, and focusing his gaze on her retreating figure. As he watched her, the gas lamps she passed suddenly flickered, their bright and stable flames tainted with a touch of deep green. The contaminated lamps seemed like invisible footsteps, trailing the fleeing cultist's shadow swiftly towards the cemetery entrance and sprinkling a path of green sparks that grew closer and more numerous. But just as the green flames scattered by the lamps were about to catch up with the cultist, the grotesque crow made of black bones suddenly screeched and took flight. Its jagged wings dispersed large swaths of smoke in the night sky, while its piercing cry seemed to tear through a small area of space-time. Suddenly, Duncan saw large rifts in the darkness beside the cultist, which merged into a massive black hole. The skeletal crow shrieked frantically and fearfully, recklessly charging towards the dark portal that appeared out of nowhere. The chain extending from its feet instantly went taut, and with a grating noise, the woman in the black dress was suddenly dragged towards the unknown. "Damn it, stop, you bastard, you beast!" The cultist struggled desperately, shouting in an altered tone, her voice overflowing with uncontrollable fear and despair. "No, no, no, don't take me to the abyss, help, help, no, no." With a final scream, the cultist was dragged into the pitch-black hole by the chain, and the hole closed with a howl, eventually dissipating into a trembling shadow. A sprinkling of faint green light from the lamps on both sides illuminated the empty cemetery path. "That's quite a unique escape route," Duncan observed the sudden scene with some bewilderment. It took him a while before the corner of his mouth twitched, and then he seemed to remember something. "That's how Shirley and Dog escaped back then, isn't it? But I remember she wasn't scared at all at the time, was she?" He furrowed his brow, gazing in the direction where the cultist vanished. But after contemplating for a moment, he gained nothing and could only look away. The greenish lamplights on both sides returned to normal as he averted his gaze, and the intertwined dim shadows gradually retreated to his feet, as if retracting tendrils in the darkness. At this moment, a faint crackling sound reached Duncan's ears. Turning at the source with a puzzled look, he discovered it was in fact coming from his own body. Fine crackling sounds kept coming from various parts of his body, and between the gaps in his clothing, wisps of black smoke could be seen seeping and rising. Duncan was momentarily stunned, uncertain of this unexpected situation. Then he suddenly pulled open his clothes near his chest and finally saw the changes happening to his body. His flesh was turning into a black, charred substance bit by bit, and many gaps had appeared on the wrinkled skin's surface, from which black smoke and ashes emerged like they were coming from a pile of firewood. If it weren't for having accepted the open-hearted initiation from the beginning, this bizarre and terrifying scene would have definitely shocked Duncan. But he was now accustomed to such strange and sinister events and remained exceptionally calm, even reaching out to touch his neck. The change seemed to have started from the throat, the place where the shadow demon had once coexisted and connected to the chains. Duncan immediately thought of the self-immolating jellyfish-like shadow demon from before. After he had taken over this body, the jellyfish seemed to have gone on strike due to being unable to withstand the pressure, and now the cultist's body began to collapse from the place where the chains coexisted. Could it be that the body would collapse once the coexisting demon dies as well? Was this a characteristic of the annihilation cultists? In an instant, Duncan thought of the most likely possibility and even considered Shirley and Dog. Were their relationships similar as well? He could have a good chat with Shirley when he got back. But first, he needed to think about what to do now. Duncan looked helplessly at his rapidly deteriorating body, and couldn't help but think of the body he had occupied when he first emerged from the coffin. Although the reasons for the collapse differed, that body also seemed to have experienced a breakdown of flesh in the end. How can finding a usable body be so difficult? He couldn't help but sigh, lamenting his bad luck. It was much smoother back and planned. He looked up at the iron fence at the edge of his field of vision. The cemetery entrance was up ahead, and a vast, desolate area lay beyond the entrance. Only after crossing that empty space would he reach the brightly lit, bustling city. Frost's civilized world was just before him, but this constantly deteriorating body might not be able to make it that far, and even if he ran into the city right now, his smoky and crumbling appearance would hardly help him gather any useful information. On the contrary, he would surely attract the attention of night patrol guards. He glanced back at the cemetery one more time. There were quite a few bodies in the morgue, but first, it was difficult to ensure he wouldn't encounter another low-quality one. Second, opening the boxes took a considerable amount of effort. This was a true blind box opening, and he had already spent enough time messing around tonight. After briefly weighing his options, Duncan lifted his head and looked towards the light coming from another direction on the path. That should be the direction of the caretaker's cabin. Duncan still remembered that there were two cultists disguised as death priests who went to the cabin with the caretaker. Although the caretaker seemed stubborn and unsociable, he was at least a dutiful person in comparison. Cultists were not good people, and there's no reason to let bad people roam about. What? There seemed to be some noise coming from outside. In the cozy caretaker's cabin, the kettle on the stove was making a hissing sound, and a gas lamp beside it brought bright light to the room. The old caretaker was leisurely tinkering with the bottles and jars on the wooden shelves, and his trusty double-barreled shotgun hung on an iron hook next to the shelves. Two men in black clothes were observing the old man's actions in the cabin, one standing at the door and the other by the window. But their attention was not entirely on the caretaker. They were paying attention to the movement at the cemetery entrance, waiting for a signal. However, they didn't get the mission accomplished, withdraw code. Instead, they only heard some faint, unclear, and strange noises coming from the direction of the path. The last faint scream was particularly unsettling. "Did you hear any noises?" The old caretaker suddenly stopped, looked up at the window that seemed dirty and dim due to the passage of time, and listened to the sounds outside. Only the hollow sound of the wind seemed to remain in the darkness of the night. "No noise," the tall, sturdy man standing at the door said immediately after hearing the caretaker's words. Although he was somewhat uneasy, keeping the caretaker in the cabin was a higher priority at the moment. Probably just crows. "Oh, crows," the old caretaker muttered. "Crows are very annoying creatures. They steal your food and then stand on tree branches, laughing loudly. I hate thieves and uninvited guests the most, and crows have taken both." The two men in black looked at each other in confusion, seemingly thinking that the stubborn old man's words were somewhat inexplicable. The old caretaker didn't seem to care about their reactions and continued, "By the way, do you know why I followed that lady's advice and brought you two to my cabin?" The shorter man in black seemed to be on guard, staring into the old caretaker's eyes. "Why?" The old caretaker finally found what he was looking for among the bottles and jars. He unscrewed the lid, poured some crushed herbs into the stove, and casually said, "Because generally speaking, two people are easier to deal with than four." Chapter 294, Dying Hallucinations. A potent aroma of herbal medicine permeated the room. However, it wasn't that the scent had filled the room. Rather, it seemed to have been present all along, only revealing itself to the uninvited guests at that very moment as the elderly gravekeeper spoke. The fragrance's sudden presence caught them by surprise. The two men in black responded almost instantly. The shorter man abruptly lifted his hand, pointing at the old gravekeeper near the stove, and emitted a low, raspy, peculiar sound, as if two voices were overlapping. His companion swiftly pulled out several stained, filthy pieces of paper from his pocket, tossing them into the air. The strange, raspy noise transformed into a barely visible ripple, akin to a shockwave from an explosion, enveloping the area around the old gravekeeper. The airborne pieces of paper fragmented into countless pieces, morphing into numerous black, venomous insects and scorpions upon hitting the ground. They skittered towards the stove, producing a sickening rustling noise. The old gravekeeper hunched over, observing the incoming dangerous assaults without making any attempt to evade them. The shockwave obliterated the shelves beside the stove, shattering bottles and jars with a loud crash and destroying the lit stove, extinguishing the flames responsible for the potent herbal scent. The swarm of venomous insects and scorpions then crawled onto the old man's body, eagerly biting into his flesh. This rapidly overwhelmed the target. His stooped, elderly frame collapsed to the ground, transforming into a gruesome heap of blood and torn clothing. All of this transpired within a matter of seconds. It wasn't until the gravekeeper crumpled to the floor, and the stove's ashes dispersed across the ground, that the two men in black exchanged nervous glances. Both wore the same bewildered expressions. "Is that it?" The taller man gazed skeptically at the destruction before them, addressing his companion. "Are these fabled, bizarre, and perilous tomb gravekeepers this easy to defeat? Or was this old man merely the weakest among them?" The shorter man, however, refused to let his guard down. He continued to fixate on where the old gravekeeper had once stood while also rapidly scanning the small room from the corner of his eye. His eyebrows furrowed. "Odd, can you smell that? The herbal aroma is intensifying. It's as if someone nearby is burning incense. Wait, we need to leave." The shorter man appeared to suddenly grasp the situation and hurried toward the wooden door of the adjacent hut. Yet, when he tried to push the door open, it remained as unyielding as a wall. The seemingly flimsy wood felt as sturdy as steel. An elderly, somber voice echoed throughout the hut. "One of death's illusions is believing you are trapped in a room with an exit right before your eyes. You attempt to pass through that exit, but cannot find the proper way to open the door." The abrupt noise startled the two men in black, amplifying the growing dread they were already feeling, which often morphed into futile anger. Finally, the shorter man abandoned his efforts to push open the door and pivoted to yell at the air, "I don't care where you're hiding." As his words echoed, illusory ripples materialized around him, revealing a grotesque bird-like creature perched on his shoulder within the ripples. The creature, a death crow demon, extended its neck and screeched. The shadow demon's screech and the short man's bellow overlapped, generating a semi-transparent shockwave that instantly swept across the room. Sounds of furniture ripping apart and ornaments shattering filled the air as the small gravekeeper's cottage plunged into chaos instantly. The invisible shockwave destroyed nearly everything, except for the area surrounding the other man in black. The tall, muscular man had raised a barrier to block the residual shockwave while scanning his surroundings, attempting to locate the concealed gravekeeper within the distorted air. He had already deduced the gravekeeper's tactic. It was an illusion. An illusion triggered by the burning of a powerful hallucinogen. The gravekeeper employed extraordinary abilities and herbal medicine to conceal himself, manipulating illusions in the cottage. However, since his voice persisted, it meant he was hiding nearby. All they needed to do was sweep the entire room, and the old man would eventually expose himself. Yet he found nothing. The shockwave tore through the room, agitating the air but failing to force the gravekeeper to reveal his location. Another dying illusion, fear and anger intensify, leading to an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. At times, one may feel invincible, as if they could reverse life and death, but this illusion often vanishes in a fleeting moment, followed by emptiness and heightened fear. The elderly voice resonated within the cottage, and for some reason the two men in black suddenly sensed that the voice seemed evasive, drawing nearer, and then receding like light and shadow through a curtain. "The scent of demons, I know who both of you are now. You are followers of the Annihilation sect. Your disguises were effective, deceiving my eyes but not my intuition," the old gravekeeper continued. "Why have you come here? What is your purpose?" "O great Nether Lord, grant us courage and pure essence," the short man shouted, forcibly suppressing his fear with his devotion to the Nether Lord and progressively succumbing to a fanaticism of sacrifice. "Go ahead and gloat, you foolish worldly imitations. Your victory will only be temporary." With that, the cultist suddenly produced a pitch-black dagger from his chest, and without any hesitation, drove it into his own heart. "Nether Lord, bestow upon me the power to transcend life and death." In a dire situation, unable to confront the gravekeeper using their own abilities, the cultist opted to offer his heart to the Nether Lord, unleashing the power he had gained through the symbiotic contract in a final, desperate attempt. However, the anticipated demise did not occur. He didn't experience the intense pain that should have accompanied the dagger penetrating his body. In fact, he couldn't even feel his own heart. The Annihilator looked up in disbelief, glancing at his nearby companion, only to see that the figure had already collapsed to the ground at some unknown moment, a gaping hole in his back and blood drained out. In the final seconds before his vision rapidly faded and his thoughts grew increasingly disordered, He recognized the horrific wound caused by a close-range blast from a double-barreled shotgun. His companion had been dead for some time, killed by a shot from behind by the old guard the instant they entered the guard's cabin. As for himself, the short-statured annihilator lowered his gaze, realizing that he was actually seated in a chair at the center of the room. A red-hot pair of tongs were brutally lodged between his chest and abdomen, with wisps of green smoke rising from where the tongs made contact with his flesh. He remembered that he had been defeated in a brief yet intense struggle, killed by a pair of tongs, just 10 seconds prior. So that's it, a person cannot die twice. The cultist muttered something, tilted his head, and ceased breathing entirely. The death illusion has ended. May your souls scatter without blessings or suffering. Across the room on another chair, the gloomy-tempered old guard observed the cultist who had stopped breathing completely, murmuring emotionlessly. Beside him was the trusty old double-barreled shotgun, with remnants of the brief struggle strewn about. The old man paused to catch his breath for a moment, regaining some energy before reaching for the shotgun beside him and using his knees to lift himself from the chair. Utterly useless, only 2 heretics, and I'm already in such a state without getting any useful information, the old guard grumbled, stepping over the large body on the floor and the other corpse in the chair, clutching his shotgun and heading towards the wooden door of the cabin. There are still 2 problems outside. I hope I'm not too late. He reached the door, hand ready to open it, but suddenly halted. A peculiar presence was drawing near. The old man's eyes showed a sense of caution, and he gripped his shotgun tightly. The next second, a knock on the door came from the other side. Knock, knock, knock. In the cold, quiet winter night, the sudden knocking had a piercing effect. The old man remained silent, fixated on the dark, aged wooden door as the knocking persisted patiently. It wasn't a living person outside. The old man squinted, and in his line of sight there stood a pale and dim figure beyond the door, surrounded by some distorted and jumbled light and shadow, but he couldn't discern what it was. Not a living person, but certainly not a dead one either. What was it? Please open the door, thank you, a courteous voice emerged from outside. The old guard slowly aimed his shotgun through the door at the hazy silhouette outside. However, a soft clicking sound suddenly reached his ears before he could fire. The door opened on its own, and a brilliant and twisted display of starlight flooded in. Chapter 295, Departure. Oh no! The instant he saw the distorted radiance, the old guard realized he had unwittingly stumbled into an exceedingly perilous situation. On this cold, dark night, an unfathomable and indescribable being had come knocking at his door, and even more dangerously, he had lit a potent incense just minutes earlier to extract secrets from the souls of the 2 cultists. The incense was potent enough to create the desired dying illusion in the minds of the deceased, and could significantly augment the caster's range of perception and mental sharpness. This enabled him to successfully discern the breath of the enigmatic demon from the most subtle consciousness fluctuations of the 2 cultists. However, the side effect was a temporary increase in his spiritual vision, which left him almost defenseless against the reality of the visitor. Dazzling, twisted starlight swirled wildly outside the door, faintly outlining an enormous, giant-like presence. It seemed like 10,000 roars overlapped into a piercing scream that wreaked havoc in his mind. Each scream appeared to rip his soul apart as the old guard stood there rigidly, witnessing a ray of starlight stretching towards him. The front of the starlight abruptly blossomed as if numerous eyes were shifting within. Duncan observed the old man holding the shotgun before him and peeked past him. Inside, he saw the 2 lifeless bodies. The cultists had been taken care of. The seemingly frail old man in front of him appeared to possess strength beyond his expectations. It seems the trouble has been dealt with, and that's good, Duncan smiled, nodding gently. I wanted to help, concerned that you might be in danger. As he spoke, he glanced down at his current state and quickly added, I know I look a bit terrifying and highly suspicious right now. The reasons are complex, and the situation was critical, so I had to temporarily use an inferior shell. This body is gradually falling apart, but rest assured, sir, I'm not an evil person. Mid the rumbling and buzzing, human speech seemed to blend in. A few intelligible words, combined with an extensive amount of knowledge, flooded all his senses. The old guard faced the starlight giant in an invisible storm, realizing that the other party was attempting to converse with him. The indescribable visitor on this wintry night appeared to want to convey something to him. But he couldn't hear anything clearly. One thing he knew for certain, He was the guardian of the cemetery. He could not allow this suspicious entity to remain on this land, designated for the deceased to rest. With tense muscles, he surely but slowly raised his double-barreled shotgun. Then, under immense mental strain and chaotic thought interference, he aimed the gun at the seemingly godlike powerful individual. "Leave," he said indistinctly, then raised his voice a little. "Leave. Don't disturb them." Duncan furrowed his brow. But he soon understood the old guard's intense reaction at the moment. After all, he didn't appear to be a benevolent person at all. Emitting black smoke, with inch-long cracks in his skin, and shedding half a pound of coal ash when laughing, the old man was only pointing his gun at him without immediately firing. This could only mean that there might not be any bullets in the gun. "It's time for me to go," Duncan said, taking a step back without being bothered by the old man's strong reaction. "I just wanted to assess the situation." He sensed that the body's collapse had reached its limit, and his mind, projected from the vanished, was gradually detaching from the crumbling vessel. "My first visit today was rather hectic with numerous incidents occurring," he told the elderly caretaker, a faint smile on his lips. "However, our prior conversation was quite enjoyable. I hope we can meet again in a calmer and more stable setting. Farewell." As his spirit retreated from the corpse, which had been rapidly deteriorating due to the death of the symbiotic demon, it finally crumbled entirely. Without Duncan's support, it fell backward and shattered into dry, fragmented charcoal upon impact with the ground. The immense pressure and deafening noise the old caretaker experienced dissipated following the inexplicable presence's departure. The twisted starlight before his eyes were now replaced by a constant ringing, accompanied by a feeling of emptiness. Amid the persistent ringing in his ears, he observed the cemetery's winding path under the gas streetlight's glow. The overlapping shadows of blinking eyes and whispering foulness now filled his senses. Shutting his eyes right away, the old gravekeeper silently recited the name of the death god in his mind, before opening them again. The unsettling sight persisted, but somewhat improved. At least he could better discern the real world and the corrupted version. It was the residue of madness, and he knew it. But fortunately, it wasn't permanent or total insanity. As to how long this effect would last, he didn't know. In any regard, he shouldn't stay outside with a deteriorated mental state. Who knows what he would do right now if he encountered another living person? Whatever needed to be investigated next would have to wait until sunrise. The old gravekeeper considered for a moment, then turned and returned to the cabin, promptly locking the door and windows while battling the ongoing dizziness and ringing in his ears. Trusting his memory, he located the herbs and sacred oil amidst the chaotic shadows and contorted objects, sprinkling them in the room's four corners. After completing these tasks, he approached the room center, pushed the still-warm corpse off the chair onto the floor, seated himself, donned a death emblem on his chest, grasped the double-barreled shotgun, and silently awaited the next sunrise. In the captain's quarters aboard the Vanished, Duncan sighed softly and glanced at the individual beside him. AI tilted her head, gazing at Duncan, and suddenly blurted out, "Our warriors are battling the enemy. The odds are stacked against us." "Did Alice pick a fight with something again?" Duncan listened to the sounds outside, faintly registering the clangs on the deck and Miss Puppet's sporadic exclamations. However, these noises had become commonplace on the Vanished, so he didn't give them much thought, merely shaking his head. "Let her be. She'll calm down eventually." As he spoke, he shifted his somewhat stiff neck and peered out the window. Sunrise had not yet arrived, and the boundless sea remained cloaked in the darkness where frost lay in that direction. His hasty journey to the frigid island had been far from smooth. Not only had he failed to find a body suitable for long-term use, but he also couldn't leave the cemetery in the end. Nevertheless, despite the obstacles, he had gained something from this endeavor. Duncan recalled his time in the cemetery, sifting through the information he had collected. Followers of the Nether Lord, the Annihilation Cult, this was the most significant aspect. 4 cultists, masquerading as priests of the death god during the most stringent curfew hours, attempted to steal a corpse from the cemetery, even risking their lives for it. This was no trivial matter. It was expected that the events in the cemetery would be noticed by Frost's authorities and the local church after sunrise, creating a stir among the church's protectors. His emergence from the coffin as a dead man would naturally pique the local church's interest as well. The temporarily inhabited body. Duncan's brow furrowed gradually. This was another vital point. There was clearly something amiss with that corpse. not just because 4 annihilators had risked their lives to steal it in the dead of night, but also due to the peculiar self-disintegration phenomenon that had transpired later. Duncan looked at his own hands, remembering the vivid image of that body's rapid disintegration. It wasn't his first time occupying a body, but it was the first time he had witnessed such an odd disintegration phenomenon. Even the heartless sacrifice in plant sewers hadn't experienced such a bizarre situation, no matter how dreadful its condition. Simultaneously, Duncan recalled a phrase unintentionally disclosed by one of the cultists. "This body is nearing its limit." Those annihilators apparently knew something. They had anticipated the disintegration phenomenon of that body. Duncan lifted his hand, slowly stroking his chin. He also considered another matter as he speculated on the cultists' motives. Behind these unusual events, was there a link to Morris's friend who returned from the dead? Chapter 296, The White Oak Sets Sail Again. In the southeastern dock area of Planned, an elegant white steamship was undergoing its final preparations. After an extended stay, the White Oak was at last prepared to set sail once more. This time, it would transport numerous commissioned items from the city-state of Planned, journeying through the central and northern shipping routes, heading north, passing Cold Harbor, and ultimately arriving at Frost. The voyage was substantial, but for a ship specifically modified and designed for long-distance, rapid round trips, this route, mainly within safe waters, posed no significant challenge. The powerful steam core guaranteed the ship's impressive propulsion, and the newly refurbished onboard chapel provided adequate protection for all crew members' safety. The sailors working both onshore and onboard seemed quite at ease with this arrangement. Inside the White Oak's engine room at the back, the chief engineer and assistant mechanic oversaw the sailors as they finished the steam core's final preparations. This incredibly powerful machine, as large as a house, was anchored to the ship's main support structure with a sturdy steel frame. It consisted of 3 vertically aligned spherical containers and a series of intricate pipes, valves, and linkage devices surrounding the containers. A metal suspension bridge hung halfway up the 3 containers, allowing sailors to inspect the steam core's operation and perform necessary maintenance. At this moment, several sailors were busily working on the metal suspension bridge. They opened the heavy hatch doors of the spherical containers and removed a few dimly glowing metal rods that were nearly depleted. They then secured several forearm-thick, almost 1-meter-long pale gold metal rods in the slots inside the hatch doors, activated the mechanism, and inserted the metal rods into the container's center. These metal catalysts were the source of the steam core's immense power and one of the critical safeguards for the machine's stable operation. Similar to the prayers and incense ceremonies performed by priests near the steam pipes, the alloy catalysts inside the steam core could also help ward off specific malicious forces to some extent, preventing the machine from becoming suddenly possessed after extended operation. The ongoing sounds of pulleys and hinges in motion filled the air. The actions of 2 sailors seemed a bit rough, and the burly, bald chief engineer immediately shouted, "Be careful! Don't damage those metal catalysts. They're as soft as breadsticks. If you break one, the captain will have your head." If you're talking about the breadsticks baked by Chef Finley, then you should be worried about damaging the grooves and tenons inside the steam core instead. A sailor on the suspension bridge laughed, but despite his joke, he became more cautious in his movements. "Once we reach Frost, I'll suggest to the captain that we buy a batch of high-quality metal catalysts from there. Gold metal is as cheap as rocks on the ground in that place," the assistant mechanic muttered nearby. She was a woman in her 30s or 40s, with arms as strong as a man's and a work uniform stained with grease. "The Explorers Association's procurement channels are too shady." "That depends on the clients and the church," the chief engineer shrugged. "Half of the cargo hold on the White Oak consists of special sealed chambers. Many of the items we're transporting this time are raw materials and semi-finished products for sacred relics ordered by the church, and they are quite sensitive. The supplies delivered to the ship have to be strictly inventoried." Once the Grey Raven had a fool smuggle a barrel of honey wine on board, which loosened the seals of the chambers, allowing 2 shadows to escape and kill half the crew. "I know, so I'll just suggest it to the captain when the time comes." The assistant mechanic waved her hand dismissively, then frowned slightly. "Speaking of which, the captain hasn't arrived yet, and he's not usually late." "The captain will come," the chief engineer said, pausing for emphasis before repeating. "The captain will come, he hasn't retired yet." "What? You really should retire." his wife said, arms crossed, leaning against the doorframe, her expression stern and her gaze as sharp as ever. Don't wait until I have to come to the ship and pull you by the ear before you realize how serious your situation is. Lawrence didn't respond. He simply adjusted his captain's uniform in the mirror, checked his meticulously combed hair, and solemnly picked up the hat beside him. He only allowed himself to breathe a sigh of relief once it was on his head. "Thank you, Martha, but I must be going," the old captain whispered. "The White Oak is waiting at the port." His wife watched him in silence, without angry words or endless complaints, only a long, silent stare. After what felt like an eternity, she finally sighed softly. "Fine, be careful and come back soon. Don't run into any more trouble." Hopefully, Lawrence sighed helplessly and turned away from the mirror. "Did you bring everything?" "I brought everything. The house keys and the amulet for going out." "I have them, I didn't forget." "Bring a small prayer book, it'll be helpful." "I brought that too." Lawrence bent down to pick up the small suitcase by the door and patted it. "I also have a few handwritten prayers and some holy candles from the cathedral." His wife opened her mouth as if to say something more, but Lawrence turned to her with a smile. "I've brought everything. I'm not so old that I forget things." His wife fell silent for a moment and then exhaled softly. "Your medicine." Lawrence's movements froze. "Your medicine, don't forget it," she repeated. Lawrence's lips trembled slightly, and his gaze gradually shifted to the side. A small brown glass bottle sat quietly on the small table by the door. The sunlight fell on the bottle, revealing the clear texture of the liquid inside. After a long silence, Lawrence picked up the bottle of medicine. Several seconds passed before he opened the tiny stopper. He looked up at Martha and saw that his wife was still leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed, watching him, just as she had always been. "Safe travels," she mouthed the words. "I'm leaving now," Lawrence replied softly. Then, as the psychiatrist had instructed, he placed a few drops of the medicine in his mouth. The strong taste spread within, and his wife's figure quietly faded in the sunlight. Lawrence silently put the cap back on the medicine bottle, opened the small suitcase, and placed the remaining medicine in a corner where it wouldn't get bumped. As he organized his things, he grumbled, "That psychiatrist is just fooling people. This stuff is so bitter. There's no herbal aroma at all." The old captain, who had spent half his life wandering the boundless sea, finished preparing his belongings, sighed softly, picked up his suitcase, and left home. After a day's work, Heidi finally returned home before evening. She pushed open the door, took off her coat, and the first thing she did after entering the living room was to ungracefully collapse into a chair with a deep sigh. Meanwhile, her mother sat by the warm fireplace, sorting through some letters that had just come today. Hearing her daughter come home, the old lady turned her head slightly. "You're a grown woman now. Try to be mindful of your appearance. A lady wouldn't behave like this." "Let the lady rest for a bit. She's been dealing with strange nightmares and sailors spouting nonsense all day." Heidi slumped in the chair, weakly waving her hand. "There was a ship with a mechanical failure on the boundless sea, stranded for nearly twice the planned time. Several sailors were carried off the ship, bound hand and foot. It was a disaster." She took a breath and shook her head, lamenting. Making a living on the boundless sea is not an easy task. Her mother looked up from the letters. "Sounds awful. In that case, you shouldn't be slumped like this. Hurry upstairs and take a bath to relax. The water is already heated." "Fine, you're right," Heidi pouted, finally mustering the energy to get up from the chair. She walked towards the stairs, but suddenly stopped, curious. "These letters are..." "Water bill, electricity bill, gas bill, all sorts of bills, miscellaneous stuff," her mother said casually. "Your father used to handle them, but since he's away, I'm taking care of it." "All right, I don't want to deal with this stuff," Heidi said, waving her hand and heading upstairs. Her mother watched her daughter go up the stairs silently, then looked back at the letters in front of her. Most of them were indeed bills. But there were also 2 real letters, one of them from a place unimaginable to most people. It was a letter from Morris, delivered this afternoon by a messenger engulfed in green flames. The letter bore the special spell of the God of Wisdom to prevent outsiders from seeing its true content. The old woman looked at the familiar handwriting with a smile. "I'm on my way to Frost. There isn't much scenery to see along the way, only the occasional small ice floes on the sea and the distant cold mist are quite interesting." Nina was doing her winter break homework in the dining hall today when a strange shadow emerged from her textbook. Everyone fought to beat it, creating quite a lively scene. "Before lunch, the captain went fishing again, you know, that kind of fish," It put up quite a fight this time, making for a thrilling scene. The captain claimed that lively fish taste better, but I honestly couldn't tell the difference. The old lady smiled and momentarily set the letter aside, picking up another recently opened letter. This letter, however, came from Frost. The sender was Scott Brown. Chapter 297, Investigation of the Cemetery. Mary, Morris's wife, gazed at the letter's envelope for an extended period before gingerly retrieving an envelope opener from the side and carefully opening it. A slim, folded piece of paper slipped out of the envelope. Before unfolding it, Mary noticed uneven indentations on the paper's back. These marks indicated forceful handwriting, suggesting the author was highly emotional while writing. The older woman, seated near the fireplace, adjusted her position and placed the letter she had already read on a nearby small round table. She glanced at the date stamp on the envelope containing the letter from Frost. It was sent on December 5th. Just 3 days after sending the first letter, the late Scott Brown wrote this second one. As Mary opened the folded note, she saw several lines of untidy, rushed handwriting, strikingly different from the elegant and neat writing of the folklorist in the letter sent only days prior. The lines conveyed immense anxiety and fear. "My friend, something is wrong. I can't explain it to you. I'm very confused right now, finding it hard to think. Something is disturbing my mind, my memory. Don't come to Frost. Never come to Frost under any circumstances. Even if you receive other letters or invitations from me, never come to Frost. There is a massive conspiracy. Don't come to Frost." The note lacked a signature, and even the envelope stamp was askew. Mary stared at the hastily penned words, envisioning a folklorist, his mental state in disarray from overwhelming cognitive dissonance, using his last bit of sanity to write these sentences. She imagined him struggling through Frost's icy wind to deliver the letter to the post office. She quietly refolded the paper and returned it to the envelope. The letter was disquieting, exuding a sinister aura from beginning to end. Ordinarily, it would have been enough to make the recipient seek sanctuary in a church. However, Mary's eyes scanned the small round table next to her, examining the letter from the vanished. The deep-sea offspring heirs do have a distinct taste, more delectable than common fish. The captain has honed special cooking techniques, and Anomaly 99, Miss Alice, has acquired the essence of it. Perhaps I should attempt it as well. The elderly woman wordlessly tossed the letter from Frost into the nearby fireplace, watching it quickly burn and turn to ash in the bright flames. "They've already left," she whispered before rising and gathering ink, a pen, and writing paper from the adjacent shelf, preparing to write a letter. This one would be sent to the antique shop in the lower city district. Church personnel in black coats were walking around the cemetery, checking all the remaining traces here. Every path, coffin, and street lamp was marked and sampled, hoping to reconstruct the events that had taken place the night before. Gatekeeper Agatha stayed in the caretaker's hut, with the gloomy, hunchbacked old caretaker sitting across from her. After an unknown amount of time, the young woman, who was mostly wrapped in bandages, raised her head and looked at the sky outside the window, seeing the sun gradually sinking and a faint reddish glow beginning to spread across the sky above the city. Evening was approaching. Her guards had been busy in the cemetery for several hours, and the old caretaker in front of her had been silent for the same amount of time. Strictly speaking, the old caretaker wasn't just silent. He was maintaining a state of near mental closure, not moving, speaking, and reacting to external stimuli. Since the church guards received the report and came here, he had been sitting quietly in that chair, like a breathing flesh sculpture. A black-clad guard pushed open the wooden door of the caretaker's hut, came to Agatha's side, bent down, and whispered something to her. She nodded slightly. "I understand. Send the samples to the cathedral first and leave the scene as it is. Tonight might be crucial. We need to have someone on watch." The black-clad guard nodded and took his leave, but before leaving he couldn't help but look at the old man sitting motionlessly in the chair. The young guard's face showed apparent unease at seeing the old man's stagnant, murky eyes. How long will he maintain this state? Is it really okay? Protective mental closure. He's using this method to fight and cleanse the contamination he's been exposed to, and possibly to protect us as well, Agatha whispered. The gravekeeper must have encountered something unimaginable last night. He seems to have struggled back from the edge of madness, but don't worry, he's an experienced warrior and has successfully stabilized his condition. He'll be fine. At this point, Agatha paused and added, "As for how long this state will last, that's hard to say. It might end in the next second, or it might not be until this time tomorrow. It depends on how long he was exposed to that terrible contamination. The black-clad guard thought for a moment, looked up at the window, and through the slightly dirty glass, saw the bustling church personnel outside on the path. Then he turned his gaze back to the two bodies in the hut, two intruders who had been confirmed as followers of annihilation and had apparently died at the hands of the old caretaker. Due to the unclear situation and to protect the scene, the two bodies were still left in place. They couldn't possibly be the cause of the old caretaker's mental closure. Even the demons behind them going out of control wouldn't be at this level. What could it be? A more powerful shadow demon, a high priest of the annihilation cult, or something else entirely? The black-clad guard voiced his doubts, but Agatha just shook her head. No, it should be an even more dangerous and mysterious situation. Why are you so sure? The black-clad guard asked subconsciously. Because there were really only traces left by a few heretical believers at the scene, as well as a pile of annihilator corpse remains that didn't leave any supernatural reactions, Agatha said calmly. The lack of any observable traces means. It means that the visitor last night did nothing. Their mere presence in this cemetery for a moment was enough to push my mind to the brink. The old man's voice suddenly sounded in the hut, interrupting the exchange between the black-clad guard and the gatekeeper. Agatha immediately looked in the direction of the voice, and a faint smile finally appeared on her expressionless face. You're back, that's good. I wouldn't say completely back, the old caretaker slowly said, gradually stabilizing the various perceptions that were slightly off after reopening his mind. He looked into Agatha's eyes, consciously blocking out the jumping afterimages behind her. But at least I can distinguish which part belongs to reality and which part belongs to madness now. That's enough, Agatha nodded. What happened yesterday? The corpse you sent suddenly became agitated, talking like a living person. Then 4 followers of annihilation entered the cemetery, wanting to take away the agitator. They used the power of shadow demons to disguise themselves, skillfully hiding their identities as experienced summoners. They deceived my eyes, but not my intuition. I lured 2 of them here and killed them, these 2 on the floor. Then, as I was preparing to go to the cemetery to kill the other 2, something unexpected happened. The old caretaker raised his head, looking in the direction of the door. An indescribable visitor came by. I stared at it for a while, or maybe just a few seconds. My sense of time was off, so I can't be sure. An indescribable visitor? Agatha couldn't help but frown. Can you be more specific? The old caretaker tried to recall. All that came to his mind were chaotic lights and shadows, and an overwhelming noise. The hasty mental closure had eliminated the temporary contamination he had suffered, but it had also erased some useful memories. I only remember chaotic lights and shadows and noise, the old caretaker shook his head. And even if I could accurately describe what I saw, it wouldn't make sense to you. What I saw may not have been real, and even if it was real, it may not be the same reality that others see. As humans, our ways of perception are too limited. All right, then that's the whole answer, Agatha nodded. An indescribable visitor came to the cemetery at the final stage but didn't actively cause any destruction. Are you sure you want to use the word visit in the report? This word is neutral, even friendly. Yes, the old caretaker answered calmly. I had a conversation with it, although we hardly communicated anything successfully. The visitor tried to communicate, which is a neutral or even friendly signal. Understood, I've recorded it, Agatha nodded again. What happened next? Anything else? After the visitor left, I vaguely saw that they left something on the path at the entrance, the old caretaker said as he recalled. But I couldn't see it clearly. At that time, my vision was severely damaged, and my cognition was also greatly affected, so I'm not sure. If you're talking about a pile of remains burned by the backlash of shadow demons, we found it, Agatha calmly interrupted the old caretaker. If that's correct, then it seems to be the visitors, v. Chapter 298, PTSD. Outside the hut, on the path leading to the morgue, the charred remains that barely retained a human outline still lay in place. Several church guardians were preparing to move the wreckage into wooden crates. Upon seeing the gatekeeper and the cemetery caretaker appear, they temporarily stopped their actions. The gatekeeper, Agatha, pointed at the burnt remains. What you saw yesterday should be him. Of course, what remains here now is only a shell. The visitor that once occupied this shell has indeed left. The old caretaker came to the side of the remains, looked down, and observed for a moment, then furrowed his brow slightly. He is. If I'm not mistaken, One of the 4 cultists disguised as priests last night, Agatha said calmly. This shell died due to the backlash of a symbiotic demon. The old caretaker remained silent with a serious expression, not knowing what he was pondering. Then 2 minutes later, he suddenly looked up and said, "The corpse you sent last night." Agatha nodded, raising her hand to point in another direction. "Over here, but its condition is even more bizarre." Under the gatekeeper's guidance, the old caretaker arrived at an empty space at the edge of the morgue, where processed samples and other key evidence to be sent back to the cathedral were stored. The old caretaker stared in astonishment at what Agatha pointed out to him. It was a collection of large and small glass jars. "You mean this is the corpse you sent yesterday? The restless one who chatted with me in the coffin for half the night?" The old man stared at the jars for a long time before finally turning his head to look at Agatha suspiciously. Just a night before, he could even energetically knock on the coffin. "Yes, but when the Guardians found these things, we could only use shovels to collect them and then put them in jars as much as possible. Their remaining outline and location can only prove that this is indeed the deceased we sent to the cemetery last night." Agatha shook her head. "As you can see, a semi-solid sludge barely retaining traces of biological tissue. Even those remaining traces are rapidly turning into sludge-like substances as time goes by." She paused, pointing to one of the largest jars. "There were a few bones in here originally, but now there is only this strange, viscous substance." The old caretaker frowned, staring intently at the bizarre material in the glass jars. Those dark red, mixed with black and gray substances, resembled the mud at the bottom of the water. If it wasn't for knowing that the gatekeeper would not deceive him, he could not associate these things with the restless one who chatted in the coffin yesterday in any way. "All right, the dead have turned into sludge, and strange things always happen together," the old caretaker finally sighed. "At this point, how should I explain all this to the deceased's family? They will come to the cemetery to say goodbye to their loved ones. Am I supposed to tell them that a few annihilators snuck in yesterday to cause trouble? That there was something like a subspace shadow visiting, so their family member somehow turned into a few jars of liquid?" "Oh, you don't need to worry about that. Their family won't bother you," Agatha said emotionlessly, shaking her head. "They have already completed the farewell ceremony in the neighboring cemetery number 4. The miner who died from the fall will be sent to the furnace as scheduled." The old caretaker blinked, his expression suddenly turning serious. "You deceived the deceased's family with a different body." "We haven't stooped that low," Agatha replied lightly. "Then, we found another body. Today at noon, a worker who died from a fall was found in the shaft. He looked exactly like the corpse we sent here last night." The old caretaker stared wide-eyed, his expression slightly stiff. After a while, he suddenly came to his senses and instinctively turned his head to look at the simple coffin on the platform not far away, the coffin that had been sent to the cemetery last night. Then he looked back at the eerie glass jars in the sample storage area. "In the name of the god of death, what on earth did you bring here yesterday?" "We will investigate," Agatha said, her face showing a rare hint of seriousness. "Now the only thing that is certain is that the body sent to cemetery number 4 should be the real one. It didn't show any agitation, nor did it collapse and dissolve, while the body we sent here last night was tampered with by supernatural forces." The old caretaker didn't speak for a while, seemingly deep in thought. At that moment, a black-clothed church guardian suddenly approached from another path and came directly to Agatha. The church guardian quickly reported something to Agatha in a low voice, then handed over a thick piece of paper. Agatha glanced at the paper's contents, showing no change in expression, and nodded slightly. "Understood." "What happened?" the old caretaker casually asked. "Do you remember those 4 heretics who entered your cemetery yesterday?" Agatha raised her head, handing the paper directly to the old man. "You killed 2. One turned into charred remains outside your hut, and now we have found the whereabouts of the last annihilator." The old caretaker took the paper and saw that it was a photograph. On a cement floor somewhere, there was a pile of sludge that could barely be recognized as human, with clear signs of charring, just like the charred remains at the entrance of his hut. Obviously, it was the backlash after the symbiotic relationship with the demon was severed. "It's that woman," the old caretaker frowned, looking up at Agatha. "She's dead. How did she die? Where?" 2 blocks away, in broad daylight, this pile of sludge suddenly fell at a crossroad, Agatha said. Along with it, there was an obviously out-of-control death crow. That demon lasted only a few seconds in the real world before it collapsed and disappeared. Bystanders at the scene reported the incident to the security officer. The old caretaker thought for a moment and shook his head gently. "I'm not an expert in this field. Just tell me your opinion directly." "My opinion is that this heretic probably saw the same visitor you saw last night. The eyes of a demon are more likely to see the truth, so her death crow went mad, and in its madness took its master into the depths of the demon's realm," Agatha calmly analyzed. "Judging from the aftermath, this heretic was torn apart by other demons before being backlashed by the symbiotic contract, which is a typical characteristic of falling unprotected into the depths of the demon realm." The gatekeeper finished speaking calmly and took a deep breath, her gaze staring into the old caretaker's eyes. "I feel there's something watching over this city. The days ahead may not be peaceful." Duncan arrived at the dining room before evening. Although he didn't know when it started, the place seems to have unconsciously become a gathering place for the crew during their leisure time. As soon as Duncan entered, he saw Morris correcting Nina's homework while Nina was supervising Shirley, Dog, and Alice's spelling at another nearby table. Meanwhile, Vanna sat near the window, carefully reading a church book. The atmosphere seemed quite good. "A letter from your wife?" Duncan went straight to Morris and handed him a letter. "From Mary?" Morris stopped correcting the homework, somewhat surprised as he looked at the letter handed over by the captain. He then took out a letter opener he carried with him, mumbling as he opened the envelope. "I said in the letter that there was no need to rush a reply." "Anyway, the postage only costs a few fries," Duncan said with a smile. "Take a look at what's written inside. Maybe it's urgent." Morris nodded, took out the letter paper, and glanced at it quickly before frowning involuntarily. "What does the letter say?" Duncan asked curiously, but added, "You don't have to say if it's private." "Scott Brown's second letter arrived, only 3 days apart from the first one." Morris didn't hide it, but spoke with a strange tone. His mental state in the letter is obviously not quite right. Mary was worried that the letter carried unclean things, so she burned the original but recounted the contents of the letter. "Brown urged me nervously and anxiously not to approach Frost." "It seems that your friend has noticed some truth," Duncan said thoughtfully after listening. "Unfortunately, my investigation of Frost didn't go smoothly, and I couldn't find out about your friend." "Ah, you went to Frost to investigate?" Morris was suddenly surprised, unable to help but exclaim. "When did you go?" "Just last night." Duncan didn't hide it, as they were all among his own people. "I borrowed a body. Unfortunately, I couldn't find out much information. It wasn't this troublesome last time and planned." As soon as his voice fell, there was a sudden plop from not far away. Duncan and Morris both looked in the direction of the sound and saw that Vanna's book had fallen to the floor. The expression on Miss Inquisitor's face was somewhat strange, causing Morris to grow worried from his end. "Vanna, are you all right?" "She's fine," Duncan waved his hand and answered for Vanna. "She just has a bit of PTSD. Chapter 299, The Undead's Pastime. The captain often employed peculiar and enigmatic vocabulary, which was challenging to comprehend and creatively formed. Nevertheless, the crew on the Vanish didn't mind this. After all, there was a dove on the ship that used even more peculiar and incomprehensible terms, and communication between the captain and the dove had always been seamless, proving that these unusual words were not an issue with the captain. It was an issue with the limited understanding of ordinary people. In any case, those who couldn't understand would simply regard it as a subspace dialect. Morris didn't inquire about the meaning of PTSD, but quietly processed the information the captain had just shared. Duncan was forthcoming and shared his experience in the graveyard the previous night. He mainly sought the opinions of professionals. Duncan's narration quickly drew the attention of several people in the dining area. Nina was the first to approach, followed by Shirley, Alice, and Dog. Eventually, even Vanna, who had been quietly keeping to herself, couldn't suppress her curiosity and discreetly moved closer to eavesdrop near the long table. Annihilators. Morris, the most knowledgeable of the group, was the first to frown after hearing Duncan's story. Why would they be interested in corpses? "Shouldn't annihilators be interested in corpses?" Duncan asked curiously. "They're not necromancers," Morris shook his head. "Annihilators follow the Nether Lord, exploring the knowledge of demonic and summoning realms. They have no interest in mortal flesh. In fact, they even despise and detest it because they believe that mortal flesh is weak and impure, while the demons of the dark depths and the Nether Lord are the original form with pure holiness. How could such heretics go to a graveyard to steal corpses?" Duncan's brow shot upwards after listening to the elderly scholar's explanation. Annihilators disdain mortal flesh and follow the pure and holy beings of the Dark Realm. They even believe that the Dark Demons and the Nether Lord possess this pure holiness. Although he was aware from the start that the cultists in this world held strange beliefs, the Annihilators' challenge to logical limits seemed a bit too outlandish. Duncan couldn't help but glance at Dog beside the table, who had been pulled over by Shirley and was now lying on the floor, diligently studying a vocabulary book with its grotesque skeletal skull swaying back and forth. Noticing the captain's gaze, Dog abruptly looked up, its entire body of terrifying bones rattling. Pure, holy, Duncan observed the dark hound with a peculiar expression, even the original form of life. Dog was taken aback. Huh, what? Unimaginable, Duncan shook his head. The world in the eyes of those annihilators must be entirely different from that of ordinary people. He said this casually, but Shirley instantly responded. Who knows how their brains work? I'm not an annihilation cultist. No one said you were, Duncan replied indifferently. Anyway, I can't say anything else, but that female cultist who escaped must be dead by now. Shirley smacked her lips and continued. Absolutely dead and dismembered. Duncan hadn't initially considered the fate of the escaped cultist, but upon hearing Shirley's words, he couldn't help but be taken aback. Why do you say that? She was dragged by her own symbiotic demon into the deep-sea abyss, Shirley nonchalantly explained. The Annihilators, those fools may worship the Nether Lord and bind themselves with shadow demons, but once they enter the true dark depths of the deep-sea plane, they're still treated as humans. Those uncontrollable demons only recognize the scent of their kin and will tear her apart. She'll be torn apart by other shadow demons? Duncan murmured, and then couldn't help but recall previous events. Wait, but I remember you and Dog also used a similar method to escape before. Right in front of me, you both jumped into a rift leading to the demon's realm. Upon recalling their past exploits, Shirley's expression briefly turned peculiar, but she quickly waved her hand. That's different. When Dog helps me escape, he always does his best to protect me. He tries to confuse my scent, and if he can't, he fights the other shadow demons. So every time we use this method to escape, he ends up injured. And the situation with other shadow demons is different. The one you just mentioned, they wouldn't protect their masters, right, Dog? That's a death crow you're referring to. Dog lifted its head, addressing Shirley while cautiously glancing at Duncan. Ordinary shadow demons indeed won't actively protect their masters. They don't have a heart and only cooperate with the Annihilators because of the symbiotic contract. Once they enter the deep-sea abyss, they'll lose control immediately, and that cultist is as good as dead. So that's how it is. Duncan stroked his chin, contemplating. No wonder she looked quite reluctant when she was dragged in. At this point, Vanna, who had been standing by silently, finally couldn't help herself. She moved a little closer to the long table. Did those heretics do anything other than try to remove you from the cemetery? Duncan glanced up at Vanna, who hastily added, It's probably a professional habit. I'm very curious about the purpose of those heretics. As Mr. Morris just mentioned, typical annihilators wouldn't be interested in mortal flesh and blood, so the cultists who appeared in the cemetery are even more suspicious. Now that you bring it up, it reminds me, Duncan said thoughtfully, stroking his chin. The body I inhabited at that time experienced a very strange collapse phenomenon not long after leaving the coffin. The skin and muscles fell apart like cracked mud, and those cultists seemed to have anticipated this. Vanna furrowed her brows slightly, and after pondering for a while, she suddenly realized something. So, the key is the body you inhabited at that time. You mean, annihilators aren't interested in mortal flesh and blood, but what if that wasn't a mortal flesh body? Vanna looked up, her eyes fixed on Duncan's. In fact, it might not even be flesh at all. Listening to Vanna's analysis, Duncan appeared thoughtful. Oh, well, this is getting interesting. After a long absence, the sea mist finally returned to its home port. At the edge of the secret island, shrouded in floating ice, turbulent currents, and fog, the steel warship with its towering prow docked smoothly at the end of the pier. The undead sailors were busy amid the cold wind and thin mist, with some inspecting the ship's condition, others tallying cargo or directing the onshore cranes to lift heavy cargo containers from the hold to the shore. The sea mist had returned from the warm central seas. Although it hadn't brought back a victorious report, it had brought gifts and specialties from afar, fine wine and souvenirs given by planned authorities to the Sea Mist Venture Capital Company, as well as tobacco, cloth, and handicrafts purchased by the captain. These items were all perfect for the cold, secluded island. Although the undead had left the world of the living, they still possessed individual personalities and emotions. They required a certain quality of life, entertainment, and hobbies, and in some ways, they needed these things even more than the living. Their souls constantly felt cold and empty, and they needed the warm creations of the civilized world to fill those voids all the more. First Mate Aiden stood at the edge of the deck, meticulously packing fine-planned tobacco into an old-fashioned, short-stemmed pipe, lighting it with a lighter, and taking a satisfying deep puff. He then held his breath, making an effort. A mist of smoke seeped out from the collar, cuffs, and pocket seams of his sailor's uniform, enveloping his entire upper body in a cloud of white smoke. Aiden rotated his neck, gazed at the smoke around him, and then opened his collar to take a peek. The bullet hole in his chest was still emitting wisps of blue smoke. Warm tobacco can fill the void in the soul, but a physical void is another matter, isn't it? A hoarse, dark voice suddenly emerged from behind. Aiden turned to see an old man with pale skin and a withered figure standing at the edge of the deck. The old man wore a priest's robe, with one side of his skull caved in and the corresponding half of his body displaying a damp texture as if soaked in seawater. That was the shipboard priest of the Sea Mist, Will. The old priest finished speaking, picked up a small liquor bottle, and took a swig. The liquid trickled down from the cracked side of his cheek due to the caved-in skull. Aiden observed the old priest for a moment and suddenly blurted out, "Want me to teach you a trick? You could make that bottle of liquor last for days." "Tricks don't work," the old priest shook his head, "mainly because it's disgusting and it starts to turn sour after the third time." Aiden shrugged, picked up his pipe, and took another deep puff, holding his breath again, completely enveloped in smoke. "Actually, being undead isn't that bad. I couldn't play like this when I was alive." "It's good to have an open mind," the old priest couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 300, The Days on the Vanished. Aiden returned to the bridge, where Tyrion was waiting for him. The unloading process is going smoothly, and it will take about an hour to transfer all the goods from the cargo hold to the port warehouse, the bald first mate energetically reported, with every fold of his clothes still exuding the strong smell of tobacco. "The sailors left on the island really enjoyed the local specialties you brought back. There's a party tonight. You're welcome to join if you're interested," Tyrion mentioned casually, then couldn't help but glance at Aiden again, frowning and wrinkling his nose. "Did you smoke so much that you set yourself on fire?" "Maybe a bit too much," Aiden admitted awkwardly, touching his nose. "Tobacco from planned always makes it hard to let go." "Be more careful, you smell like a piece of bacon right now." Tyrion shook his head, cautioned him casually, and then changed the subject. "Lately, I've often heard the sailors discussing frost." "The news has indeed spread." Aiden's expression grew more serious upon hearing the captain's words. "The resurrection of the dead, regardless of the rumor's source, is content enough to spark sailors' discussions. After all, we're all undead." "The undead, huh?" Tyrion murmured, repeating the term. "Are they looking forward to truly coming back to life?" "To be honest, anyone with a little sense would know that it's impossible," Aiden shrugged. "Ordinary people might still fantasize about such topics, but the more one is undead, the more one realizes that true resurrection can only be a rumor. Death's gate is one way, and our souls that have been twisted and changed can no longer pass through it, so we linger in the world as the so-called undead. As for the boundary between life and death, everyone is quite clear about it. After all, everyone had lingered in front of that gate for a while when confronted with death." Tyrion nodded slightly, pondered momentarily, and asked, "Why has this topic attracted so much discussion?" "True resurrection won't happen, so everyone is speculating that those so-called revived people might actually be undead," Aiden grinned. "You know, most city-states don't like the living dead, and Frost hates them even more, considering it a curse from the outer sea. Although it's not fair to blame the current Frost people for the debts of half a century ago, everyone is still happy to see the authorities of that city-state in distress." Tyrion raised an eyebrow, watching the show. If this matter is indeed related to the original Abyss plan, then it's not just a show anymore. "You're right, I understand that, but for now, most ordinary sailors are just enjoying the fun. Let's talk about other things when the fun gets too big," Aiden said, spreading his hands. "Can't help it, that's the mentality of the undead, especially when it comes to Frost." Tyrion silently looked at Aiden, and after a long while he helplessly waved his hand. "True resurrection involves passing through Bardak's gate and returning, and in Frost, the mainstream belief centers around the god of death. Theoretically, the rules of life and death in Frost should be stricter and more stable. The rumors of the dead returning there are quite suspicious." He didn't continue to argue with his first mate about whether it was appropriate to watch the excitement. but instead put on a serious face and steered the conversation back to a more serious tone. I'm more inclined to think that some other supernatural force is at work. We'll have to see how the local silent cathedral reacts, Aiden said. I heard that the current gatekeeper of the cathedral is a newcomer named Agatha, a young, inexperienced girl. I don't know if she can handle this kind of trouble. Tyrion didn't speak, but for some reason he suddenly thought of another young, strong, and powerful high priest who had calmly dealt with his fearsome father multiple times. Inquisitor Vanna of Planned. If it were that formidable and somewhat terrifying Inquisitor, surely handling a few minor resurrection issues wouldn't be a problem. The slightly salty sea breeze blew head-on, carrying a chill that was absent in the Central Sea. Vanna sat on a wooden barrel near the ship's side, gazing up at the endless sea horizon, and saw a faint mist at the edge of her vision, with distant, hazy icebergs hidden deep within the mist. The Vanished had already entered the cold sea, far, far away from Planned. The young Inquisitor lowered her head and continued carving the wooden piece with a small knife. She was crafting new wave amulets from sea breath wood. Life on the Vanished was actually much better than she had initially imagined. None of the frightening or bizarre occurrences had happened. There were normal routines, decent food, clean and private living spaces, and noisy but interesting fellow crew members. From some perspectives, the living conditions on the Vanished were even better than those on ordinary ocean-going ships. Thanks to AI, the Messenger, the ship could always replenish fresh supplies, and with plenty of living facilities on board, the Vanished hardly experienced any inconvenience due to equipment failures. However, the ship's biggest advantage was not even this. Its biggest advantage was safety. Yes, safety. It was incredible, but after living here for a few days, Vanna finally confirmed this unbelievable reality. No ship could be safer than this dreaded ghost ship. Because of Captain Duncan's presence, even intruders from subspace didn't dare to cause trouble on this ship. On the Vanished, one could freely discuss subspace matters, read any books, and Morris had AI bring a large number of folklore and history books from Planned that took hours to read. To speed up the journey, the captain would sometimes even let the Vanished sink into the spirit world and sail at full speed in that dark and terrifying abnormal sea. There wouldn't be any deep shadows coming out. Even if something really did emerge, it would just become the crew's daily entertainment. Or an extra meal. In summary, life on the Vanished was not bad at all. But she still needed some time to adjust. The small knife slid across the wood, carving deep grooves, and the wood shavings fell off bit by bit, gradually calming her restless emotions. Footsteps approached from behind, and an energetic voice suddenly sounded beside her. "Miss Vanna, what are you doing?" Vanna looked up and saw Nina curiously examining the half-carved amulet in her hand, and the several finished amulets on the nearby wooden barrel. "This is an amulet dedicated to the storm goddess Gamona," Vanna smiled, aware of the astonishing identity of the seemingly ordinary girl in front of her. But after a few days of interaction, she was no longer surprised by the identities of any crew members on the ship. Throwing a sea breath wood amulet into the sea is like making an offering to the goddess. "Oh," Nina nodded in sudden realization, looking amazed at the finished amulets on the wooden barrel. "I think I heard about this in school, but this is the first time I've seen it. You made so many." Actually, Vanna hesitated to speak, then looked into Nina's sparkling eyes and slowly opened the barrel lid. "There are more than just these." Nina stared blankly, peeked into the barrel, and continued to be stunned. After a moment, she looked up at the Inquisitor in front of her. "Miss Vanna, are you really bored on the ship?" "Not really," Vanna said with an awkward expression, feeling that carving a barrel of amulets in just a few days seemed a bit excessive. "It's just that I might need a little more time to adjust." "Oh." Nina nodded, then squatted next to the barrel, lost in thought. Vanna didn't know what she was thinking. Vanna put down a new wave amulet and quietly put away the small knife. "Miss Vanna, aren't you carving any more?" "I've run out of material. Should we ask AI to bring some more?" "No need." Vanna waved her hand with an awkward expression, but just as she was about to say something else, a strange, deep rumbling sound coming from the sea surface interrupted her words. It sounded like something was moving under the water, rising rapidly with a large number of bubbles. A creaking and clattering noise came almost simultaneously from the direction of the Vanished's mast. The next second, Vanna saw the ghostly sails above the ghost ship, adjusting their angles simultaneously while the massive hull adjusted its posture and course. Nina ran to the side of the ship, her eyes wide as she stared at the distant sea, suddenly pointing and shouting, "Look, look! Miss Vanna, something is coming out." Vanna looked in the direction Nina was pointing. She saw a large area of rising waves and foam, with irregular, chaotic currents rising like small hills in the distance, and a huge shadow gradually emerging from the water among the currents and foam. A towering flagpole, a rusty bow, a chimney, and a damaged and tattered deck. It was a ship,